Can you hear me now? Because there was no audio. Sorry, I had a system update that clearly threw my shit off again. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, then let me start again. Good morning. How are you all today? I hope everyone's doing good. Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. Thanks for letting me know. That OBS is so annoying sometimes. I don't know what I would do without you guys like letting me know. Anyway, I'm very homosexual today. Good, as you should be. So we are going to spend a lot of time talking about news from other countries today, but I just wanted to touch on this first. I saw this tweet this morning. This is brain damaging to me. Obviously, like I made a reply, it got a decent amount of attention, but basically what this is saying is this girl, this 21-year-old girl's friends are telling her that her boyfriend of 5 months learning sign language to game with her brother, who's deaf and who gets along with her boyfriend, is obsessive, emotionally manipulative, and downright creepy. Like, genuinely, he met my family 2 months ago, befriended my brother who's deaf. The two of them have been gaming with each other ever since. The guy I've been dating has apparently been learning ASL to communicate with my brother better. The fact that people think that this is obsessive, emotionally manipulative, or creepy is insane to me. I mean, this shows green flags to me. Nothing but kindness, compassion, empathy, effort, willingness to learn sign language is, like, you can't get people willing to learn a language without having them care. No one's learning a language to manipulate you. Like, there's a lot of manipulative guys out there, right? How many of them are learning Spanish to manipulate the Hispanic women that they want to abuse? None of them. No one does this shit. This is the kind of shit that pisses me off for so many reasons. That, like, a lot of men that are afraid of women are afraid of women because of shit like this. Like that, this is on us. This is on this 21-year-old girl's friends. I pissed off game journalists on Blue Sky. They're a sensitive bunch. Well, I mean, it's Blue Sky. You can cope. It's still better than Twitter. You do get this a lot. Many women think everything is abusive, coercive, manipulative. So here's my issue. I think therapy language has done more harm than good. These words have meanings, and people don't know what the meanings of these words are, but they act as if they do. They act as if they, like, it doesn't matter in any form. I don't know. It's like, instead of using this pop psychology, instead of using this therapy language to, I don't know, improve yourself, to better yourself, to do introspection and engage in some critical thinking, it's instead used as a way of hiding accountability, of taking accountability away from you. And again, this is the kind of shit that makes men afraid of women. This creates incels for no fucking reason, because this idea is psychotic. Like, this belief of someone learning sign language to get along with your sibling when you're dating them is a bad thing. I don't know. It broke my brain as a bit. As a man, you can't assail that either. You're either seen as manipulative, so you can't even say, hey, I think that's an inaccurate view of that behavior. Well, yeah, true, exactly. Hence why I want to, like, speak on this for a second, in that, like, this is not only unhealthy and antisocial for you as, like, the person writing this post, but this is also bad for society. People need to, learn the definitions of things. You hear me say this a lot on the channel of, like, words have meanings and we need to, like, pay attention to that. I mean, I'm also the one that says nothing real matters and it's just vibe these days, but we need to find a way back to reality. You know, we can't just be like, well, this is how it is, so this is the way it stays. I would like some, I don't know, rational thought And like, this is either rage baiting or just are young people really this crazy? Have young people been brainwashed this far off the deep end? I've been told I was manipulative for expressing my opinions about myself and telling my partner about my suicidal thoughts. Look, you're not manipulative for talking about your feelings, for expressing even suicidal thoughts, ever. It's not manipulative to talk about your feelings. It's manipulative if you talk about your feelings with an intention and a goal that you're trying to achieve by using, I don't know, the words of your feelings to create a sentiment, a feeling, a reaction in this other person. That's manipulation. There's a very, very big difference. Now, when it comes to like suicidal ideation, I would say genuinely, like, if you're really in need, you should be able to go to your friends and ask for help, and they should help you without you feeling like a burden. But if you're like regularly depressed and you have one friend that you go to for this, maybe ask them before you talk to them about it, because this stuff can get heavy. But in general, I don't like the idea of you can't go to your friends with your problems and you have to like ask before you start like complaining. That's not how friendship works. Like, I understand there is a level of, I don't want to deal with this, I should be able to like opt out of this emotional conversation, and I think you should be able to do that. But I don't think you need to like police people into feeling like they need to ask permission to talk about difficult topics or their feelings with their friends. I think you should just kind of do that. And if your friend is like, hey, like, I mentally can't handle this today, I don't have the bandwidth, that's one thing, you know, but there's a line. We're just too far to either extreme, and we haven't found a middle ground for anything in a long time. One time I had a whole debate with a transphobe, and at the very end, I learned he thought trans women went from female to male. Well, I mean, again, stupid people. The amount of like memes you've seen, like, I'm sure if any of you spent time on like Twitter or Blue Sky, you've seen memes of like a trans person getting trolled by a transphobe who doesn't know like MTF or FTM and just ends up validating the trans person, and people laugh about it. Like, this is an old meme. I think young people tend to make mistakes and have strange views that are fixed with time and experience, usually. Well, I mean, yeah, I agree with that, usually. It's just the addition of all of the social media factors and the influencers that are trying to make you feel a certain way and are pushing propagandistic beliefs and ideals and thought process systems onto these young kids that might make it difficult. And also, like, from what I see about like younger generations, the most that I know of like Gen Z in their specific cultural politics wise is that they're like anti-sex in movies, and I just kind of don't understand the mindset of young people. I feel old. I'm like, man, kids these days, I don't get them. Is it manipulative to want support from your friends and want to be hugged for because of your feelings and suicidal thoughts? No, it's not. Anxiety is worse than depression. I don't know if anxiety is worse than depression, but you know what's worse than either is having both at the same time. And yeah, no, genuinely, art, talk to people, like, express your emotions. It's good for you. I hope you're okay. I would give you a hug right now if I could. And if people are telling you that that's manipulative, then they are stupid or themselves being manipulative. Did you hear about the mysterious drones in New Jersey? Yes, we covered them yesterday a bit, Pop Shepsky. I actually have a story on that today from Fox News, because apparently they're saying that it comes from a mothership sent by the Iranians, which is just A+, narrativizing. People still learning to sail the cyber seas. There's definite lack of literacy. It lets untruths propagate easily. Has anyone established that the drones actually exist? The drones exist. We've seen lots of videos of the drones. They exist. They keep flying all around the place. They specifically at night. They fuck off before morning. We haven't seen exactly where they're landing or where they're taking off from. But yeah. Hey, PPG. The drones are funny in that they're not flying over any real infrastructure. It's not like they could be doing intelligence gathering, but I'm not sure what they would be gathering intelligence on. As well as, on top of this, it looks like they're just kind of trolling, which would be funny. I don't know. They're not UFOs because we've seen them. The cops in New Jersey sent their own drones up there to find the drones and follow them around. It's just, they're car-sized drones, is what we're being told. Even like local New Jersey media's talking about it as these are drones the size of cars. Movies are so overrated. I'd rather spend 2 hours watching a guy talk about some obscure thing that I'll never use the information I learned while watching. Same, actually. Hugs and physical contact is cool. Imagine a circle where employees are giving each other neck and back massages, releasing like stress, relieves mental stress. That sounds like a positive work environment. Drones versus drones. In fact, actually, I wish it was drones versus drones. PPG. New Jersey cops are fucking pussies. They were not even going anywhere near the drones. They were afraid of getting too close to them. I don't know. Art, you wanted me to take a look at this? Judge rejects bankruptcy sale of Alex Jones's InfoWars to The Onion. That's sad. Federal judge on Tuesday night rejected the sale of the conspiracy platform InfoWars to The Onion. After Jones claimed that a recent bankruptcy auction was fraught with illegal collusion. I mean, to be fair, there was some collusion there. It just wasn't illegal. This will get challenged, and then it'll... Well, like, this isn't the end of it. This is just, this judge said no, and then they're just going to challenge it. You think The Onion's going to give up that easy? Would need to get a couple people on me. They could work an acre. True. The fact that, like, if I could just have someone give me a shoulder massage for maybe like 2 hours and a neck massage, that'd be great. But then upper back and then lower back. My body's fucked, guys. So, like, I like this idea, not laws. I'm a big fan. But this, I'm not a fan of. This is ridiculous. This is antisocial behavior, and it's harmful to society. Not to say that the person making this post is in the wrong. She's just asking an innocent question. Her friends are insane, though. Now, on to some, like, other insane news out of Korea. Once I actually managed to untangle these headphones. Did not see this coming. I don't see how saying anything that's not sexually provocative can be deemed as harassment. Well, I mean, you can harass people in non-sexual ways by, like, you know, abusing them with verbal bullying, slurs, that kind of stuff is harassment as well. Although this isn't claiming harassment, it's claiming manipulative, obsessive, and creepy behavior. Too bad you're all the way on the other side of the world, Art. I could really use a shoulder massage. Alex Jones should be hired to do Onion Wars as a parody. I mean, I stand firmly by my belief that if we paid these right-wing, like, grifter commentators more than the right pays them, they would just grift to the left. Hence why, like, that's where the joke of Comrade Yi came from. I mean, he's a little different. Kanye's just kind of also mentally ill and stupid, which would make him easier to bring over to the left. But really, like, if you just paid Alex Jones enough, I'm sure he would be a leftist in at least rhetoric, not ideology. Okay, now let's look at South Korea. Really? This too? God damn, I hate fucking system updates. Sorry. I thought I fixed that too, but guess not. Let's try this again.
South Koreans continue.
You should be able to hear it now. Last stream ended suddenly and was erased from the world. I streamed yesterday and that one didn't end suddenly. The one before that ended because my computer exploded and I had to get a new one. We need left-wing billionaire media money. The left needs entrepreneurs. Well, I mean, we need their money. I just don't want, you know, themselves. Why can't we just steal these people's money? Like, let's just steal the billionaires' money and use it to create like left-wing media. Obviously, I'm joking, not actually advocating for you to commit crimes, blah, 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 blah. All right, try this again.
South Koreans continue to protest outside the country's parliament on Tuesday night as further details emerged of President Yoon Suk-yeol's bungled attempt to impose martial law.
Certified garbage.
A parliamentary defence committee questioned top army officers who detailed the orders the president gave them during the operations. The chief of the Army Special Warfare Command told legislators Yoon ordered him to drag out lawmakers from the National Assembly building to prevent them from voting against his edict.
Now remember, there was several like high-profile people in is it parliament in South Korea? In South Korean government, people who were part of the vote to end martial law, there was at the very least a desire to have them arrested. I don't think actually one of them actually did manage to get arrested at the time, but they were trying. You know, this was a failed attempt by someone who didn't have the backing that they needed to do this kind of coup, this martial law takeover of the country. But I mean, it could have been a lot worse.
Chiefs also said the government had intended to provoke an attack by North Korea as a pretext for declaring martial law and arresting opposition leaders. Police raided the presidential offices on Wednesday as part of the investigation into the head of state. 2 senior police chiefs were also arrested for questioning about their roles in the attempt to impose martial law. Meanwhile, former Defence Minister Kim Jong-un, who was arrested on Wednesday for rebellion, is reported to have attempted suicide in detention, but failed.
Christ.
North Korea on Wednesday issued its first statement regarding the martial law declaration, saying the incident had thrown the, quote, entire puppet land of South Korea into chaos. Yoon has not been seen in public since apologising on Saturday for trying to impose martial law.
Hey, sorry I tried to take the government away and take your democracy. Just gonna go hang out over here now.
The investigation into his actions opened, he has been banned from leaving the country, as have several other government figures. The opposition is to launch a second motion to impeach him, but Yoon's own People's Power Party wants him to step down of his own volition.
Now, they are so fucking cooked because the literal South Park "we're sorry" meme. Yeah, no, genuinely.
Police
Hey, iodine and borderline. Germany, South Korea, Syria. Which government is going to fall next? My money's on Syria, but we'll get to that. Israel and Turkey are really doing a number on them. Germany comes after.
Police officers in South Korea have carried out the emergency arrest of their own national chief and the
It hasn't. I'm saying it will fall.
head of the Seoul police force for ordering the blockade of the National Assembly on the day of the failed attempt at imposing martial law. Also giving evidence before a parliamentary committee, a special warfare commander said he received a phone call from President Yoon Suk-yeol telling him to break into the chamber and drag out members of parliament so they wouldn't have enough numbers to vote against the martial law attempt.
Lennon, I can never tell if you're joking or not.
Said he and his men decided not to obey.
Even if we follow the directive, our deployed forces will later be considered lawbreakers, and too many people could get hurt. We determined it would be unjust.
It's been revealed that the man most directly implicated so far, former Defence Minister Kim Jong-hyun, has tried to take his own life while in detention and has been formally charged with assisting the president in staging insurrection, strengthening the case against him. Meanwhile, after a week of silence, North Korea has finally commented on this crisis.
Now, I don't give a shit about North Korea's comments right now because what these little clips are not telling you. I knew you were joking there, but so National Assembly's Defense Committee met to question the generals who participated in Yoon Suk-yeol's self-coup attempt, which is revealing some truly shocking stuff. To arrest key liberal leaders, including Lee Jae Myung, the military dispatched the HID unit, the special forces whose task is to assassinate major North Korean leaders in case of war. They're normally near the DMZ. They were just outside of Seoul on December the 3rd. The HID unit were not dressed in the ROK military uniform. Instead, they were given false North Korean uniforms. The plan was to have the HID unit either assassinate Lee and others, and if that failed, have the rescuing South Korean soldiers kill both Lee and the HID unit, as in they were literally trying to stage a false flag. Now, on whether this is reliable or not, I don't know. This is a good journalist, so the fact that they follow gives me, like, some... Okay, like, we can maybe pay attention to this, but this is Twitter. But I have another thread on top of this as well, so we'll compare and contrast. The defense minister's original plan was to provoke an attack from North Korea, then use that as an excuse to declare martial law. To that end, South Korea's military flew several drones over Pyongyang, spraying propaganda flyers. North Korea did not attack, however. The drone incursion happened in early October. Dem lawmakers say that South Korea military collected the drones that were not shot down and burned them to destroy evidence. Yoon Suk-yeol directly commanded the military at the scene of the National Assembly to arrest the lawmakers. The president personally called for Commander Kwak Jong-yun and told him they don't have a quorum yet, get in there and drag them all out. During the coup, helicopters carrying special forces headed to the assembly and were held up at the Capitol no-fly zone. Initial preparations for the coup began as far back as July 2023, as the military compiled reference material for operations under a martial law situation. So, like, based on that, could have been real fucking bad, especially the false flag with North Korea bit. Same excuse as last time. I like that, Lennon. If Germany will spend 2% of its GDP, there'll be... I mean, it doesn't take a lot of GDP spending to remilitarize. Not as, like, an increase, at least, from where we are now. Plus, Germany doesn't need to, like, militarize, you know? They could specialize. Germany already creates weapons. They could just manufacture instead of militarize themselves. I just don't trust the AFD. That's my only issue. So, about Kim Jong-hyun. So Kim, recently arrested on insurrection charges, is accused of influencing President Yoon Suk-yeol's decision to declare martial law, alleging he sought to justify the imposition by provoking war with the DPRK just days before. Opposition lawmakers are citing a whistleblower to claim that the ROK military, under Kim's orders, already sent unmanned drones into Pyongyang. Yep, we covered that, so this is also just... on top of it. AFD is very pro-Russia and also Nazis. That's the issue with the AFD, is they're very pro-Nazi. Not that, I mean, pro-Russia and pro-Nazi do kind of overlap, but that's my issue with the AFD, is they're very much ideologically in that camp. Maybe not all of the AFD, but leadership is. Absolutely. I mean, look at how many AFD leadership have been arrested for just having, like, Nazi memorabilia. A classmate disclosed Kim had a history of frequently reading Mein Kampf. Why does it always have to come back to Nazis? I'm like, I hadn't even read that bit when I'm talking about the AFD in Germany, and we find out that the guy who convinced the president to start the coup in South Korea also liked Nazis. Something ever happens. China gonna cement a united democratic people's Korea. I mean, to be fair, that's pretty likely in the case of, I don't know, shit, like war breaking out and shit getting out of hand. I would prefer, rather than, like, America get involved, China do. At least current America. I just don't, like, really trust Trump in the situation of another Korean war. I not to say that, like, I trust China, but I trust them to at least be somewhat competent. Not good, but competent in whatever they choose to do. But yeah, so that was fucking Korea. Could have been very bad. We could have had a full-on, like, actual war breakout over this. Hey, Doomerkiss, welcome back. Now, Someone asked about those drones in New Jersey. I would love the North winning one last W from the Cold War. At this point, I'll give it to you. The South was never particularly democratic, and again, like, they're just fully incels that are fighting in the streets and shit. I don't care at this point. Fuck them. All right. These are nothing.
We have objects in the sky that are the size of an SUV over any city, over any state. It's an invasion of our airspace.
Now, again, remember, this is Fox News, so we're going to have to deal with that narrativization. But I'm brought this one up because it's particularly funny. Personally, they're either like trolls or they're nothing. But
now, Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, member of the House Judiciary Committee on the Hill right now. How do you address this at this point?
Well, here's the real deal, Harris. You know, I'm also on the Transportation Committee, on the Aviation Subcommittee.
No, I mean, there are a lot of drones, and they are absolutely scaring people. Well, Israel had nothing to do with Trump, so, like, sorry, not Israel. Syria had nothing to do with Trump, so yeah, that is a coincidence. Assad got brought down because Israel fought Hezbollah, weakened them. Hezbollah couldn't keep the rebels down because, you know, that was part of the coalition of forces that was keeping the rebels down, and then that happened, and then now Israel's invaded. So Korea is interesting because the North was propped up by the Soviets and the South by the US. The North was actually wealthier until the USSR collapsed, so it's a microcosm for the Cold War. Yep, true.
And from very high sources, very qualified sources, very responsible sources, I'm going to tell you the real deal.
Are you going to tell me the sources?
Iran launched a mothership probably about a month ago that contains these drones. That mothership is off, I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America.
Where?
They've launched drones, is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this.
What are the drones looking for? Because they're not flying over anything important. They're flying over the middle of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Like, they're flying over rural areas, not military bases, not big cities, not anywhere there's important infrastructure that, you know, Iran might want to attack hypothetically, not that they would or could.
Slightly. Now, you know, we know there was a probability it could have been our own government. We know it's not our own government because they would have let us know. It could have been,
actually, if you have anything to add into this, please do.
Some really glorified hobbyists that were doing something unbelievable. They don't have the technology.
Yes, but they're not flying over that military base. If they were, they would have been getting shot down. That's the thing. These drones have been following airspace laws. That being said, I live there and haven't seen them. Well, yeah, these things are flying around like rural New Jersey, rural New York State, and rural Pennsylvania. They're most likely American. These are probably trolls. So, like, a group of people probably did it the first time, and then now it's a meme. It's funny. They're not doing anything but just scaring people. Yeah, we don't even let foreign weather balloons enter our airspace. You think we wouldn't have shot down these drones if we knew they were coming from an Iranian mothership? You think we would just be letting them fly around for weeks now, 2 weeks now? You know, all the talk about North Korea, Iran, Lebanon, Syria from the right-wing militarists makes me think they're going to try and turn the Trump admin to a neocon operation. Well, I mean, you haven't seen that already, like, taking place? Doomerkiss, that's exactly what they're doing. The right is like calling in bomb threats to Trump's own cabinet picks because they're mad that he's picking neocons.
They've launched
literally, like, again, it made me laugh so much. Mothership.
That contains these drones. That mothership is off, I'm going to tell you the deal. It's off the east coast of the United States of America.
No,
They've launched drones, is everything that we can see or hear. And again, these are from high sources. I don't say this lightly.
Yeah, but you won't tell me the sources, and you won't tell me where, and you won't tell me why we're letting them keep doing this.
There was a probability it could have been our own government. We know it's not our own government because they would have let us know. It could have been some really glorified hobbyists.
That is on purpose, Doomerkiss. They want it to sound like an alien invasion. The lady at the very beginning just said that this was equivalent to an invasion.
We have objects in the sky that are the size of an SUV over any city, over any state. It's an invasion of our airspace.
So this, along with the popularity of aliens right now on social media after the congressional hearing that they did, which presented no evidence, makes it so using this terminology gets us more clicks. Could you imagine if Trump hired Mike Pompeo and John Bolton? That would be wild. Would be. It would be wild.
Really glorified hobbyists that
they won't be calling in bomb threats on Trump.
They don't have the technology. But let's pretend that's possible. The third possibility was somebody, an adversarial country, doing this. Know that
if Hegseth gets into DOD, we're going to war with Iran. Like, I'm telling you, there's like Hegseth being the guy in charge of the DOD, like, gives America like 60% higher odds of going to war with Iran. But yes, this is pretext, and it's also just kind of fear-mongering.
Iran
for no reason.
made a deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward.
Yeah, we'll get there, Genghis Khan. We'll get there.
Good. They can't reveal who they are because they are speaking to me in confidentiality. These drones should be shot down. Whether it was some crazy hobbyist that
if you had sources high up the way that you say that you do, claiming that these are from Iran, that they are being launched from an Iranian mothership, they would be getting shot down. They just would be getting shot down. Like there's a lie and then there's a ridiculous lie, and this is a ridiculous lie, but it is Fox News, so. I too am a mothership. This is true.
Can't imagine, or whether it is Iran, and I think it very possibly could be.
Oh, really? Because a minute ago you had really high up sources confirming it, and you were telling it how it is, and that it was Iran. Now you're telling me you think that it might be Iran? I wonder why you're not telling me what these sources are.
Be shot down. We are not getting the full deal, and the military is on alert with this.
Look, you've given us some pretty dire information just here, and I want to make sure that our viewers are digesting this. Iran has the capability to pull up along our eastern seaboard and launch drones the size of an SUV into the skies of several states, particularly New Jersey.
Have you seen Trump's appointment for Deputy Secretary of Defense? Wasn't that just like some venture capitalist guy? Like some other random billionaire? I didn't realize that he could be worse. Jesus. All right. This is all a lie. This is all just narrativizing to get us okay with going to war with Iran. Size of an SUV. I mean, they are big. They're big drones, but also like we have big drones too. We have very big drones. Let's see. Politico. What you got for me? That page, oh wait, I'm missing a 0 at the end, that's why. Will USA be annexed by Iran, or will they implement a puppet state? Will Iran build a wall and have Mexico pay? Iran will definitely build the wall and have Mexico pay for it. I just pray for the health of the Ayatollah in his conquest of the United States. God damn, hold on, I just realized my colors are not looking right for my my video camera. Why does everything have to get fucked over anytime there's a system update? I just want it to look the way it did. Not too bright. Sorry, you guys are going to deal with this for a second. My brain won't let me continue otherwise. Yeah, better. There we go. Thank you. Now then. I just pictured the Amram screaming for the Iranian drone mothership Ace Combat style. We need Kevin O'Leary to be in the cabinet now. I don't know who that is. A defense contractor. Ah, I see. See. So if we wanted to overthrow the Iranian government, I'd fund Iranian rebel groups covertly. Well, I mean, good thing Israel's already doing that, Dumarcus, but I don't actually want to overthrow the Iranian government, so. Yeah, they got nukes. We gave them nukes, actually. Trump's the reason that they have nukes, so you can thank good old Donald Trump for that one. So, President-elect Donald Trump selected Stephen Feinberg to be his Deputy Defense Secretary, 2 people familiar with the decision. Feinberg, who held a major role in Trump's Intelligence Advisory Board during the first term, is a major donor. Chief executive, private equity firm, Cerberus Capital Management. Ah, yes. I see. Yeah, well, I mean, him and Hegseth will work quite well together. Makes perfect sense to me. I'm not saying I want to overthrow them. What I'm saying is they don't want to overthrow. Oh no, but like they are doing what you said. It's just Israel's been doing that for a long time. That's why I always laugh when Israelis like talk about how Iran attacked them first and that Hamas is actually just an extension of Iran and it's Iran attacking them because like Iran funds Hamas, but also ignores the fact that Israel does this exact thing with several like Kurdish groups, separatist groups, just general like rebel groups in Iran. They've been doing it for decades. They've been doing both sides have been doing this since like the 70s. Well, I mean, Iran actually started their nuclear program during the Cold War, yes, but Trump is the reason they have a nuke, as we had a deal with them that prevented them from doing it. We had both UN and like international what are they, like, not even just scientists, but like we were checking. We were sending people there to make sure. And not to say that like Iran wasn't secretly trying to build them anyway. They probably were covertly, but it would have taken them at least another decade to get there had Trump not backed out of the Iran nuclear deal, which just let them go full pace. It is directly Donald Trump who's responsible for this. Who was it that unfroze Iran's money in the banks again? We did in exchange for prisoner transfer, Bobby Boofpack. We got something for that. And also, I don't care about like Iran having money. I don't actually think it's a problem that they have nukes. Israel has nukes, and Israel threatens Iran regularly. Why the fuck do I care if they have nukes? Iran has shown like a level of self-control that is genuinely impressive. With the amount of times they've been attacked on their own soil, they're constantly being attacked rhetorically. They have had bombings in their capital from a country that they are not at war with and have responded in a objectively weak fashion with a very like clear telegraphed warning prior to any kind of retaliation. There has been nothing to come out of Iran that suggests that they're war hawkish, that they want to kill everybody in Israel, that like they're working with Israel. We're going to go over this in a bit. I have like documents from the Assad regime that go over Israel, Russia, and Iran like openly together, working together as an alliance. A lot of equipment at tamper-proof equipment added by the IAEA. They essentially didn't have access to parts of their own facility. Exactly. And backing out of this deal allowed them to now develop them. Do you think new Syria will have Sharia law? I mean, I think they might for a little bit. I don't think new Syria is going to last all that long, unfortunately. With Turkey and Iran. Anyway, while we're on Syria, let's get to it. I haven't actually gotten to talk about Syria since the fall of Damascus, so let's start there and work our way forward in time. So this was celebrations across Europe, Berlin, all over, like, just people happy. Oh, that's loud. Happy that Assad has fallen. It depends on who you're asking too, Bulletproof Bullet, because HDS has like no desire to continue fighting with anybody. It's the Turkish-backed rebels that want to annihilate the Kurds, and it's Israel. So those were just some celebrations. Easy, nice start off to this. Lots of photos of Assad, obviously shot. They took down statues of, you know, I'm not sure how much of these videos I can actually show because I don't know how much of these contain violence, but people are happy. People have been really like, Assad is a monster. You have to understand that, like, there might be some issues with these rebel groups, and we're going to go into them. We're going to look at the like interviews with these rebel groups, specifically with Giuliani from the New York Times, from the CNN interview that he's done. And people worry because, you know, guy used to be former Al-Qaeda, former ISIS, and they worry that these are extremists. And to be fair, they kind of are extremists, but Assad was a monster. So this video made me laugh, though. I've been in prison for 10 years. What happened? The regime fell. This guy's laugh is just adorable. That's how you respond that the regime fell. I heard Israel stated that they're not going to withdraw from the Golan Heights. No, of course they're not. They want to annex half of Syria. So, while we're talking about prisoners, real quick, before we get into like the current modern, you know, political issues of Syria, I just want to like really get clear to you how fucked this was, like how bad Assad actually was. So this is a clip of the liberation of Sednaya's prison. This is basically the forever hole that you got thrown into for displeasing Assad. Look, it's a 3-minute video, and you guys don't speak Arabic, but like, there's children, like literal little tiny children in this facility, and I need you to remember that as we go a bit more in depth into what's happening here. So this is more people, you know, still being broken out of the prison, but saw that they've been in prison for so long that many of them thought Hafez Assad was still alive and that the Arab soldiers liberating them were under Saddam Hussein. Unlike America's forever hole, at least we have the decency to do it in non-state territory. True, hateful sadists. I mean, we have Guantanamo. No, this is some Stalin shit. This is, again, like, people who were imprisoned here thought that Hafez was still alive and that Saddam Hussein was the one rescuing them. Now, hold on. Got some more for you. Got an actual, like, Talking Heads news video on the subject, too, but they will not go in depth to the atrocities. That is the same one. Lovely. This woman, like, I mean, I don't know if she's lost her mind. She sounds like it, but she might just be really happy. This is her reaction to hearing that Assad is gone. Yaman, I'm happy. We'll get to that when we get to that. I don't even think that, like, Giuliani and the rebels are gonna get to stay in power. I don't, like, you're underestimating the desire of, like, Israel to kill Arabs. I'm sorry, like, Syria's not going to be its own country. We're going right back to war. Just wait until we get onto the topic of Giuliani. Like, I know you guys want to argue on the subject. I even have a video from Hassan talking about it, because Hassan does agree with you. Yo, man, I'm happy. Because they're Muslim, maybe? I mean, yeah, why would they? Well, that's untrue, Fox. Muslims, like, can have secular states. Turkey was built as a secular state, and the majority population of Turkey is Muslim. Now, over time, Erdogan has made Turkey much more theocratic, but it was not, you know, you can't, secularism is against Islam. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Turkey was a secular state with a majority Islamic population. Turkey technically still is. It does not contradict each other. Like, the government is not God. This is brain rot. Or what are you, Saudi? Nepfox? This is the type of belief Saudis have. Egypt has been secular for over 100 years. True, so is Jordan. I just go to Turkey because Turkey's founding is, like, you know, where I'm more familiar in. I'm also an atheist. Back when Turkey was founded, it was way more possible than today. It's a particular brand of Islam. Yet Turkish, like, Islam is its whole other thing. It's secular Islam. That'd be like saying secularism is against Christianity. Yeah, that genuinely, it's an incoherent, like, belief there. So, I don't know what to tell you. You're not only wrong, but that makes no sense. Back to some of the people that came out of this prison. This guy was, you know, tortured to the point where he's basically nonverbal. God knows how long this guy suffered for. Stop with the autoplay. Here's another one. Prisoners in Assad's dungeons are reporting that they think Hafez is still president. They were freed by Saddam's invading army. Like, several different sources have said that, so that shit's wild to me. They throw them in solitary confinement for so long it damages their brain. Well, yeah, it's literally inhuman. I think solitary confinement should be illegal. The fact that we do it in America is also, like, really bad. I don't know, I like when he makes that noise. Yo man, I'm happy. Are we pretending that, like, any country in the world is good under, like, the definition of being able to go into political opposition and protest extensively? I've been in solitary before, probably why I'm a sadist now. Really? I would have thought it would made you more a masochist. The fact that, like, you guys sang and talked into the vent to keep them sane is so wholesome. Yeah, it's inhumane. We should never be doing this. This is, like, literally a mix of Nazi shit and Stalin shit. These guys were assigned numbers. I had no name in the prison, just a number. I lost my identity, my name, my character. I was taken by the regime and my family assumed I was dead. This building should just become like a museum for fashion. It should be like the Auschwitz Museum. Here where you can go see the horrible torture that these fascists fucking inflicted on their civilian population. I think they've managed to get most... I don't know, I keep seeing more, like, really estimated number of captives up at 20,000. I don't know how many of them are out, but, Cap, Cuervo, would you mind giving me your opinion on the current situation of another country, Argentina? Argentina's cooked, guys. Like I've talked about it before, Argentina's cooked because Milei did exactly Project 2025. Milei showed up in America, asked the Heritage Foundation for help. They gave him the mandate for leadership, Project 2025, the big book that they have, the 900-page document that the Trump administration is also going to implement. And he took that home and he implemented the vast majority of it. And that's what happened. So, like, Argentina's cooked. Anarcho-capitalism doesn't work. Isn't the reason why bullying happens because bullies experience abuse and hardship and then they want to let it out on other people? Couldn't that be the case for becoming a sadist from solitary? I suppose it could be, but that's not the only reason people bully. I went to see Dachau. It was literally the most sobering experience ever. The air was heavy as hell. Well, I mean, it should be. Like, a lot of these places have a vibe, you know? You can feel... it feels bad to be there. Like, it doesn't feel comfortable. You don't want to hang out in a place like that. Syria is a beautiful country, but it's ethnically and religiously super diverse. Well, yes, which is why this civil war went on for as long as it did and got as complicated as it did because of how diverse it is. It's almost impossible to govern this whole chunk of land through central governance, especially by an authoritarian dictator who doesn't want to tolerate any opposition. Well, I mean, theoretically, yes, but if we're talking like Israel wants to annex this land, they can just kill them all like they're doing everywhere else. Anarcho-capitalism never works, ever. It literally cannot work. Could you signal specifically what do you think is going wrong, like poverty rates and inflation? Look, I've talked about the subject before, but quick overview for inflation in Argentina. You're going to see a lot of propaganda. Whereas, like, they'll talk about how inflation is at a low under Milei, which it is. It is lower than it has been year by year, but Argentina's inflation rate's still above 100%. It's 166% at the moment still. By the way, like, yes, the economy's doing generally better for the rich, but if you aren't one of the wealthy, you're significantly poorer than you were before. 6 months ago, we didn't know where we were heading. Education led to monthly price increases alongside rent and utilities, tobacco and alcohol, food, everything saw price increases. Whereas I'm going to go ahead and say your wages have not gone up. Argentina currently emerging from a period of major economic crisis, 50% poverty. Yeah, okay. So don't believe the media telling you that inflation is like all the way down and Milei like succeeded. He did succeed in that. However, it doesn't help you or the Argentinian people. It only ever helps the wealthiest, like 50 people in Argentina. Everyone else is poorer. Everyone else has a worse life. The like 50 rich guys in Argentina and the people in America who also make money off of Argentina are richer. And that's what happened. When you see the brutality of humans firsthand, you kind of become jaded and hate the species. I try not to, hateful sadist. That's the thing. You can easily become this way, but that leads to being antisocial and not wanting to engage with other people, and that leads to a rise in shitty people because no one will stand up to them because you're too jaded. Switzerland is kind of anarcho-capitalist. No, they're not. They're not anarcho-capitalist. Qatar is not even a country. Like, the Gulf states are barely countries. They exist only on their oil money. And that's it. Wages did go up. Okay, that's good, I will say. But poverty has actually increased last I checked in broadly. Hold on. Poverty rates in Argentina. Yeah, it's gone up. Poverty rate has gone up in the first half of 2024, second half of 2024. It has stayed pretty much consistent. But wages going up a little bit, that's good for you. And I'm glad that you and your family are able to survive. The rest of the country, though, is going to continue struggling a lot more under Milei. Half the world's crypto scams yeah. Look, don't look, all the crypto shit is a scam. I was answering Lord's theory about abuse and hatred. Solitaire made me want to put the big red button for the species. I get that. And I understand. Poverty rates were at 56% in December. Yeah, they're 59% as of the first half of 2024. Look, Cap Cuevo, if you want to talk about Argentina, I'm happy to do so at a different time, but we're getting a bit off topic here. So feel free to just join the Discord and follow me on socials, and we'll get to Argentina. Today, I just have a lot to go through, and I don't want to get too sidetracked. I don't think the good outweighs the bad for our existence. I think at the moment, I agree with you, but I think the potential for our species to do massive amounts of good does outweigh the bad that we've done as long as we do it. Now, back to Sednaya.
The Sednaya prison, a symbol for some of the darkest abuses of Bashar al-Assad's rule. Thousands of opposition supporters were tortured and killed here. Now there's a rush for the chance of finding those still missing. For the first time, the doors have been opened wide to a country traumatized by decades of repression. Everyone has a desperate story to tell of loved ones jailed for years.
There's literally people who like thought that their family members were dead and then find out that like, oh no, they were just like imprisoned by the state the whole time.
Mundir Tariq is looking for his brother-in-law.
We came to here, like everyone, to find maybe...
Yeah, solar panels and all of that, that's great, except, you know, when you start gassing your folk. Is it immoral to role-play out committing atrocities as a dictatorship? And if you're playing Civ, no, it's not immoral to be a dictator playing, like, a civilization game. You're playing a game.
At the end.
It's immoral to, like, hype it up and talk about how, like, based it would be, but, like, eh.
Call me the wounded mother, she says, because
a
of the
lot of them
children she's
probably
lost.
died.
May God take revenge on Bashar al-Assad. Just days ago, rebels freed thousands of prisoners here on their march to Damascus, amazed at this sudden recovery of their lives. The empty cells, a striking image of how much has changed. But many believe this isn't the end. People still trapped, they think, in an underground prison. The Syrian civil defense group, the White Helmet.
Death toll for the war, the gassing, or out of Sednaya. I can look up the numbers.
Has joined the search.
We believe there's a network of cells with prisoners beneath the jail, but we haven't yet been able to find the entrance. We do not have any details on how many people are underground.
Family members have reached the prison building, pushing at the gates to get in. We squeezed through on a surge of excitement. For a moment, they thought they'd made a discovery. They're searching the bowels of the prison, looking for tunnels that lead to hidden cells. We went down to see for ourselves.
They're in the secret tunnels.
The frantic efforts to break through to anyone who might still be alive.
This is where they think they may have found an entrance to an underground prison. They've been looking for more than a day, but they haven't found anything so far. Nobody knows exactly what they might find or who.
I'm looking for a number.
Might be underneath the ground, but many people are hoping that some of their loved ones will be found.
Sifting through a litter of documents for any evidence of their loved ones or clues to an underground.
In 2011, Amnesty International calculated the number somewhere between 5,000 and 13,000, but that was in 2011, so probably closer to 60K. I would make an Avatar joke, but this is too serious. No, make the joke. Make the joke. It sounds like for the lives lost, there will be an equal or more saved from the prisons. Well, I mean, more people are coming out of this prison than maybe people. I mean, no, the prison's population is estimated at 20,000. If in 2011 the death toll was estimated to be 13,000, then likely that number is above 20,000 today, 10 years later. And secret tunnel. Yes, I knew that was what it was going to be.
Of their loved ones or clues to an underground prison. No
God,
sign
I wish
of
I could
it
just
yet,
watch
but the
Avatar
hunt
on
will
screen.
Continue. After the past 2 weeks, Syria has entered a
How much would it cost to like rent the license from Nickelodeon to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender on stream? Like, cause like if it was a reasonable amount of money, I would pay for that licensing just so I could do that, and we could go through and like detail all of the political messaging. That sounds fun.
Era, but people here are still caught in the dark grip of the old one.
I figured too much money.
Our priority is our sons, who are the future of this country. Do you believe that we, the elderly, can do much now? We want our sons back, and we want our country back too.
How can this country move forward without dealing with the horrors of its past?
This is a very brutal legacy. Sednaya is just the most notorious of many detention centers across the country, and its victims need justice, they need resolution, they need closure. Whether or not they get that, there are steps being taken.
It's approximately, it would cost $25,000 per episode to get that license. So, that's not happening. Fucking Hassan couldn't afford that.
To try to move the country forward in this new period. The leader of the Islamist group, Hayat Tahrir Al-Sham, which took over Damascus, met today with the former prime minister to discuss a coordinated transfer of power. Other members of the group met with Christian minorities and other groups that they promised them that they would respect their rights.
I hate copyright law, I really do.
their Islamist leanings. So the message they send is this is going to be a Syria for all its people, for the diversity of its people.
So DEI, like DEI Islamists is what we have here. They're saying, you know, diversity. We want everyone, you know, living happily. Jolani said that they want a Christian to be the mayor of Aleppo because they were afraid of, like, you know, all the Christians might get killed in Aleppo. Unfortunately, I just really don't think the rebel government's going to get to last. Got to give them that one thing. Those rebels really learned the media game. Well, yeah, they're absolutely media trained. That's the thing. This guy, fuck off, went into prison in 1986 at 18 and came out at age 39. Sorry, at age, he was in there for 39 years. So, 57. Goddamn. Imagine spending 39 years. We wouldn't need copyright law if capitalism didn't exist. This is true. Let's wait a couple of years. I got a feeling that prison won't stay empty for long. I have a feeling that you're right. Now, continuing onward, this I found funny. Russia pushed Assad to flee Syria after concluding he'd lost the war, with Syrian opposition forces advancing rapidly towards the capital, Damascus. President Bashar al-Assad's fate laid in Russia's hands as his army melted away, still haunted by a video of a mob killing and mutilating Libyan leader Gaddafi in the country's civil war in 2011. The Kremlin moved to save its ally, even as it concluded it can do nothing to prop up Assad's regime. Basically, you're gonna lose and they're gonna off you in the street. So come to Russia. And so he did. Russian intelligence agents organized the escape, flying Assad out via its airbase in Syria. 2 people said the aircraft's transponder was turned off to avoid being tracked. In fact, we saw this plane and some people thought it might have crashed. I genuinely just thought they either flew too low for radar detection or that they just turned off the transponder. Which makes sense. By the way, you guys want to see how Assad lived? Because it's kind of wild.
Reporting from CNN's team on the ground in Syria just days after the fall of the Assad regime. Loud explosions rocked Damascus overnight, plumes of smoke hanging over the city. CNN's Clarissa Ward, one of the few Western journalists behind you.
So, John, we are actually here in one of several garages belonging to Bashar al-Assad. We are on the compound of the presidential palace.
So, wait, can someone answer something for me? People like Assad don't drive, right? They have their own drivers. People like Trump and Elon Musk, like big, powerful, rich, wealthy CEOs and government officials. They don't drive themselves. So is this just like stamp collecting? What is he, like El Chapo Stan?
And you can see this is a man who has.
He lives like Fluffy, the king of Mexicans. Yeah, there you go.
Martins, we've got Lamborghinis, we've got Ferraris. I want to add as well that we've been walking through this compound. There are many garages. We were just in a
How often do you think they do, though, Art? And how fun is it to just drive, what, in a circle? Like, you can build a racetrack. I've driven, like, a nice car on a racetrack. That shit gets boring after a while.
Dozens and dozens of armored cars.
Maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know.
That. I don't know how anyone would need so many armored cars. And I'm bringing you over here because you can see this collection of classic cars over here. And the reason this is all significant, John, the reason that we're talking about this, that we're showing you this, is because really this is indicative of the deep, deep corruption of the Assad regime, which is a big part of why this whole uprising started in the first place back in 2011. Bashar al-Assad had been ruling for some years, his father for many decades before, and the levels of corruption and greed, the opulence and the lavish lifestyle, when so many Syrians were struggling to...
I find driving a car peaceful. It could also be that he wanted to show it. Well, I mean, it's definitely the second part, and also Chatty TV, correct. Driving is peaceful, by the way. I love driving. Driving is one of my stress relievers. I mean, I drive a moped, which is a little different, but it's still relaxing. But it's definitely to show off.
Food on the table. You imagine, John, the last 14 years Syrians have been under bombardment. They've been tortured, maimed, kidnapped, killed. And meanwhile, Bashar al-Assad was living literally like a king, with garages full of cars, with palaces, with incredible mosaics and marble. And we actually watched in the presidential palace some ordinary people who managed to sneak in, walking around with their jaws dropped. They could not believe how he was living at a time when Syria was suffering so acutely. And so this really is a metaphor for the root
they
of the
hate
rot,
you.
for where
These
it all
people
started.
fucking hate you. Yeah, this is not a surprise. It shouldn't be. But I just, people often ignore the fact that no matter who you're talking about, people in power, the wealthy, the rich, the dictator, are of course stealing from you. This is not, dictatorship equals corruption. This was more like, you guys all know this. I just kind of wanted to have a look at his luxury. It just seems like they're talking about cars there though. And actually I saw this clip on Twitter. We can get there. This is a different subject. I hate that they do this. Just make videos on the thing that you've named the video and don't sneak other shit in there.
Please keep us posted.
On the streets of Damascus, many Syrians are celebrating Assad's fall from power. Earlier, I spoke with CNN's Clarissa Ward, who was on the ground in the capital of Damascus. Hi, Clarissa. Describe the scene for us. What's going on?
Hi, Amra. You know, it's so interesting to see because for the last few days, there has been a lot of tension on the ground. People have been staying at home. They've been very cautious about coming out. They've been nervous about what will happen. Today, it is a different feeling. We are certainly starting to feel some of that elation, some of that jubilation.
Yeah. Okay. That's really what I wanted to get to, is people are starting to feel more comfortable, even though they shouldn't be. We'll have a look at live UA map for a second, but we'll get to this after I've done all of my seconds. They should not feel comfortable right now. As we can see, Turkey's still bombing the Kurds. Israel is not giving up on the Golan Heights, and look, they've bombed right, like, in the outskirts of Damascus 12 hours ago. So, don't get complacent yet. But, what is happening, and this is being reported differently, by the way, depending on what media source you're looking at. So, Western media is reporting this in a somewhat normal fashion. Turkish media is reporting that there is a mass of immigrants, like of Syrian refugees that are returning to Syria, a massive amount, thousands of them. That's not true. But there are people coming home to Syria from Turkey, from Lebanon, and that has begun. A trickle has begun.
Border to Syria. Just behind me, you see the border checkpoint. And on the other side, 30 miles down, further on the road, is Aleppo. Hundreds of Syrians have queued here today looking to return home. They've spent the last couple of years, up to 10, even more years in Turkey, thinking about the stay, dreaming about the stay, but finally today it could become reality. Now, for those going back to Syria, Turkey is revoking their permissions to stay, which means once they set foot and cross that border, they will not be allowed to return.
I know they are. And like, you have to understand, so much of the right-wing narrative are, like, so many of the issues that we face in the world today, culturally, social issues, come as a direct result of the wave of refugees from this war. And yes, so Europe wants to expel all of them. The issue is, the civil war's ended, but there's not stability yet. In fact, it's the West preventing stability. So this one was a day ago. Now this is from today. Jacket is off, Vizora is heating up, energy levels are rising. Energy levels are rising, and it's also definitely heating up, because it's fucking hot in here. It's definitely a better idea to allow them to return on their own while providing incentives to do so and assistance to rebuild. Yeah, well, we should definitely be financially and monetarily not only incentivizing but assisting. None of us are going to, though. No European country is willing to engage in that.
Syrian refugees who fled the civil war 13 years ago are beginning to return home from neighbouring Turkey. These were the scenes at one crossing in northwestern Syria where hundreds of people were queuing. It's unclear how many refugees have returned in recent days, but Turkey has reopened a third border crossing to prevent congestion.
Unfortunately, Art.
Let's bring in Sinem Koscioglu. She joins us now from Hatay in Turkey, near the Syrian border. So, Sinem, just give us an idea of the situation there.
You can see a line of people that are going through, right? And to be clear, there are people that are going home. It's just not as many as Erdogan is pretending.
Now, and how many people are tending to come across from Turkey?
Laura, currently all gates that are crossing into Syria are open. Even the one that was shut down in 2013, Yaylada crossing in Hatay, has been specially open. It's across Kasab, which is before Latakia to the Turkish border. Right now, I am in Cilvegöze crossing in Hatay's Reyhanlı district. It has always been the main crossing for the Syrians when they were entering Turkey. And also it is the crossing that the UN humanitarian aid, medical aid also is being carried out into Syria. Behind me, you see dozens of people. These people arrived here since around 8 a.m. local time. And as far as I have spoken to the immigration officers who are in charge here, around 200 people maybe have crossed. It is usually crowded in the morning. It has slowed down.
Like 200 people have crossed. A total, I think it's like 1,400 have crossed so far. Not thousands and thousands. Maybe we are missing out. We should go check Syria out. Let me know how nice it is. Maybe I'll come over there.
Actually, after 3:30 local, it slows down more. Usually,
but yeah, that was the point of that, is that there are people going home. Good news. Now, let's get to the politics of it. Who is the biggest winner here? Who gains the most? Well, Turkey does, and Israel. Turkey and Israel both gained quite a lot from this being the outcome of the civil war. So Turkey has emerged as the primary beneficiary of regime change. The current task is to stabilize the situation within the country and prevent large-scale clashes among various groups referred to as the opposition, which Turkey refers to as the opposition is everything in yellow here, the Kurds. Now, Turkey's argument is that America and the West want to build a Israel-like Kurdistan, taking a region of Turkey, Iraq, and Iran, and Syria, and making it basically Kurdish Israel. We call this Rojava, but that's the people who actually want to do Rojava, not the US-like Western plan of creating another ethno-state, basically. Both of these things are true. There are people who want to do this right, and there are people who want to abuse the ability and to create a puppet state out of the Kurdish state. Turkey doesn't want any of this. Turkey just wants all the Syrians to die, or at the very least be too weak to be an issue for them. Now, there has been for more than a decade violence between some of these Kurdish groups, specifically ones like the PKK and the YPG in Turkey. They're declared as terrorist groups. They've done bombings. There's been a lot of back and forth. I mean, here's the thing, right? Terrorist it depends on who you're asking. If you ask them, they're freedom fighters. You ask Turkey, they're terrorists. You ask the rebels who took Damascus, they're freedom fighters. You ask the rebels who helped the rebels take Damascus, they're terrorists. It's multifaceted and nuanced. But the issue here is there is an objective effort since the very beginning, actually. Turkey, instead of helping the rebels, was much more focused on bombing the Kurdish rebels. The Turkey-backed rebel forces, the FSA, have clashed with the SDF rebels on multiple occasions. So Turkey's goals here are essentially to remove any possibility of establishing a Kurdish state. That's Turkey's main goal. They don't want a Kurdish state at all. Now, The United States retained control over its zones, with no other parties challenging it. However, Turkey aims to significantly weaken Kurdish influence, including their role in forming a new government. Now, remember, these Kurdish forces that Turkey, our NATO ally, is bombing are actually U.S.-backed forces. We pay them. We back them. So Turkey's kind of bombing our forces here. And we're going to get into that because we have Blinken talking about it. I mean, not that he's going to say much of import, but still. Iran was one of the most active participants in the conflict, supporting the war effort through its proxies such as, oh shit. I didn't realize. I was like, why is it not so hot in here today? And I realized that I kept the fan on, so I hope my sound wasn't all that bad, because I know that makes a lot of reverb, so I try not to have it on. But yeah, so Iran was supporting the war through its proxies such as Hezbollah until the very end. Simultaneously, Iran engaged in active negotiations with Turkey about Syria's future. Notably, the Iranian foreign minister visited Ankara immediately after the fall of Aleppo. I remember talking about this when it happened. Oh, good. Wait, so is there no difference in the sound now? Because if you guys can't hear any difference in the sound right now to what you were hearing before, then that means I can actually have the fan on. I don't have to die of heat stroke. Arab monarchies, paradoxically, they're likely to strengthen their position. Opposition groups in the south connected to those monarchies, along with the allies among the Druze and the Christians, timely initiated uprisings which predetermined Damascus's fall, which we saw in that HDS was making its way down. However, they didn't make it to Damascus before Damascus fell. The rebel groups from the south took Damascus first. Awesome. Love that. Perfect. That makes things much better. It is like, it's the middle of the summer. It gets like, 100 degrees in here sometimes. If you A-beat it, I might, but that's fine. A-beat as in... I don't know the acronym. What's that mean, please? Russia lost a lot here. Yeah. Turn the fan on and off to compare audio. Okay, well, here, let me put it on just max real quick to see. Tubby Moan. No, I don't recognize your username, but I like it. Okay, this is the fan on max speed. I'm almost sure you'll hear something now, but... Thus, the contours of a new government will largely be shaped by Ankara, with contributions from Arab monarchies. Really? With the fan on max, you're still not picking up any, like, reverb? Fuck yeah, thank you. Glad I asked. So, Russia, unlike the other external forces, placed all its bets on Assad's inner circle. I definitely will, thank you. Christ. If Russia's military bases in Syria are evacuated, it will complicate Russian operations in Africa. Are they still even there? There was like 2 left. Ah, there we go. So that's one. And that's the other. These are the 2 Russian-owned lands. We're not bullying Russia. Russia's the bully. Fighting back against a bully is not bullying. You can go give them a hug. I want to take out their government. If Turkey managed to establish a stable government that survives for at least a year, the consequences could be extremely significant. And they might, because Turkey is working with Israel now, even though they were against each other for quite a lot of it. But at this point now, they're both going to benefit from this. Russia fighting America bully? Yeah, right, okay. Russia has been projecting power since the USSR, cutting them off is a good thing. Fuck Russia, they're the bully, they're the expansionist, empiricist, or imperial power that is the world's greatest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist propaganda. They're not, well, you're wrong. I don't care if you think so or not. And honestly, you can keep thinking that. I'm not even on the topic. Stay on topic. So the main issue, gas, or more specifically pipelines. Again, these 2 bases are going to be evacuated and will fall, which will complicate Russia's ability to do much in Africa, which they spend a lot of time in Africa. Don't think that like the Russians aren't up in there trying to get access to rare earth minerals. We saw what was Prigozhin's militia thing called again? It was, God damn it, how am I forgetting this? It's like on the tip of my tongue. Wagner. Context does not exonerate Russia at all. At all. Like, literally at all. Russia is objectively the... Oh my god. You know what? Sorry, Tubby Moan. Look, I'll argue with you on Russia when we get to Russia, but we're not on Russia. So for now, shut up. Thank you. Now, Project 1, the Arab gas pipeline, initially conceived as a pipeline connecting Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Turkey, and even Israel. Its first phase completed in 2003. However, its construction of the Homs branch was never commenced. This was actually part of the, or actually maybe, no, it was the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. This was part of the actual, like, instigating factors of the war. It was 10-minute timeout. Tubby's gonna be fine. Well, I'm hoping that we'll get to Russia by then. One of these pipelines was a direct, like, causative factor of the civil war. People were much more tied to Middle Eastern oil production. Now we have oil production coming from all over the world. I mean, you know, the Russians are secretly selling their oil on shadow tankers, which we're going to cover as well. New, you know, sanctions been hit on that. America produces and sells oil. South America has been getting, like, oil is not as difficult to acquire as it was in 2003, and we're not as dependent on the OPEC countries. Not that we're not. We're still quite dependent on them, and a pipeline like this would reduce gas prices in all of, I mean, at least Turkey, but the Middle East and up into Europe. I just don't think that that's the way we should be going with energy policy. Is all? Where the fuck did my cat go? There you go. Just wanted to dive on Russia too. So much easier. The Middle Eastern stuff is so confusing. Well, it's still important. It's confusing, and so that's why we need to talk about it. We'll get to Russia when we get to Russia. Saudi Arabia could crash the oil market if they wanted to. Not necessarily, because America produces more oil than Saudi Arabia. That's kind of the thing. They have power, but they don't deserve said power. It's not like innately because they have such a strong supply on oil that they can do this. It's because they're part of the institution that has the control to fuck with oil prices and gas prices around the world. But it is a global market, so more supply is always good, except in the case of global warming. But there is no, like, it's not as crucial as it was back in the day. We've spent a lot more money and invested a lot more effort and time into clean energy, nuclear energy. Obviously, we're going back now to oil as Europe. But if the Saudis crash oil, USA has other industry. Like, Saudis could not function without their oil industry. This is why I say the Gulf states aren't real countries. Like, all of these countries here, all of this general vicinity, even like maybe even up to Kuwait, really, could not function without oil money. They're barely a state. They're a petrostate. America produces more oil and natural gas than any country in the world. We are literally able to be energy efficient if we wanted to be. They got nothing on us. Now, if a civil war between factions does not break out in Damascus, there will be an opportunity to implement both projects. Again, this I don't see as a civil war breaking out. I see as Turkish-backed rebels and the IDF essentially annexing the land. Yeah, Saudis account for 7% of our usage. We import more oil from Canada than we do from the Saudis. And the only reason we import oil from Canada, by the way, isn't because we need it, is because we buy cheap crude oil and we refine it because we have the best refineries in the world. And so we can buy oil for cheap and sell it for profit. So, but for Russia, this could be detrimental, far more painful than the potential evacuation of military bases. Russia loses the European gas market if they manage to build this pipeline. And the reason is not sanctions. Qatari gas as well as Egyptian gas delivered via pipeline systems will simply be cheaper than Russian gas. Turkey's already becoming a regional superpower. It's strengthening its energy sector and will have consequences for Russia and the Caucasus. This is somewhat true. I wouldn't be calling them a regional superpower. They're definitely a regional power. And they are upping their energy industry, although I haven't seen like a massive amount of that. Turkey energy industry investments. Let's just have a look real quick. They aim to, as of October, Turkey has said that they aim to quadruple wind and solar capacity by 2035. So I would say double, because, you know, you got to take them with a grain of salt. If they say quadruple, half that. By 2035, they want to double their wind and solar capacity. So I suppose we can give this point over to Anton Gerashchenko. This will lead to a weakening of Russia's position in the Arab world. It will not disappear as a partner. Projects in Egypt, Algeria, Libya, Iran, blah, 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 continue, but it will lose some weight. It's already losing some weight in the region based on this. This was kind of, I would take this further. This was a death blow to Russian, like, influence in the region. Now, the collapse of Assad's regime in Syria marks an opportunity for Erdogan, a longtime backer of the opposition. Let's see what DW has to say on the subject. What is the opportunity?
Turkish President Erdogan, a key supporter of the rebels in Syria, is one of the big winners from the fall of Bashar Assad.
Turkey can bolster its leverage in shaping Syria's future and strengthen its position in negotiations over any political settlement.
Here's how Turkey ended up in such a strong position. In less than 2 weeks, opposition fighters from the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham group, together with Turkey-backed rebels, toppled Assad's regime. 13 years after his crackdown.
Remember, those Turkey-backed rebels did very little to actually help HTS and spent more time fighting against the other rebels, specifically the Kurdish ones.
Anti-government protests ignited Syria's civil war. The rebels captured the main northern city of Aleppo near the Turkish border before pushing all the way to the capital Damascus.
Assad, arkasında 1 milyona yakın insanın katledildiği 12 milyon insanın.
Assad, who is responsible for the massacre of 12 million people and left many cities in rubble,
dönmüş bir Suriye bırakarak kaçmıştır.
And ran away, leaving Syria in the state that it is. This, by the way, is from Erdogan, who is a vocal backer of Assad.
Government has so far denied any involvement in the rebels' operation, but Erdogan has long pushed for the ouster of Assad, calling him a murderer and backing opposition forces in Syria's northwest.
While also backing him, secretly.
It's highly improbable that this operation could have occurred at the scale and the speed observed without at least some sort of tacit Turkish support or at least green light.
What you need to understand is that Erdogan and Assad didn't dislike each other. They are essentially the same guy. But Assad, after using chemical weapons on his civilian population, was pushed out of the Arab League. He was cut off from contact. The war happened. But shortly, just a couple months ago, they were reestablishing diplomatic ties with Turkey. Assad was back in with the Arab League. It seemed like things were going okay for him, which, I mean, I'm glad they didn't. But Turkey has always played both sides of this conflict because Turkey does that regularly. Turkey plays the side of the West and NATO and EU, and then also will play the side of Russia when it suits them.
So how does Turkey benefit from all this? You can see one way here at the Turkish border where some Syrians have gathered with their families.
This is not the way Turkey benefits from this. In fact, I would argue that a lot of the Syrian refugees in Turkey probably won't return home for a while. A, because a lot of them were given citizenship, and B, because their lives will still be better in Turkey than they would be in Syria right now, without a actual declared amount of stability. I would suggest, you know, if you fled Syria because of the war, you wait for at least a year of a stable government before you go back.
Cases ready to head back home, back to Syria. Erdogan can make good on his promise to return many of the 3 million Syrian refugees Turkey has hosted for more than a decade.
Erdogan likes having these refugees so he can point to them and complain.
Immigrant sentiment is rife here in the country, and Erdogan has come under increasing pressure to send people back.
Which is why they're pretending.
dediğim gibi yani 14 senedir iş görmedim. Yeni göreceğim. Assad bizim toprakları aldı, bizim evleri aldı. Şimdi Assad gitti, yine alacağız inşallah. Yani inşallah yeni Suriye olacak.
It's not important what I'm going to eat, what I'm going to drink.
Yes, he does get paid by Europe to keep them, but I've done the math on the subject in an argument with my father, and he gets paid, like, personally into his pocket, but the money that Europe pays to, like, account for the refugee population in Istanbul, like, in all of Turkey, and the money that they don't get enough. Europe doesn't pay Turkey enough for all of the needs of the refugees, but only because Erdogan pockets some of that money. I also know this because, like, my sister's job is to distribute this money to Syrian refugees. It's kind of like her actual job. So, but what I want you to understand is that, like, this is how Turkish state media is talking about it. Thousands displaced return home, as if, like, they've already packed up and they've left. Nearly 500,000 Syrians returned home so far this year, including 440,000 internally displaced. This is state media, and this is not true. Like, there's not any real evidence of that. Not from Turkey, at least. Maybe from other countries, maybe all together, but not from Turkey.
That I'm going my home is free, Syria is free, and that's it.
Erdogan is also looking for security benefits. In northwest Syria, he's pushing ahead with plans to establish what he calls a security corridor. Turkey-backed rebels have launched an offensive against Kurdish fighters, trying to expel them from the Turkish border.
Yes, okay, now let's get into that, because that's pretty important. As we can see of a lack of stability and a lack of safety already present, the Turkish-backed rebels today, or rather yesterday, seized a northern city, the northern city of Manbij, which was held by mostly Kurdish forces.
Once a strategic hub for the US-backed Kurdish YPG armed group, Manbij has now fallen under the control of the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army, or SNA. Manbij was the YPG's largest stronghold west of the Euphrates.
From Operation Dawn of Freedom, Manbij is free by God's willing. It's back to its people. It is free. I gift this victory to the Kurds and Arabs.
The YPG leads the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, and governs vast areas in northern and eastern Syria, including vital oil fields and areas hosting 900 US troops. It seized Manbij in
Well, I mean, like, of course they don't. These are just guys.
In northern Syria.
I mean, like, the Turkish-backed rebels, they got everything, but the Kurds, they're just guys. The most crazy capture of a country this century, just calling it? Kinda, yeah. I mean, we're still gonna go more in depth into Turkey and Israel and what's going on here. We're really far behind, and so I want to catch up on some of, like, the news of what's come out since the fall, mostly because I also try not to watch this shit until I can show it to you guys.
In Syria, the main Islamist rebel leader has said the country's new government will pursue officials from President Assad's regime who oversaw torture and war crimes and offer rewards for information about those involved. Well, the rebel fighters say that they found more than 40 bodies showing signs of...
The Kurds are pretty awesome. And by the way, don't like freak it. We are gonna, like, read this and stuff. We're gonna talk about Jelani and the different groups, but we'll get there when we get there.
Torture at a hospital near Damascus. So we're monitoring the scene live in the capital, where we are expecting banks to reopen and also public transport services to resume today. And work continues to build a transitional government. The rebel leader, Abu Mohammed al-Jalani, has named an interim prime minister and also a small cabinet so that public services can resume. Arunda Iyengar begins our coverage.
It's nice to see some, like, nation building, like, desire from these people, though. That makes me happy. I feel like that's going to be copyrighted music coming up in a second.
Pour into the capital Damascus for a second day.
You guys have no idea, by the way, how, like, specifically shitty YouTube is on that, where regularly on a stream, I'll get a copyright notification. I have to trim out, like, 4 seconds of a stream because I played, like, a news clip, and part of that news clip contained, like, 1.3 seconds of a copyrighted song or something. Every single time it happens.
Children and families joined with rebel soldiers to celebrate freedom from the regime of former President Bashar al-Assad. Syrian communities around the world are celebrating.
All right, I don't care. Give me the investigation. That's transition. You said investigation. Again, with these goddamn titles that aren't the actual, like, video.
Syria, countries.
The dilemma of whether to return home to Syria.
Like Germany, like France, and like other countries, we have paused asylum decisions on cases from Syria while the Home Office reviews and monitors the current situation.
What will Syrian refugees return to, and how can those living in the country deal with the demons of its past? Aruna Iyengar, BBC News.
Let's pick up on some of those questions in Aruna's report there with Nicholas Hopton, former British ambassador to Iran between 2016 and 2018. Now, sir, you're the Director General of the Middle East Association.
There we go.
I think it's hard to overstate the brutal dictatorship that the Assad family have exerted in Syria for over half a century. And clearly from your report, the impact on the ordinary people of Syria has been appalling. And what we're hearing about the release of political prisoners in the last few days since the taking of Damascus by the rebel opposition forces confirms all of that. Calling them a mafia group would probably be to understate it.
Understated. We get the impression there that you agree then that it was just such a terribly difficult time for the people of this country. But just going forward now, what happens next? What's your understanding? Because, of course, Assad was a supporter of the Palestinians. He was a supporter of Hezbollah. Did he have a stabilising effect in this region, whether it was to the detriment of the Syrian people?
Well, the Assad rule was certainly to the detriment of the Syrian people and a complete absence of democracy and human rights in the country. I think there was a degree of stability brought by having a dictator who had control over large parts of the country with strong support from foreign...
Hey guys, can anyone tell me why when I post something from, like, Nightbot, it doesn't... there's just blank space that appears on screen rather than the actual text from Nightbot? Anyone know why that happens? So that I could fix it. Anyway, so moving on from you. Holy shit, we still have so much. I still haven't even gotten to, like, America talking about any of this. Here we go. Here's one of the commanders that were captured by Jolani. It's still Fed posting art. Like, you're not in trouble. I just need to say this because someone can look at that on the someone can just clip that out of context, and then I'll have fucking the Australian Federal Police show up at my door in an hour. It's the rules. Deal with it. Not like I banned you. So this guy, Suley al-Hassan, former Syrian SSA Special Forces commander, has been captured by the moderate rebels. He's been known to be gay and served in Assad's army. This guy's gonna get killed, but not because he's gay. This is a propaganda post. He's gonna get killed because he did some actual, like, horrible shit. I am from the US. I live in Australia. I was born in Turkey, I grew up in America, and I live in Australia, if that helps. We also have... Yeah, as long as I'm not in the UK, I'm fine. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there. I wouldn't want to live in Europe, actually, at the moment. I'm pretty happy with being down under. Now, some of the loyalist Assadist Syrian soldiers have fled into Iraq, which could be a problem, because there's also ISIS in Iraq, and these people might get, you know, a bit more extreme now that they've been expelled from the country for being loyalists to Assad.
Iraqi security forces on high alert as they mobilize along the Syrian border. It was locked down ahead of the fall of Damascus to opposition fighters.
Yeah, enjoy your free speech while you have it.
Iran, more than 2,000 Syrian regular soldiers have crossed into Iraq.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't technically have free speech and I still say all this shit, so...
Al-Qa'im crossing since Friday. some with injuries, surrendering themselves and their equipment. But Iraqi officials are concerned about who else might slip through.
وأن نعالج كل الثغرات التي مكنت الإرهاب.
We must address all the gaps that enabled terrorism to infiltrate in 2014. Today we're following the events in neighboring Syria, and we are all hopeful that the countries of the region and of the world as a whole will assure responsibility to preserve the security and sovereignty of Syria. Terrorism came to Iraq across the border, and we defeated it with great sacrifices.
For now, Assad's troops are being hosted by Iraq's armed forces lodged in houses and tents near the border.
Yes.
Iraq is already home to more than 250,000
Yes,
Syrian
Lord Fluffy Art,
refugees,
Iraq is also an Iranian ally.
according to UNHCR. Most are civilians who fled after the uprising in 2011. Many Iraqis are concerned the latest developments in Syria might impact their country.
Iraq needs sometimes to decide what to do with these troops. I think the Iraqi government won't mind sending them back home when things become clearer and safe.
Okay. So, beyond this, I've separated all my links into like Turkey, Israel, and Syria, except some of them go together, so you're going to have to bear with me hopping back and forth in some subjects first, because we're going to finish Syria first. Let's have a look at how Western media talks about HTS.
3 days after the toppling of the...
Specifically HTS. And this is Australian Western media. No one really has free speech. It's a facade of freedom. True. There's levels of free speech, though, and America does have the freest speech at the moment. But it is a facade. We all, have freedom, right? Like, there is nothing that stops you from doing anything aside from consequences. You are free. It's just you don't have liberty, and that's the difference.
The Assad regime in Syria, the country is slowly emerging from the shadows of more than 5 decades under a dictatorship. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran is live in Beirut. Matthew, good morning. What's the latest on the
True
ground?
logo, the Passadist.
Michael, good morning to you. It will take a long time for Syria to get back to normal, but certainly people are starting to come out of their houses and trying to get about their usual lives. We have seen shops reopening today, banks reopening today, and certainly
Question, can you yell fire in a movie theater if it's not crowded? If there's like 3 people, are you legally allowed to yell fire then?
fewer armed gunmen on the streets, those armed gunmen having been the ones which flooded into the city of Damascus and led to the toppling of the Assad regime. President Bashar al-Assad fleeing to Russia after 24 years in power, taking over from his father there. What is now happening is...
That just tells me that it's subjective, the freedom of speech is then subjective and depends on a contextual situation, which is your answer.
Is this discussion around the future direction of Syria, the future government of Syria, and the rebel forces led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham's...
Okay. I don't care. You guys are boring. Let's just jump into this. So this is the new leader of Syria for the moment, the leader of HTS. This is Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, the Islamist rebel heading the offensive moving towards Damascus. Well, at the time moving towards Damascus. This was his interview with the New York Times talking about his ideology. Now, the point of this is to understand that this is not like a good dude just off the bat. I mean, they never really are. But understand, in his ideology, there is a desire for some stability. He wants to build a state and keep it functional. There's some DEI in here. This is not your average former Al-Qaeda and former ISIS member. So let's have a look at what he has to say. Not to say that I like him, again, to make it clear. And we're going to talk about what Hassan had to say on the subject after. So after attracting little notice for years, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani and the rebels he leads shocked the world by launching the most significant challenge to Assad's rule in a decade. He toppled the government, actually. This was obviously written prior to them doing it, so we'll have to skip a bit. But al-Jalani, 42, leads Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, an Islamist group once linked to al-Qaeda that has controlled most of northwestern Syrian province of Idlib for years. He and his administration have come under criticism from inside and outside of the country for using authoritarian tactics to crack down on dissent. His rebel alliance struck at a moment vulnerable for Assad when the president's allies were weakened or distracted by other conflicts. Israel's war in Lebanon is the reason that this happened. Hezbollah was weakened and they were like unable to form any real kind of a defensive structure for Syria. Because up until that point, like Hezbollah was a genuine player in the game, in the first and second outbreak of this civil war section, rather, not outbreak. There are also questions about whether al-Jilani's form of rule, where some conservative Muslim strictures have been imposed on the population, would be widely accepted across Syria. He and his group espouse government guided by a conservative and at times hardline Sunni Islamist ideology. He has formed an alliance with a variety of other rebel factions, some backed by Turkey, that hold more moderate views. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham was previously affiliated with Al-Qaeda, but broke ties in 2016. Despite the split and attempts to gain international legitimacy, the group is designated as a terrorist organization. In his interview, al-Jilani gave no hint that he was surprised at how easily the rebels banned. I don't care. Stop with the narrativization. I want to talk about, you know, Jilani. So, al-Jilani signaled he would be open eventually to a political solution to finally end the war. Well, I mean, he ended the war now, but the fact that he was already open to some political electoral method of working here is also a decent sign. So, Abu Muhammad al-Jilani was born Ahmed Hussein al-Shara in Saudi Arabia, the child of Syrian exile parents, according to Arab media reports in the late 1980s. His family moved back to Syria in 2003, and he went to neighboring Iraq to join al-Qaeda and fight the U.S. occupation. He spent several years in U.S. prisons in Iraq, according to Arab media reports and U.S. officials. He later emerged in Syria around the start of the civil war, formed the Nusra Front, an al-Qaeda affiliate, which eventually evolved into Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. At some point, he took control. He's made speeches, right? What does he say? Well, I was hoping that it was in this article, but it might not be. No, there's some in here. I'll pull up an actual speech of him. I did want to read the actual New York Times article. So, since breaking ties with Al-Qaeda, al-Jilani and his group have tried to gain international legitimacy by eschewing global jihadist ambitions and focusing on organized governments in Syria. Once seen as one of the Syrian opposition's most militant factions, the group has since taken a more pragmatic approach to both governance and its relationship with other rebel groups. Its retreat from imposing certain aspects of its ideology has not been welcomed by within its ranks, including the more hardline elements, a tension that could worsen if it expands its rule. Knowing that over time they have changed positions on both governance and ideology to be more pragmatic is also a good sign. A hardcore ideologue, an insane person, a death cultist, they're not worried about pragmatism. And whether this is true or not, it's a good sign. So in Idlib, under his rule, it's now nearly unheard of for women to go without a hijab, which sucks. Yeah, you know, these are, you know, religious folk. Not a big fan. Has not gone to extremes like banning smoking and music, forcing women to cover their faces. Other hardline Islamist groups have done elsewhere. The statements I've seen so far seem good, but that's why I want to see him talk. Yeah, me too. All right, let's just look for a video then. Let's see. He did interviews. Oh, there we go. No, that's not it. That's just a photo. God damn it. Al-Jilani interview. I think he did one with CNN, at the very least. Wow, he's done a few, actually. Here we go.
After commanding a lightning offensive, toppling the regime...
This better be an actual interview. It's not. Are you fucking kidding me? I literally searched Al-Jilani interview, and this came up. And it says... Like, God damn, I hate YouTube sometimes. I hate YouTube sometimes. CNN interview? There we go. This is from 5 days ago, but...
Syrian rebel forces have now taken over Hama. That is the second major city they've captured since launching a surprise offensive last week.
I mean, how taking Hama after taking Aleppo? I mean, how?
This is probably the best you're gonna get. I mean, this is a full interview. Guy's fighting a war, so you know.
Taking Hama, after taking Aleppo, I mean, how significant is this for you right now?
From a military perspective, what comes after Hama will not be the same as what came before. However, I prefer not to be overly optimistic during the battle. I like to remain cautious and
Now remember,
vigilant
this is
to avoid
prior to him,
complacency
like, taking
and
over.
ensure we don't suffer losses while believing we are safe.
What comes after this? What's after Hama?
The course of the battle, as for the secrets of the battle, let's leave them to the unfolding events. You will witness them in reality, which is better than discussing them now.
In a matter of days, you have taken major cities. What's changed? How are you able to do this now?
In recent years, there has been a unification of internal opinions and the establishment of institutional structures within the liberated areas of Syria. This institutionalization included the restructuring within military factions. They entered unified training camps and developed a sense of discipline. This discipline allowed them, with God's guidance, to engage in a battle in an organized manner. The progress and execution of plans have been swift.
He's grumpy because I picked him up while he was sleeping.
With clear communication and adherence to commands. They stop where they should stop and withdraw where they should withdraw. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order, both in civil and institutional matters and in military operations alike.
Some believe this is happening because the allies of the Assad regime, the Russians, Hezbollah, Iran, that they're weakened, they're preoccupied with other wars. And this is why we are seeing this happen right now. And the Syrian regime itself weakened. Is this what is happening right now? Is this why you chose to launch this offensive right now?
As you know, we are still in the midst of the battle, and discussing such details at this time is not wise.
But you faced more of a resistance in Hama than you did in Aleppo.
He definitely seems like he's not insane, yeah. Was Israel waiting for Assad to fall to invade? Possibly. So, like, Assad falling is a result of Israel invading Lebanon and weakening Hezbollah, but I think maybe this was just like a happy accident for them. They want Syria. They want to annex most of Syria. So it just kind of works in their favor. Or maybe they did. Realistically, it doesn't matter whether they wanted to beforehand or whether they just took it as an opportunity.
What do you think happened? Why did the regime withdraw like it did?
The seeds of the regime's defeat have always been within it. It has been effectively dead since that time. However, the Iranians attempted to revive the regime, buying it time, and later the Russians also tried to prop it up. But the truth remains, this regime is dead.
In the last year, it seemed like Bashar al-Assad survived the war. He was welcomed back into the Arab fold and on the world stage.
The Arab countries' evaluation of the situation was mistaken. Some Arab countries try to separate the regime from Iran's project. This is impossible. Even if the regime wanted this, it can't implement it. It's a subservient relationship. Iran can disengage from the regime, but the regime can't. To describe the regime as victorious
You're probably correct there, Fox. They almost certainly had an idea of how weak Syria was. They didn't have a hand in starting like the rebels with their like new revolution, but they certainly knew that it was happening. They knew that it was a result of their actions in Lebanon. I don't think they officially backed them though. Just that answer about remaining cautious and not get cocky, ending up taking an L, that's a good sign. Exactly. This guy, I like him. And to be clear, we're going to counter this like positive view of him with Hassan immediately following, because Hassan does not have as much of a positive view. But just based on hearing him talk, and obviously people lie all the time, but I'm a live streamer. I talk about politics. I listen to people lie every day. And I like there's a type of person who lies and is just very obvious about their lie. There's this person that lies that is good at hiding their general like lie, but there are other signs, behavior, tics, I don't know. There's body language that you can read. This guy seems calm, rational, and calculating, which doesn't necessarily mean he's a good guy. It just means he's a competent guy. That's all that means, is that he's competent. I was expecting Allah is behind us, we will win, Assad is of the devil, we have Allah. Literally, instead of that. Like, it could have been that, but it's this.
Deeply unjust to the many children, people, women subjected to rape in prisons, displaced individuals scattered across the world, those drowning in the seas, and those living in tents on the borders of other countries. What kind of victory are we talking about?
Nothing is black and white.
In the
Nuance.
past, you have talked about strict Islamic rule. Is that still the plan?
People who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. We are talking.
He sounds like a communist. Wait a minute. That was the most socialist, communist fucking. They've just never seen a proper implementation of it. That was great. I don't know. As someone who has had to say this for my own ideology a billion times based.
Rule. Is that
regardless of whether I even like what he considers the proper implementation, I don't even care. I just think that's so funny.
People who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. We are talking about something that aligns with the traditions and nature of the region. The most important thing is to build institutions. We are not talking about
building institutions. Like that in and of itself. Like, when's the last time you heard a crazy militant person talk about building an institution? I'm not just talking about like Islamists too. Look at like Israel, they're religious extremists. When are they talking about building institutions? How about the religious extremists in America? Are they looking to build institutions? No. This guy is at the very least more rational than half of the American right. It's not gonna, like, again, we're gonna counter this positive with negative in a second, but I need you to understand that nothing's black and white. Most people use, oh, this is what socialism looked like in practice as a gotcha to end the question. Again, even though they have no fucking idea what socialism is because it's never been implemented properly. As our new friend Jolani talks about Islamist rule never being implemented properly. Whether or not I like his, I like mine. And he sounds very realpolitik and like, I'd love for things to be rainbows, but this is Syria and everyone is very Islamic. He's been coached on what, well, I mean, he's not been coached on what to say. He's just media trained. There's a difference. He's not like checking off talking points. These are his talking points. You can tell when someone is just reading a script or like reciting a script, and you can tell when someone's answering questions. This guy is not reading a script.
By individuals or personal whims. It's about institutional governance. Syria deserves a governing system that is institutional, not one where a single ruler makes arbitrary decisions.
Many Syrians are happy and will be happy to see the end of the Assad regime, but they're also worried about what HTS rule would mean, including minorities.
No one has the right to erase another group. These sects have coexisted in this region for hundreds of years, and no one has the right to eliminate.
Now be aware, this guy used to want to genocide like several different variants of groups that he's talking about now, but that was more than 10 years ago. I'm willing to believe that people can change, especially like people who live in constant hardship can change and change their minds. Whether I trust him or not, that's a whole different story. I don't trust him, but this rhetoric is good. The dude was number 2 to al-Baghdadi and another major terrorist. You think this is his internal dialogue? I think this is his external dialogue. We're not talking about his internal dialogue, not laws. Again, we're going through positive and then we're going to go to negative. I'm not saying this guy's like good and we should all be rejoicing. I'm just saying that he's not insane like your average fucking Al-Qaeda ex-ISIS member. A tale as old as time, he got more conservative the older that he got. That's actually the opposite that tends to happen. People get more liberal the older they get. He got more liberal as time went on. I like what he's saying. He just needs to back it up. I don't think he can. I don't think he's going to be able to.
Them. There must be a legal framework that protects and ensures the rights of all, not a system that serves only one sect, as Assad's regime has done.
I don't think he needs re-education. Look at what he's saying, Powerful Finger. Are you going to come in here just to be, like, Islamophobic? Because not all of these people are the same. I'm not saying they're good people. I'm not saying you should trust them. I'm saying this is rational rhetoric that is better than most of the rhetoric you hear from Western politicians these days. He's talking about building institutions. Whether or not he'll back it up is a whole different story. And again, if you guys would just let me finish the fucking video, we're going to talk about the negatives like in a second. I'm just trying to explain that this is not, as the right in America is describing, ISIS has not taken control of Syria.
You know, listening to you speaking, you've gone through quite the transformation. Once an Al-Qaeda leader, your group has had affiliations with Al-Qaeda, with ISIS, and now you are projecting this image of
no,
a
Art, I did not
moderate
know that.
leader in a moderate group. What is
I'm
HTS
frustrated.
right now?
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is one of the factions in the region, just like all the others. Now we're talking about a larger project. We're talking about building Syria. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is merely one detail of this dialogue, and it may dissolve at any time. It's not an end in itself, but a means to perform a task confronting this regime. Once that task is complete, it will transition to a state of governance, institutions, and so on.
Again, like, this is more like rational rhetoric than you get from even like really Kamala Harris. He sounds better than Kamala Harris in the way that he speaks. It's fucked up. Now, again, whether he's telling the truth or not, that's a whole other story. It's just how he sounds. His media training shows he's a good speaker. He's good ideas. He makes you like him listening to this.
That everyone in life goes through phases and experiences, and these experiences naturally increase a person's awareness. A person in their 20s will have a different personality than someone in their 30s or 40s, and certainly someone in their 50s.
So are those
God, how many coups have I lived
Sometimes
through?
it's essential to adjust to reality, and because someone who rigidly clings to certain ideas and principles without flexibility cannot effectively lead societies or navigate complex conflicts like the one happening in Syria.
People listening to this
At least
are going
6 or
to wonder
7
why
coups.
they should believe you. You are still a specially designated global terrorist by the United States with a $10 million bounty on your head. Your group is a prescribed terrorist organization by the United States, by the UN, by the EU, and others.
I say to people, don't judge by words, but
How
by
is that
actions.
relevant, not laws?
I believe the reality speaks for itself. These classifications are primarily political and at the same time wrong. I define a terrorist as someone who intentionally kills civilians,
And
harms
actually,
innocents.
I had forgotten Bolivia, so that's 8, but also not relevant. And Art, I agree with you. People can change. Doesn't mean you should trust that he has, but be open-minded.
Or displaces people. If we're being honest, many of the wars waged by major powers in Arab, Muslim, and even non-Muslim countries have involved the deliberate killing of thousands, the destruction of homes, and the displacement of millions. Even the regime itself is guilty of such actions.
But the US and others would say is that you were parts of groups that did exactly that.
Personally, I have not done these things. The situation must be...
That could be a lie, easily. He smiled there. Like, that's a piece of body language that indicates to me that he's, at the very least, not telling the entire truth.
Groups that did exactly that.
Personally, I have not
Right
done
here.
these things. The situation must be understood in its historical context. There was a massive war in Iraq that deeply stirred people's emotions, prompting...
And
many
now we get into genocide denial. I've heard that argument. I've heard it for, like, the Armenians, from other Turks. Yeah.
to go there. The circumstances of that war led people to various places, and my path led me to one of those locations. Given my level of awareness and my young age at the time, my actions evolved to where I am today. I didn't go to Iraq with those intentions. I went to defend the Iraqi people. When I returned to Syria...
Thank you, Bulletproof Bullet. You really can tell if you pay attention to the way that people talk and their body language. Like, him moving like that and the smile when asked directly that question, that is an indicator of a lie. There are ways that we know how to, like, tell people lie. There's training you could do. Police take this training. Now, is it always correct? No. It's psychoanalysis that you're doing to somebody else from outside of their head. It's not always going to be correct, but it's a useful, like, tool. And New York Times was saying that the election was rigged even before the votes were counted in support of Inez. First thing she starts to do is murder indigenous people. CNN. Link me that. I don't know. I haven't followed Bolivia. There's been a lot happening. Yeah, he seemed a little uncomfortable there. As someone who has gone from neo-fascist, libertarian, capitalist, Islamophobe to social democrat to democratic socialist, people can change. Good for you for making all that change. Thank God. I mean, to be fair, you're young, and when I was like 15, I mean, I could have gone to the right instead of the left. I just am smart, so I went to the left. Playing defense for a terrorist, the Americans had 40 million. I'm not playing defense for him. I'm literally not, because we're about to talk about the bad things about him. I'm being objective and covering the news. If you don't like it, not laws, you can fuck right off.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring what's happening
Hassan watched this video as well and yelled at him, and we're about to watch that.
in Iraq into Syria. That's why there were disagreements between us and ISIS.
People would be wondering why you've agreed to speak with us.
What is happening in Syria is significant for the entire world. This event has positive repercussions globally because under the regime's rule, Syria became a source of concern and trouble for everyone. Stabilizing Syria will bring many people back. Today, in the liberated areas, about 1/3 of the population lives in camps, approximately 1.5 million people. I believe we can soon reach a point where there are no camps. With the rehabilitation of the liberated areas, people will return to their homes. Many refugees in Turkey will likely return, as will a significant number of refugees in Lebanon and Jordan. Even
So I tried to look for the Bolivia thing. There's like a bunch of news articles from June. I don't care enough to look into it right now, but I'll throw it on my list because I like covering coups. So we'll have a look at Bolivia at some point. And I do think that in 3 years, that is a decent, going from a neo-fascist libertarian to a democratic socialist is a decent change. Don't like minimize it, you know? Especially these days, it's so much easier to go further to the right. Everything, all of the media we consume pushes us further to the right. So seeing someone move to the left is not a small thing. Okay, now let's watch this same video from the perspective of somebody who doesn't think that we should give Jolani a chance.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the nuance here is that he's purged Al-Qaeda members within his own org for quite some time now. He may really be pulling more moderates. Just my 2 cents on what I get from Syria.
And by the way, like, he has some good points here as well. I don't disagree with most of what he says in this video. I'm showing this to you as there's nuance in a topic, and both of these sides are true.
Community. Yeah. Good luck to everybody involved. Okay. I saw this as well. I mean, this account is like not great, but this is from the interview that he conducted where she asked him, Jelani, like the killings in Iraq at the base of Al-Qaeda, like, what do you have to say to that? And his response is like, you know, bygones be bygones type shit, that we were young, some along those lines. Is there an interview? Is there an interview with subtitles? I want to watch this interview. You support Hamas, whose main goal and military plans is to put their citizens in danger, but Jelani is too radical for you? You notice how when Israel was doing propaganda against Hamas, they would say Hamas is ISIS? Why do you think they made that comparison to a much more well-known, much more dangerous faction? There is no comparison between Hamas and fucking Jelani. Like, are you stupid? This guy is literally ISIS. The fuck are you talking about? You're like, oh, I can't believe that. Like, I can't believe you would be more.
He doesn't understand BTC. What do you mean by BTC? Like Bitcoin? Look, Hassan's good on some subjects. He's not great on some others. I'm good on some subjects. I'm probably not great on some others. Bitcoin is like a grift. It's not
critical of
there's
Jelani
nothing to know about it. It's
than
just
Hamas.
a grift.
Yes, of course. I think that one singular nationalist movement under permanent sovereignty.
Bitcoin is only important because they're going to try and steal all of your money and turn it into Bitcoin. That's the only reason. Like, the people, there's a limited amount of Bitcoin. It's not like money. You can't make more. Once the blockchain is mined to completion, that's all of it that exists. For example, some guy owns I think 5% of all the Bitcoin that's ever been mined and ever will be mined. So if they manage to switch like currency to official like cryptocurrency, then they can have all of the money. The rich people who have the money now have all of the money. And I've talked about this. There is still a real possibility of that happening. I just don't think that it's likely because it's difficult. But if it's going to happen, it'll happen in 8 days. Not that I think it will. I don't think that it will. Also, I don't actually think Satoshi is a real person, but regardless, crypto is a grift. It's horrible, and if the people who like crypto get their way, then you will, you know, suffer in 8 days. Yes. Look, in 8 days, the U.S. is going to talk about raising the debt ceiling. we have government funding to go through, right? We have to raise the debt ceiling. We have to pay some of the debt or default on the loan. There is a chance, not a high chance, that they could default on the US loan, crash the dollar, and take that opportunity with Trump, Elon, Thiel, and Bessent, all in places of power, Bessent being the Treasury Secretary, that are all deep in the crypto game, could switch the US currency to Trump's new crypto world, Liberty Financial or whatever, or another cryptocurrency. And then suddenly all of the money that will ever be created is already created, and they have like an amount of it that you will never get. It sounds insane. It is. It's also difficult, which is why I don't think that they will do it, but I'm not gonna, like, I don't want it to be a surprise, and they can do it. They have everyone in the places that they need to do it. They're just not competent, so I don't think they will do it. Like, if they were competent fascists, they would do it.
By a foreign occupier state is infinitely better than
there's no
American...
overturning things in a scenario like that, Shufa Puffer. We're talking about fascism, like oligarchy fascism. You don't get rights when they do that. First of all, how are they going to overturn it if they don't fund the government? If they default on the US debt, that means the government shuts down because they're not getting paid. Now, it'll come back in like a month or two, but you won't have the same rights.
Backed terror cell that has beheaded fucking Christians and shit. What the fuck do you mean? Just because he says he's woke now doesn't change that equation for me. I'm going to be skeptical until proven otherwise. And I hope I'm wrong.
You should be skeptical.
Like, a lot of these people that claim that I have no real positions and I'm simply anti-America, unironically are projecting because they are just pro-America, unconditionally pro-America. Huh? American-backed Hamas throws gay people off ledges, man. You're doing it again. You're doing...
Yeah, those people are insane. Look, his points on whether you should be skeptical or not, I agree with. But, God, his chat looks like a pain.
But Hamas, like, I'm not even saying that the Assad regime is good or that it's infinitely better than what is to come for Syria. I'm just understandably maybe a little critical of you know, the Al-Qaeda guy. I don't know. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for this?
No.
Yeah, no. Assad is a fucking ruthless despot. Okay, he's a ruthless tyrant.
I could never do this, by the way. Have all of these tabs open like that? Fuck that. Well, like, I'd like to be popular. I would like to have more subs. I would like to be able to, like, I don't know, get paid enough to do this forever. But, yeah, that doesn't look fun either. That's what mods are for. I'm not going to rant or anything, but stateless money that can't be debased is a good thing for poor people around the world. I think decommodification and, like, stateless, moneyless, classless society would be better than that, though.
And I still worry about what will happen to the Syrian population. I know that there's a lot who are understandably celebrating. Of course, this warrants celebration. If you can't go back to your country, if your family members were unjustly prisoned and tortured, yeah, of course you're going to be excited that the torturer is no longer in control. There are chatters in here who are like, no, you do not. This is like Democrats being like, it's not enough that you vote for our candidate. You have to also be very excited to vote for our candidate. Like, you have to just be like, nah, dude, there's no
money is like the root of a lot of things, so money is a good place to start. I do very much support decommodification, though. Thanks, Art. I appreciate that. It isn't that his chat is specifically toxic. It's that his chat is too broad. Yeah, like, I don't think that it's toxic. His chat, like, doesn't look fun to me because it's the issue I have of everyone comes in with their own, like, topic that they want to talk about or their own preset beliefs, and there's just so many people in there where Hassan can't do what I do and, like, take the time to go one by one and be like, all right, like, listen, I know you want to talk about this. We can talk about it later or something like that. It's just, yeah, it's unreadable. His chat is. I wouldn't say all big streamer chats are unreadable. I can read Vosh's chat. I mean, it's also like this, but it's not unreadable.
Issues here. Like, don't ever bring up that there is, you know, some cause for concern here.
Hassan is
in
much
a matter
bigger.
of days, you have taken major cities. What's changed? How are you able to do this now?
In recent years, there has been a unification of internal opinions and the establishment of institutional structures within the liberated areas of Syria.
Well, good thing that I already have that going.
Institutionalization included the restructuring within military factions. They entered unified training camps and developed a sense of discipline. This discipline allowed them, with God's guidance, to engage in a battle in an organized manner. The progress and execution of plans have been swift, with clear communication and adherence.
I check out all the different streamers to see what they talk about. I check out like their points on specific subjects. I'll check out after I've covered a subject, if they made a video on the thing I covered, I'll take a look at it and see if I missed anything, if there's perspectives that I didn't see and learn. That's not true. Like I've looked into that. There's no actual evidence of the fact. Every clip, every video, none of it's true. Like everything the guy says also like doesn't match up with that too. So I don't know. I don't believe that. I've not seen any actual evidence of anything like Vosh being a lolly, a pedo, or any of that, and everything he says directly counters it. So there isn't even any time to watch your message float away like a balloon. Ugh.
To commands.
You can always
They
pause
stop
chat.
where they should stop and withdraw where they should withdraw. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order, both in civil and institutional
Sounds like
matters
it, Logo the
and in
Posadas.
military operations alike.
They hit him with a DEI rate. Is DE-ISIS, okay? Listen, I'm going to be skeptical. While I share the enthusiasm that many Syrians experience, many Syrians feel on this day, understandably, given that the Assad regime has been toppled, it's going to be a little bit harder. A couple CNN appearances where he looks like Zelensky is not going to make me forget, at the very least, that he is a Al-Qaeda guy. You know what I mean?
He does
anyone
kind of
ever see him for interviewing him
look like
that Yemeni kid?
Zelensky in
dude,
this.
this is the funniest thing is all of those people that got mad at me saying that I was interviewing a terrorist for interviewing a 19-year-old Yemeni kid who is not connected to the Ansar Allah movement at all, that they imagined his connections, are literally the very same people that are like, no, this guy is different now. You're stupid. Like,
Okay, so basically, I agree with what Hassan is saying here. I also agree with what me and Bulletproof Bullet were saying earlier, in that this guy seems a lot less insane than what you generally tend to get. And so I have at least some degree of hope for good here. Not trust, not like belief in a lack of, a belief in that, he won't do any bad shit. I don't have that. I just, right now, am not as worried. No, I think that's I think betting is gross, and I think betting on politics is, like, even worse. Poly market bullshit. Oh, speaking of, okay, you guys get to choose. We can continue on with the Middle East, or we can take a little break and talk about TYT drama, because someone linked me TYT drama yesterday, and it's gotten much worse. Vosh doesn't exhibit the pattern of behavior to be accurately labeled as anything beyond vaguely sus. He's done good at crawling out of the optics black hole. I've never seen anything really like all that sus from him either. I've seen him make stupid points, but not sus. Kasparian going crazy? Yes, absolutely. We swear on our dead ancestors then, I suppose. All right, guys, pick Middle East or TYT drama. I mean, we're going to go back to the Middle East. Yeah, no, fuck it, Middle East. Sorry. This is important. We can talk about TYT drama anytime. Apparently, Russia is asking Turkey for help to withdraw its troops from Syria, according to CNN Turkey, which I find really funny. So Syria has asked Turkey to assist in withdrawing troops from Syria following the collapse of Assad's regime. According to the outlet's correspondents in Ankara, Russia has proposed relocating its forces to Turkish-controlled areas of Syria before transporting them to Russia by air. However, Moscow reportedly intends to retain control over its key military bases. Good luck with that. And the report aligns with claims by the Ukrainian military intelligence that Russia has begun withdrawing military and naval assets from Syria. Yeah, how much military assets did they actually have in Syria? Because, like, obviously those are going to move to Ukraine now. Who knows? The actual, like, article from CNN Turk essentially says the same thing. I just want to see the majority report continue to press on the TYT drama. Clearly makes Honest Squirm a bit. Yes, I do too. It's actually quite entertaining, and they have a really good point, actually. Hold on. Did the Majority Report like make a video on it already? Because I just saw the Twitter drama. I haven't seen like actually from the Majority Report. Let's see. No, they don't have a video on it. Okay, let's take a break from the Middle East and let's talk TYT. It's never-ending news. Ah, well, it's not in their videos, but if it's in their lives. This one? Streamed 6 hours ago?
Number of concentration of seats.
We're relying on some support from the center, but
is this for him, despite those numbers, more killing Jordan Neely? Katie, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
On a federal judge in Washington, which is a very mainstream human.
With her on Piers. Oh, okay, I haven't seen that. Okay, I'll have a look for that while we have a look at this. So all of this started with this post, I believe, from the Vanguard. Cenk Uygur compares Sam Cedar to grifters like Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, and says Cedar and Emma Vigeland will support a corporatist prick like Pete Buttigieg in the next Dem primary. Cenk proudly and vocally supports Rick Caruso in LA like a year ago. So this is what I believe started it all.
So finally, after somebody does it 1,000 times, we're like, all right, fuck it. Here's who's doing it, and fuck them, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody's like, oh no, I can't believe you're saying that about poor Jimmy Dore. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Dave Rubin. I can't believe you're saying that about poor Sam Cedar. I know. Poor Sam.
What do you have against Sam Cedar?
Anyways, yeah. And so look.
Okay, first of all, what do they have against Sam Cedar? And also, the last video I have on Emma
so I was on
Piers is 2 weeks ago, Oxpecker. So that's the last video that I can find. If you can find the one that you're talking about from today and link it, that'd be cool. Otherwise, Pete Buttigieg is kind of base, but he is also a liberal and will not save you.
They claim to be more left-wing, and then they'll work.
I don't give a shit.
No, hold on.
Oh,
let me
fuck
finish.
you, Anna.
And then they'll go around and be like, oh, corporatist politicians, yeah, it's establishment Democrats. Kamala Harris.
Anna has genuinely almost physically completed her transformation into the suburban white middle-aged Karen.
Kamala Harris was a cop. Now all of a sudden, oh, Kamala Harris lost. What happened? What happened? There's only two things that make you cry: when establishment Democrats lose and when we fight back against you. Oh, well, you're not supposed to fight back. Oh, they're so rude. I mean, we only call them Nazis. Why are they fighting back? You see how they're the bad guys?
Yeah.
Let's all cry again. Cry all you want. I don't give a goddamn what you do. But if you guys support a corporatist prick in the next primary because of identity politics or any other bullshit, I'm going to let everybody know that all of the things you've ever done in your life was apparently totally and utterly fraudulent. And all you wanted was to get some pats on the head from the establishment. We're populist. Are you guys populist? I don't see that at all. Oh.
I would like to note that populism can also be bad. There's good it's not the gas leak. It's not the gas leak. I'll tell you what it is. It's money. It's money, like everything else. It's money. Let's get into it. How much of TYT's membership dues have gone towards returning this guy's investment instead of to TYT employees? Jeffrey Katzenberg, which, by the way, another crypto billionaire. They also had investment from actual, fucking Peter Thiel Polymarket crypto billionaire. But we'll keep going. Why does Cenk kind of get me going? It's because he's loud and has energy. I don't know. This chat was a reply. I see. They just got high on their own supply and they're in a bubble. I don't think so. Because, Thiel's an Ethereum guy. And I don't know what this Katzenberg guy is, but he's also a crypto guy. But, so, how much of the money that people have donated to TYT have actually gone to workers? Well, Hey, Cenk Uygur, call preferring Dems to win over GOP, whatever you want, big fella. We're saying it was inappropriate to expect endorsements of Harris. Find us doing this for her. Cenk Uygur in 2022. Yes, Karen Bass' main message seems to be that she is the establishment Democrat, no interest, who thinks that things in LA are just fine. So, endorsed Rick Caruso, who I don't really know all that well. This is like some Canada shit that I'm not familiar with. No, one of the guys who created Shrek is an asshole. Cenk pantomimes people childishly. This is true, but I like his, like, vibe. He has a good vibe. Really? He's the guy that made DreamWorks? Jesus Christ, okay. Well, starting with 2 PACs to save America from money in politics is what, you know, Cenk has done. He started 2 different PACs for this. And all of them from Polymarket Studios, which actually that was what started all of this, was discourse over the renaming of TYT Studios to Polymarket Studios. They sold the naming rights to fucking Peter Thiel. But let's see. The fact that Cenk has raised $400,000 for Rebellion PAC this year, 10 times more money that has gone to pay Brianna Wu than any other candidate. So this is the PAC. They raised $400,000, spent $350,000. Total contributions for Rebellion PAC to federal candidates 2023-24, all $2,900 to Democrats. Here's their expenditure. Unclassifiable, that's interesting. But their number 4 candidate is Brianna Wu. Yes, Peter Thiel owns them. That's the issue. Polymarket Studios is where TYT is hosted now, guys. That's the issue. Now, it's not the only issue, but like, again, Cenk Uygur's PAC spent $20,000 to fund Brianna Wu, the like trans woman who hates trans people. Polymarket is not the CIA, it's Peter Thiel. Get it right. Get your conspiracies correct. Some of them are real, you're just like, you know, going in the wrong direction with them. I love when a billionaire decides to buy a stake in my company because he notices how many paid memberships I have. It doesn't affect my politics at all either, which is nice. So as long as you can see I put the money to good use. TYT has done a tremendous job developing a deeply engaged millennial community, as evidenced by the size of its paid subscription memberships and total watch time. 3L managing partner Sean Colo said in a statement, this financing will allow the company to accelerate its reach and further its leadership in the massive evolving market of online news and entertainment. They've gone full on, yeah. Full purple quadrant. So, looks like not quite billionaire money man, unlike Caruso, maybe corporatist. Katzenberg has also been involved in politics as an election donor with active support for Hillary Clinton and Obama. He was named one of Hollywood's premier political kingmakers, one of the Democratic Party's top national fundraisers. He served as campaign chair for Joe Biden's 2024 re-election campaign and subsequently Kamala Harris's. They're taking money from both sides, obviously, but again, the fact that it's run from Polymarket Studios should tell you something. But, here we go. There was claims of union busting as well occurring in TYT. Emma actually made, this was the first comment that I saw. This was the beginning of this for me. Emma Vigeland responding to this saying some of it probably went to hiring a union busting firm. To which Anna responded, but before Anna's response, I just want to show you this. This is from one of the founding members of the union. I helped start the union at TYT and trying to get health insurance and paid days off. My coworker shared my opinions that full-time editing work should come with benefits. Cenk didn't agree. I'd love to know what Anna thinks Emma is being dishonest about. I'm glad to see Brianna Wu's downfall. Has she ever been anything but a grifter? No, she hasn't. So, this was Anna's response to Emma Vigeland. Yet another sign of pathetic dishonesty. Emma was employed by TYT when the company announced recognition of the union. Those cheap shots to make herself look like a class warrior crack me up, especially when she advocates that we all shut up and take when someone assaults us on public transportation. Not wanting to get punched in the face is a bougie concern after all. This is incredibly bad faith answer, and I mean, it's Anna Kasparian, but the union busting being fake, right? Well, this is from 2020.
And it turned into a union busting story. and it
I mean,
turned
that's
into a
her talking about it, and we'll get further into it. You know, it's a small clip. Small clips can be taken out of context. Pierre Polivar's pro crypto. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all the same. Art, all of the right everywhere in the world, all of the Nazis, the nationalists, the conservatives, they all believe in the same bullshit. They're all in the same, like, cult, just different variants of it. Don't take it from me, the union busting is detailed in these 4 articles. Cenk is interviewed in 3 of them and hasn't refuted a single detail. Young Turks progressive founder urges staff not to unionize from HuffPost. The myth of progressive boss from Solid Short. Cenk Uygur talked a good game about the Young Turks being the premier progressive media outlet. Then his staff tried to unionize. Young Turks union fight gets nastier with charges of retaliatory firing, withholding raises inside the union campaign that roiled left-wing network, the Young Turks. Decent amount of evidence on the subject. Anna helped Cenk spread the false narrative about how the union started and that the union originated as a ploy by Cenk's political foes to harm his congressional campaign. Literally like a Republican excuse. This is the most Republican Trumpian excuse I've ever seen for a union. This was provably false. Anna did no fact-checking before spreading this smear. IATSE endorsing Christy Smith is a separate issue from where I deserve health insurance and paid time off for full-time video editing, or whether other TYT employees deserve the freedom to collectively bargain for better working conditions by joining the union that represents professional production and post-production workers. As shown below, the IATSE was receptive in 2018 to the Young Turks workers' first entry, and again when we reached out in the fall of 2019. That said, considering the unfair treatment Team Cenk had received from mainstream sources, paranoia was justifiable given the fog of war of an intense, novel political campaign that was going public with insinuations of conspiracy. The proper next step was fact-checking. Not all stories are confirmable, but very few are this confirmable. In this case, original source feed away. In my case, a DM away. This did not happen. They didn't check. I tweeted my role and perspective. I've known these people for years, so it was clear I was willing to talk. The facts were readily available. I don't find it surprising Cenk is a lib. Yeah, well, I don't either. But a lot of people clearly do. From the political article, read the last paragraph. If TYT's version is true, Cenk and Anna have to prove that workers fabricated the emails that they showed Alex Thompson and lied to him and other journalists. The drive began 18 months before Cenk became a politician. Uygur suggested that the union drive was part of an effort to undermine the recent campaign for Congress in California's 25th district, in which the union had endorsed one of the major Democratic opponents. Uygur finished 4th in the top 2 primary in March 3rd. Uygur cited the dynamic as one of the irregularities, and when asked why he did not support card check. Emails viewed by Politico, however, show that the conversations between staffers and the IATSE date back to April of 2018. They began scheduling meetings with the union of November 2019, more than a week before Cenk declared his candidacy. 2 tweets show on a signal boosting the fake narrative. As an employee of TYT who is not a part of management, not involved in the business side, I'm EP of the main show, meaning I have editorial say. I feel extremely uncomfortable with the union's endorsement of Cenk's congressional opponent. Good for you. While I'm personally supportive of unions, this feels like it's done in bad faith. You're not supportive of unions, not anymore. Maybe you were, 5 years ago. This is like long. There's a lot here. But that's not where it ends. So again, coming back to the beginning of this was Anna's response to Emma Vigeland. Unclear what this means. I'm a member of a union. If that's a shot at my upbringing, then I'll let my work speak for myself. The TYT NLRB complaint is public. I've tried to keep our differences professional. I've loved you as a friend at one point. I'm sorry you've gone down this road. No, you didn't try and keep the shit professional, Emma. You've been mocking me specifically and running your mouth for a year. Your aggression to cheering on crime, in addition to your identitarian streak, is grotesque. This is insanity. Hey, Onyx Baron, good to see you're rethinking some things. From Dave Rubin. For the record, I can explain my classically liberal beliefs quite well. I wrote 2 books about them, and I never lied about TYT. Some people lied to you, but that's not what's important. Want to break the internet? Like, come on, you're going to work with Dave Rubin now. And then... Go. So I got a lot here. This made me laugh really hard. Really hard. The post is unavailable, so I don't know. But get a load of this birthing person. I need a Jon Stewart take right now. Jon Stewart take, like, as in what? As in these people are grifters now? That they've been bought by the right? That it consumes all? By the way, this is from Mondale Robinson, who is a TYT contributor, also today. At this moment, I find myself torn beyond repair. I have to say that I can no longer do any content for TYT politics or TYT. I love the followers of these platforms, and they represent the real left and see the world just as I do, even more than most of my family. But at this moment, my soul is telling me I cannot continue this relationship, and it hurts because I love some folks over there. The left deserves an unmetered vanguard in this moment, and it seems that acceptability is more important than our fierce fight. Since the election, I have watched our side minimize the threat of the dangerous right, and I cannot watch that happen anymore. A check is not enough. Dave Rubin telling Anna she can't take the car video when. Oh my god. That might have been the funniest thing I've heard all day, Bulletproof Bullet. Genuinely. Good for you. That was a good one. It's actually funnier than the get a load of this birthing person. But we're not done, because it gets worse. It still somehow continues to get worse. I just mean, like, I need a take that isn't coming from grifters, isn't going to make me feel depressed about left-wing media. John Oliver and Jon Stewart are the only ones who do that. Hey, I shouldn't make you depressed. Look, we got left-wing media online. It's growing. That's the issue. Is we need more people online doing this. All of these idiots on the right online, 41% of America get their news from them. From people like Dave Rubin, from Tim Pool, from Matt Walsh, from Tucker Carlson. We need more people doing that. It's not really, like, everything's gonna be depressing at one point or another. I'm not like, the thing that you like Jon Stewart because he's a comedian. John Oliver is also kind of a comedian. Newscasters aren't funny. The news is often actually quite sad. They manage to make it funny, but that's like, it's hard. I'm not a comedian. I couldn't do that. Now, as I was saying, it gets worse. Christina, this cosmopolitics person, haha, you can't watch both TYT and the Majority Report. TYT has regressed. You sure were a sweetheart when you were asking me for money. This is a horrible thing to say. If you're the type of person that does a good thing and then holds it over someone's head later, that's not a good thing anymore. Whether or not you did it with that intention doesn't matter, as this person is like narrativizing as that was on purpose. Like, if Anna gave this person money, even like with no relation, ever bringing that up again and holding that over that person's head makes you a terrible person. Just just plain and simple. If you do something for somebody, you don't get to bring it up again. Not against them. Literally making me ashamed to have ever been a subscriber. Maybe you can start a new service where we pay to get our names taken off the studio donor wall. Which, I mean, yeah, I can see that, you know, like that's the level we're at. Oh, Anna blocked Ogre Boy, by the way, after saying that. So that's the news on TYT. That's what we got. The media environment on the left is not necessarily dead. It's just being infiltrated and bought by right-wing crypto billionaires. And if we stop taking their money, then that issue goes away, right? Stop taking money from insane right-wing billionaires. Can we watch this? No, we can't. That's copyright. I can't watch The Daily Show. I could watch it if I ended YouTube stream and only had it on Twitch. But no, can't do that. Plus, we're not done talking about Syria. We just took a break, remember? We still got Syria, we got some Turkey, we got Israel. Liberal fucking titties, I know. Hey, look, some good news.
Pretty remarkable day here.
The goodest news you're gonna get. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu takes the stand for the first time in his corruption trial. Well,
Here in
now we're on
as
Israel.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu finally took to the stand in his long-running corruption trial. That makes him the first sitting
It's just all
Prime
tying
Minister
together.
in Israeli history to take the stand as a defendant. And like so many things in this country, this case has deeply divided the public.
We are here to shout in front of the Prime Minister of Israel. Enough with the war. Bring back the hostages. Stop the killing in Gaza. Stop everything.
How do you
have no
people
mandate
still
to continue
believe
the war.
that there's
The Prime
hostages
Minister
alive?
accused of crimes must declare himself unable to serve.
These false allegations were the basis on which the left has expected to remove Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and remove the right.
The leftists, yes, of course. Even in Israel, it's the same fucking thing.
Benjamin Netanyahu is charged with bribery, fraud and breach of trust in relation to 3 separate cases which involve receiving gifts, including champagne and cigars from wealthy friends, as well as allegedly seeking regulatory favours for media tycoons in return for favourable media coverage. Now, he denies any wrongdoing. He was pretty irritated when he...
Just, like, for Netanyahu specifically, I propose guilty until proven innocent. Tyler the Flower, that's not what's happening.
Addressed these allegations. He said any suggestion that
the Syrians freed themselves. Israel did not help take down Assad at all, and now Israel's invading Syria. So I don't know where you're getting your news from.
He had used his position for his own enjoyment was ridiculous. He said he works extremely long hours, he barely sees his family, and that he has actually paid a very high price for his role in public life. He also said that he hates champagne and that he only smokes cigars between meetings. Now, at one point, Benjamin...
Again, the only credit that you can give Israel is that they invaded Lebanon illegally and weakened Hezbollah, who is responsible for part of, like, Assad's defense of the city. Opportunism? Yeah, and also, like, it wasn't Israel, mate, at all. Like, at all. Let's go back in time. By the way, if you look at today, you'll understand blue is Israel. This color, this is Israel. Let's go back to the 7th. The 7th, Damascus still hadn't fallen yet. Where's Israel? One guy? How about the day before that? No, I don't have to Google it. I can look at it. Here's some airstrikes. These are Israel. 1, 2, 3. And that one was America. So we got 3 Israeli airstrikes up here. Not anywhere near where the rebels are, like, making their way down, by the way. Day before? Nothing. Day before? 1 drone strike. Got another drone strike. And then we have some over here. Israel did a lot of bombing over here, working with Turkey to kill the Kurds. Israel is not responsible for the fall of Assad. What Israel is responsible for, however, no. I mean, whether they striked Assad's assets or not, sure, okay. They striked what? What did they hit here again? Let's go back. We could see exactly what they hit. It was the 3rd I was looking at, right? Here we go. What did they hit? Targeted border crossing. Not any, all 3 of these actually are border crossing. So, not any assets of Assad. How about you? Nah, nothing there. How about you? Oh, sorry, that's not in Syria. You? Bridge. Border crossing. Also border crossing. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you. There's just, like, factually no data to support what you're saying. Okay, what's this one? Another border crossing. Another border crossing. If anything, all of it was done to hurt the Kurds. Israel did literally nothing to help here. No, I could find 0 instances of Israel striking Assad's assets. If they did, sure, they did a tiny little bit. Fuck Israel, free Palestine. Well, I mean, unfortunately, you're not going to get free Palestine because this is what Gaza looks like right now, or rather, this was yesterday. No, I'm not including U.S. strikes. U.S. strikes are not by default Israeli strikes. It's the other way around. But yeah, this is Gaza. So, sorry, Palestine. And also, America barely helped too. Like, again, we've been over this, Tyler. Like, a bunch. This is, by the way, is Israel invading after the fall of Damascus. All of this is Israel after Damascus fell and the rebels took the country. All right. Sorry, Saba. I don't deal with people like you in my chat. Get the fuck out of here, genocide defender. It was probably done to trap Hezbollah in Lebanon so they couldn't kill them and they couldn't flee. Well, this partially, but it's also because they want this. This is the end goal here. There we go. This is the end goal for Israel. So, line that up with this, kind of tracks, doesn't it? Oh, bombing when Assad was in power? Oh, well, we'll get to that because Israel was working with both Iran and Russia while Assad was in power. Yes, that's surprising. They were working with Iran, actually. And when we get to it, we'll get to it. But first, covering some broader news on Israel. Today, the government gave approval for Ireland to intervene in South Africa's International Court of Justice case against Israel under the Genocide Convention. Sorry for the Irish. I'm not going to even try and pronounce that because I'll get it wrong. That's the one thing I won't try and do. But Minister of Foreign Affairs, Michael Martin, TD, today secured government approval for Ireland to intervene in South Africa's International Court of Justice case against Israel for the Genocide Convention. Filing of the intervention will take place at the court in The Hague later this month. The government has also approved intervention in the Gambia's case against Myanmar under the same convention. Following today's cabinet meeting, they have said there has been a collective punishment of the Palestinian people through the intent and impact of military actions of Israel in Gaza, leaving 44,000 dead, millions of civilians displaced. By legally intervening in South Africa's case, Ireland will be asking the ICJ to broaden its interpretation of what it constitutes the commission of genocide by a state. We are concerned that the very narrow interpretation of what constitutes genocide leads to a culture of impunity in which the protection of civilians is minimized. Ireland's view of the convention is broader and prioritizes the protection of civilian life. A committed supporter of the convention, the government will promote that interpretation in its intervention in this case. Intervening in both cases demonstrates the consistency of Ireland's approach to the intervention and application of the Genocide Convention. No, I mean, like during the fall, but before Damascus fell, like the airstrikes on Lebanon's borders. I mean, they've been airstriking Lebanon nonstop for months. Like it's hard to tell whether they were trying to trap Hezbollah in or not. But I mean, they're still bombing Lebanon now. There's like no difference in that. Now, for cooperation between these countries, I hope one of you can read Arabic. I would love it if one of you can read Arabic. I have translations, but, you know, the translations. Have to give it to Ireland. They had to play this game with the UK, so they know. Yeah, absolutely. Top secret and urgent classified documents found after Assad's fall, providing insight and about the mechanisms overseen by Russia to manage Israeli, Syrian, Iranian dynamics and the Israeli military's actions against Iranian and Hezbollah buildup. This is a reasonably trustworthy journalist. Now we'll read through the thread, but obviously these are in Arabic. So let's see what these actually say. So this one, page 1, right here. This translates to, from the Syrian Arab Republic, General Commander of the Army and Armed Forces, Department of Intelligence and Security Affairs, on the 17th of the 5th, 2023. In reference to letter number 1612, dated the 11th of the 5th, regarding the subject of coordination of activities of the Russian-Israeli Liaison Office during the past period. Following points are noted. Regarding the coordination requests made by the Russian side, these requests were in relation to logistical matters and military arrangements aimed at facilitating the movement and operations of the Russian forces operating in Syria's territory. Regarding Israeli activities and coordination, we have documented several cases where Israeli forces conducted reconnaissance missions, and this activity was coordinated through Russian intermediaries. The purpose of these activities appears to be maintaining de-escalation in specific areas, particularly southern Syria. On operational cooperation, it has become evident that there is a structured liaison mechanism involving both Russian and Israeli representatives to prevent incidents of engagement between Syrian forces and Israeli military activities. Given the complexity of these interactions, it is recommended to maintain our current stance of cooperation with the Russian side while being cautious about the extent of Israeli operational freedom, continuously monitoring and verifying these interactions. We ask for your guidance, blah, blah, blah. This is from Syria to Russia. Now, page 2, over here, is from the Branch of Political Security Division. This is on the same day, I believe, the 17th of the 5th, 2023. Yep. Subject, Iranian messages, urgent in reference to request number blah, blah, blah. Regarding the urgent Iranian messages received, following a meeting held by the Minister of Defense and the Iranian delegation in Damascus, we inform you of the following conclusions. Maysoon Sami and Ayman Jaber, those names have been verified for potential involvement in spreading classified information. Further investigation of these individuals ongoing. Instructions have been issued to relevant authorities to monitor and track their activities. Like, there is cooperation. Page 3. Regarding Iranian messages, based on instructions issued during the meeting held between the Minister of Defense and the Iranian delegation, messages were analyzed and confirmed to be related to military operations. Iranian representatives emphasized the importance of continuing coordination to counter joint threats. The following measures have been recommended: increased surveillance, blah, 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 blah. I mean, if you go through all of these, there is cooperation and communication between the states of Israel, Russia, Iran, and Syria. For years, Russia mediated a process designed to allow Assad's military to function while limiting Iran and Hezbollah's ability to expand militarily into Syria. This mechanism required Israel to avoid certain strikes if these limitations were enforced. The mechanism's goal: prevent Iranian or Hezbollah weapons transfer and military buildups while allowing Syrian army to address its needs. The change after Assad's regime collapse, when Israel launched a campaign to wipe out all Syrian army sites and weapons in the past 48 hours. They have done that now, after, Assad fell. Per the documents, an operative codenamed Moses directly messaged former Syrian Defense Minister Lieutenant General Ali Mahmoud Abbas. The messages were then forwarded to former National Security Bureau head. Moses warned of Hamas activities in Syria. Israel's warnings escalate. Our last message was a warning shot. If you fail to curb these activities, the next attack will be far more severe. May 7, 2023, Israel struck weapons depots linked to Damascus' southern command. It's like, it's always Russia. It's always Russia fucking around behind the scenes. And we knew for a long time that when it came to Iran and Israel, Russia was playing both sides, as Russia is an ally of Iran. They buy weapons from Iran. They work with Iran, but they were also definitely siding a bit closer to Israel throughout the last couple months. It was pretty obvious that there's been some coordination. The coordination with Iran, Israel, Russia, and Syria all being done through the Russians, that was more of a surprise. But Russia lost here. Russia doesn't gain anything from the fall of Assad. Russia lost power, influence, and just general weight in the region. Who has gained, though, is Turkey. So Blinken went to Turkey and Jordan today to talk about peaceful transition of government.
Israel is now pushing into parts of Syria after Assad was overthrown. The Israeli military has struck hundreds of targets across the country. It says that those strikes And actions on the ground are all aimed at preventing Assad's arsenal of rockets and chemical weapons from falling into rebel hands.
This is a lie. This is an invasion.
Israel's defense minister says his forces destroyed the Syrian Navy. Well, the U.S. has hundreds of troops deployed to Syria to help prevent ISIS from reemerging there, but there are concerns that extremists could take advantage of a power vacuum following the collapse of the Assad regime. CBS News foreign correspondent...
Extremists like the Israeli government, maybe. Or also ISIS, because there is, I mean, if we look at the map, they're mostly, actually, it seems like they're all cleared out from Syria, but they're not cleared out from Iraq. I'll tell you that much.
Is in Adlib, Syria for us. MTS, what is it like to finally be inside the country?
Well, it's been extraordinary to be here in Syria after so many years in which Western journalists simply could not enter, could not see the places that we've seen really in the last 24 hours or so. We were in Aleppo this morning, which up until 2 weeks ago was regime held, which meant Bashar al-Assad and his forces were in control. That, of course, fell to rebel groups, the rebel group known as Hayat Tahrir
Bringing me
al-Sham.
back to the Iraq war here.
Idlib, where Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has been in control for a number of years. Now, HTS is considered a terrorist organization by the United Nations, by the US, and other Western powers. But they've now ousted Bashar al-Assad. They're now in control of Damascus, and global powers are really trying to figure out how they work with HTS. Do they change this designation? Do they formally
am sitting on the belief that I don't think this new government of Syria is going to last. Not because of their own, problems, more just because I don't think Israel will allow them to. Because this is what's been going on. Israeli tanks were reportedly spotted in Katana, 10 kilometers into Syrian territory. They blew up all of the military infrastructure that was left over in Syria. It seized territory in the Golan Heights on Sunday. Warning Syrians living in 5 villages to stay home. The military also released images of troops on the Syrian side of Mount Hermon. I instructed the IDF to seize the buffer zone between us and Syria and the positions controlling and adjacent to it. This includes the summit of Hermon.
Israel is doing, I think, what many analysts expected it to do, and that is to try to exploit the situation in Syria to its own advantage. And
the most honest depiction I've seen so far in the media. Good for you.
And they're saying that they're doing this as sort of an act of defense to preserve security, but this doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Arab nations have labeled Israel's move as an attack on Syria's sovereignty because it's exactly that, and a violation of the 1974 disengagement agreement between Israel and Syria because it is also that. Israel said the agreement collapsed following the rebel takeover. Why would it collapse? The government of Syria just changed. They went from Assad to now HTS. You should realistically, any real government with any real desires of diplomacy would have sent an envoy and asked to confirm. Like, what happened back in the day if the king died? All of the lords that pledged to the king, did they just, fuck off and do whatever they want? No, they go and they talk to the new king and they bend the knee. Or if they're another king from a different country and they had a deal with the king of this country and the king of that country died, then you send an envoy and you're like, hey, by the way, like, we had a deal. Is this deal still on? Like, your new leadership, what do they think about it? That's how you engage in diplomacy when you actually give a shit. This is not that. This is an invasion. Israel's ambassador to the UN said the deployment was limited and temporary. Remember when they also said that about Lebanon? And then they, got a ceasefire in Lebanon and are still bombing Lebanon after? These people just lie constantly. Netanyahu also says that the Golan Heights is an inseparable part of Israel. So, you know, that's the temporary claim out the window.
רמת הגולן תהיה לעד חלק בלתי נפרד ממדינת ישראל.
Israel is an expansionist state. This is what Israel does. The idea of greater Israel sort of undergirds a lot of Israeli policy in the Middle East, right? The idea is that a lot of this land is supposed to be for Israel. And this is an opportunity, while there's a power vacuum, for Israel to further expand. And it's on the international community right now to hold Israel to account.
Which, you know, we're not going to do because we would have been doing
The
that
second
already.
objective
We're also not holding Turkey to account.
is to secure in this current situation as
Turkey
much
and Israel are both now currently working together to annex as much land as they can.
of the border strip of Syria adjacent to Turkey in the north as can be done. You have seen operations conducted in two of the three critical areas from the Turkish standpoint, where, as they would put it, Kurdish terrorists, affiliates of members of the PKK, are based.
Remember, these are U.S.-backed rebels. These are rebels that America supports and pays, that they're talking about.
In the west, Manbij in the center, both those areas are now under control of the Turkish-affiliated Syrian National Army. And I think just over the last 12 hours, fighting has started in the third area, Kobani, which would unite a strip 20 kilometers or so in depth along that northern border of Syria. That's very much a long-standing Turkish security desire.
Fantastic piece in the Times this morning about how the young bearded men of the HTS are trying to get to grips with running Damascus. They're the new masters of the world's oldest capital city. But recent history shows how hard it is to rebuild a nation. Look at Libya or Iraq. Well, David Sassfield is the former United States ambassador to Turkey and was also advisor on Iraq to former Secretary of State.
Speaking of ambassador to Turkey, sorry, I almost forgot. Our new ambassador to Turkey is what was his name again? It was Tom Barak. Tom Barak, by the way, this guy, our new Turkish ambassador, is good friends with Michael Flynn, who, remember, is not only a Russian agent, but was convicted of receiving $600,000 from the Turkish government and being an unregistered foreign agent. So this guy's friends with that guy, and both of them have really deep ties to Saudi Arabia. And at the same time as that, just almost comically, as we get an appointment to Turkey as the ambassador, right? One that is also very close with Saudi Arabia, what ends up happening is the very same day we get an announcement of this. Any person or company investing $1 billion or more in the United States of America will receive fully expedited approvals and permits, including but in no way limited to all environmental approvals. Get ready to rock. Incredibly proud to officially launch a project that has been underway for many months, Trump Tower Jeddah. Thank you to our partners at Dar Global. This will be our 5th project among the most luxurious buildings anywhere in the world. They're building a Trump Tower in Saudi Arabia after Trump put in a Turkish ambassador who's really close with Michael Flynn, who literally went and got arrested for lying to the government by taking money from the Turkish government and lobbying the US government. And also the same for the Saudis. Well, they have a good history of good relations with Turkey, so that's a plus. $1 billion and you can drill for oil in a national park. Literally, yes. That's what he's saying there, by the way. The thing is, Trump's cabinet doesn't really like Turkey. I mean, the Secretary of State is Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio, not even a month ago, was calling Turkey a Hamas state, saying that, Hamas leadership was moving from Qatar to Turkey. So, it's complicated.
Condoleezza Rice, as someone who knows intimately what change and transition and new dawns can look like in this part of the world. He's been telling us how he thought the international community should now respond to Syria's new government.
The approach the world should have towards that is to demand evidence based upon behavior as to whether this group has in fact truly broken from its radical jihadi terrorist origins
I'm
into
okay with
something
asking for
else.
evidence.
I think the opportunity has to be provided for that to be demonstrated. We're all watching. And if it is demonstrated, there can be relationships established. But it's got to be based upon what actually happens, not rhetoric.
Okay, you got to remember, by the way, this is a right-wing news media. I would argue that they have shown like those good intentions, that action, not rhetoric. Again, like there was a lot of fear in Christians in Aleppo that the new government, the rebels who took over, would genocide the Christians. And what did they do? They said, no, you can have a Christian be the mayor of Aleppo. That's a demonstration of we're not as extreme. They've become woke. This is woke Islamists. And we have to expect wokenism from them. And so it'll be really funny when in like a month or two, if this actually manages to last, when the right flips from calling them terrorists to start complaining about how woke they are.
Can we expect, should the perfect
Well,
not be
it's
the
not
enemy of the
that
good here?
good,
Because,
pre-breakfast banana.
as
I'm
you
not
said-
saying it's good. Like, it's better than it was under Assad, and it's better than people have expected, but it's not good yet.
This will be a very complicated situation. There'll be large parts of the country a new government won't necessarily control. There may be factions within a new government. There may be splinters off a new government. And at what point do those splinters, do those other parts of it mean, actually, we can't trust the whole? That seems like quite a difficult thing to do when there'll be other sections involved in all of this.
Whoops.
There will be a compelling need to have.
Oh, sorry, I was just pulling this up. Someone the other day was talking about Arab socialism. Clearly, these guys don't subscribe to that, though. Syria's new government announces it will move away from state-controlled economy to a free market model to attract investors.
Contact with these new governing officials. And speaking for the United States, the designation of the Harakat Tahrir al-Sham, the Front of the Liberation of Syria, doesn't preclude contact with the group. So
I mean,
certainly,
like Jolani said, it's just never been implemented properly. Except, he's talking about Islamic law and I'm talking about socialism.
the opportunity will present.
I still
to
can't believe he
demonstrate-
said that.
To demonstrate by action whether or not they are in fact still terrorists or something else.
So far, they've indicated nothing of the former terrorist in them. Not to say that it's not there, but, they're being rational lately. At the moment. Mapped out current Israeli military presence in Lebanon and Syria. The map tracks historical and current zones, showing Israeli expansion over time. Although Israel claims today's expansions are temporary, the map reveals a strategic geographic pattern emerging. As we can see, in November 14th, 1981, they took the Golan Heights. In November 28th of 2024, they took this border between them and Lebanon. And on December 8th, they took this in Syria. And on the 9th, they've taken this in Syria. Now, today is the 12th. I don't really know how far they've gotten, but they're definitely expansionists. And again, like we've talked about this, they want Greater Israel. Indication of wanting an Islamic state that doesn't usually turn out well. Well, yeah, and we talked about that, and we listened to the guy talk. And it just, he sounds rational. He doesn't sound like your average Islamist. He's talking about building institutions. Do I think I should trust him? No. I just think we should have hope. Whether it's like naive or not, I like to have hope that good things will happen. I can expect bad things to happen and still hope good things happen. Greater Israel moment, this needs to stop. As in like me bringing it up or them talking about Greater Israel. Because, I mean, it's kind of like they're talking about it. This is what they want Israel to look like. And everyone else does not want Israel to look like this. So, it's kind of an issue. Israeli media is talking about this. Israeli media was talking about how they need a Lebensraum. Hold on. Here we go. Couple different posts. Can I find this on Arts? Haaretz. Lebensraum as a justification for Israeli settlements. like literally using Nazi like phrasing, ideology, wording. Here's the article, like you can actually read it because this is paywalled from Haaretz. But yeah, no, I mean like stating the idea of Lebensraum is why Israel's desire to control the West Bank is such a contentious issue. These people need places to live in a nation short of landmass. Compare Israel to its neighbor Jordan, which has a smaller population, yet 5 times the land area. If Israel is to maintain its agricultural industry, its exploding population will need to grow up, blah, 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 blah. Well, to be fair, like, religion is killing you. Religion is bad. America and Islam allowed and wanted this to happen? Okay, first of all, I will not accept any more Islamophobia. Yo, man, I'm happy. Like, you can talk about these groups, but if I see one more post blaming Islam, like, blanketly, I'm just straight about to ban you. Like, forever. Permaban. You can talk about the groups. You can talk about how you disagree with them. You can talk about the ideology. You can't just say all of Islam. You know what, Lennon? I'll let you do it. That's the final warning on that. America is helping this happen. I'm Turkish. I don't care whether you're telling me that as a Muslim, you telling me that Islam is killing everybody is just Islamophobia. You can be Muslim and not do violence. In fact, I would argue that the violent Muslims, groups like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, like Al-Nusra, these aren't Muslims. Just like Israel isn't Jewish. Just like American right-wing Christians aren't Christian. You can say you don't like Islam. Yeah. You can say people use religion as a tool. Yes. You can say that. Yeah, no. That's all fine. When you say it like that, that's fine. The blanket blame is the shit that I didn't like. If you say it like that, I have no issue. Yes, Islam is being used as a tool. It's being used to, like, it's being politicized, by Europe and the West. It's also being used by, like, Islamic countries who ultimately just want to not just kill you, but take your land and steal your resources. This is, again, really more of a class thing. It's the rich want to fuck you, and they're going to use religion as a smokescreen, but really, it's just the rich and powerful, again, wanting to fuck you. It's just that simple. But yeah, no, this is straight up Hitler shit, guys. Like, you can't tell me that Israel is not on Hitler shit when the Times of Israel said that Israel needed a Lebensraum. I think we should get all religion out of politics. Religion has no place in politics. But, like, the Middle East, really, right now, I don't care if they're Islamists that are in control of the government. I'd rather just have some fucking stability first. You can't, look, yo, man, I'm happy. If your house is burning down, you have to put out the first fire before you deal with a second fire, before you start a second fire. The Middle East is filled with religious extremists and radicals. Why? It's our fault. We, like, made them more extreme through decades of, like, Western foreign policy, bombing the shit out of these people, etc., etc. Obviously, this is our fault. But also, you guys were already kind of doing it in there, like Saddam. No, I'm not gonna ban you. Just hear me out. Let me finish first. Let me finish. Let me get here. You can't take out, like, the religious aspect of governance in the Middle East until you have a state that is stable, that is not constantly on the verge of collapse, not under attack by foreign powers, has some degree of influence over its population, and then you can do that. Because if you try and force people to stop believing in, like, stop religious association in government, these people just get more radicalized, and then they either do A, terrorism, or B, they are impossible to work with. They cause you problems, you get cooed. I mean, we see this in America as well. We've seen this all over the world. You can't force religious people to listen to you. You can only lead them in the right direction and hope that they just kind of follow you. Now you can say your piece. I mean, like, Israel was formed by militias, some of which tried to work with the Nazis, some of which were associated with the Nazis, literally just like stealing the land of Palestinians, and then it was cut into like Israel by the West, and also I think the Soviets were involved. But like the creation of Israel was done incorrectly. Even Einstein talked about this in 1948. We've read like his letter on stream before. They like the Likud party that Netanyahu is a member of goes all the way back to a literal like militia that tried to work with the Nazis. Remember, any Islamic political leaders aren't virtuous nor and are the same, if not worse, than the average person. What they're doing isn't Islam. What they're doing is a justification of all the fucked up shit that they want to do that goes against Islam. Exactly. It's like right-wing evangelicals in America. It's like Donald Trump saying he's a Christian. It's the same bullshit. If these people are bad, then they're not actually, they don't believe that. Like, if Jesus came down to America, Trump would deport him. Americans would hate him. He would hate them. If Muhammad saw the state of Muslim politics in the Middle East, guy would probably off himself in like shame. None of these people that use religion as a tool are good. Religion is only like useful when it's personal. I don't know. Muslims have said this to me more than any other religion, but I've heard this the most from Muslims, and it's your relationship with God is your business. It's not none of mine. It's between you and God and nobody else. Whether you believe in God, whether you sin, whether you don't, it doesn't matter. It's not my business. It's between me and God. Their religion and faith is money. Yes, essentially, it's money and power, because money and power are separate, though they do often go hand in hand. These people don't care about ideology. However, that's not what we've seen. Again, we watched the interview with CNN and Jolani, and we did not see anything like that. Now, whether that's still there or not, we'll find out. But the guy sounded more reasonable and more rational than most Western politicians these days. Muslim Brotherhood keeps destroying Arab socialists or Arab nationalism. Well, to be fair, I would like to destroy Arab nationalism. It destroys our unity and unites Muslims from anywhere to do jihad against anyone who opposes the Muslim Brotherhood's ideas. I don't know too much about the Muslim Brotherhood. I haven't really looked into it. Fuck nationalism, though. I'll tell you that much. And the only jihad that I want to be a part of is the Butlerian jihad.
International calls for Israel to respect Syria's territory are growing as the new Syrian government begins the task of trying to stabilize.
Arab nationalism is bad. All nationalism is bad. I understand you might need it in some context, like you might feel that like it could be beneficial to the people, to you and your country, but no, nationalism is always bad. I get it. I know what he means. I hate the idea. I don't even support Kurdish nationalism. I don't want to give like Kurdish people an Israel. I'd rather just integrate them into give them political power, give them money, integrate them into whatever country that they live in. Now, if they, if we were going to do Rojava properly, I would have preferred it to just be in Syria after the end of the war. If Turkey didn't try so hard and Israel didn't try so hard to stop any progress from happening, Turkey bombing all the Kurds, they could have built a center of Kurdish power in Syria and not been an issue. I support Kurdish autonomy, exactly. Not nationalism, but autonomy. It's interesting how many Christmas movie plots revolve around rich bosses being punished for being greedy and mistreating employees. That's because back in the day we did still, I don't know, we had some degree of shaming people for greed. I mean, it is a sin, remember, and the church used to be more important. We don't look down on greed anymore. Greed is good these days. Opulism is in. I believe in self-determination. Exactly. But in this world, what are the Arabs going to do if not a nation state? I think they could. I don't disagree with Arabs having a nation state. I I don't want an ethno-state. I just didn't want to have a Kurdish-only state. I didn't want to make Kurdish Israel, especially not from the West. Like, if it was going to happen naturally, and the Kurds in Rojava had the ability to, like, I don't know, revolt and declare themselves, like, their own nation, sure. But I don't want the West doing it. I don't want America coming in there and carving up borders. Like, we fucked that up last time. Anyway, like, that's just, yeah, they cause a mess in every country they're in. Why can't we just break off 4 or 5 chunks of, like, 4 countries and form Kurdistan, a place with Kurd majority? Because those countries won't allow it. I would have been perfectly good with that idea as long as we did it in Syria. I don't think answering nationalism with nationalism is good. I don't think that's how you win. We should stay out of this as America. I agree. Ideally, I like the idea of all of the Arab states uniting under, like, one democratic government, Kurdistan being an independent country. I like these ideas, ideally. In practice, I don't think this works. That's the issue, is I don't think that there is currently a meaningful path forward in this direction. If one were to appear and no, I understand what you mean now with that. I like the idea of all of the Arab countries coalescing and being, like, one big country. But they would need to be democratic, and they would need to be, like, done properly. It would need to be implemented in a way that isn't exploitative. And I don't believe in our current political climate anywhere in the world that you can do that without it being exploitative, without it making the people who live in the empire and out of it suffer. I don't think we can do that right now. Maybe, 10, 15 years in the future. Right now, I think the general vibe of the world politically is I want death, destruction, and chaos, and everyone's mad. And to do something like that, you need support. You need international support. You need... I don't give a fuck if it's haram or not. I don't know if democracy is haram, but I'm not Muslim. And I don't think, even in this case, I don't think religion should play any role in government, which is not going to happen in the case of, like, a pan-Arab empire, but, like, that's also not going to happen. My dog made one of my glasses lens come out and slip into the couch cushions. Ooh, that fucking sucks. Hate when that happens. All right, look, I'm going to leave you guys with this slop for a second while I go pee. And then when we come back, we'll move on.
The country after the toppling of the Assad regime. Our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran is live in Beirut for us this morning. Matthew, good morning. What's the latest?
Michael, good morning. We've heard in the last couple of hours or so criticism from the French government of Israel's decision in the hours after the Assad regime fell in Syria to deploy troops and tanks into a buffer zone between Syria and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. This is something that many Arab countries have criticised Israel for, arguing that this is opportunism, that it's a land grab by Israel trying to pursue its own territorial ambitions. But this is the first time we've heard of a European government joining that criticism and saying that Israel needs to withdraw its troops from that area. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, says this is all about keeping Israel safe and its citizens safe, and saying that the agreement between Israel and Syria, which was written and signed back in the 1970s to adhere to this buffer zone, collapsed the moment the Assad regime did too. We've also had some comments from Russia against Israel and its actions in Syria. The Russian government saying that Israel needs to stop its airstrikes, which are targeting weapons stockpiles.
Oh. If it ain't halal, I don't support it being implemented in a Muslim society. That's up to you guys. I personally believe in a global proletariat, and I want to institute a global, classless, stateless, moneyless society. And I think that just is better than all of it combined. Oh, wow, you're adorable. Look at this boy. Hello, Franklin. Attack, huh? Attack mode? Oy. Can you let go now? I gotta go back to work, buddy. No. No, not yet? Okay. I am, very happy with the fit today, though. I just got this shirt, and it's, really pretty. I'm a big fan. We should have, global proletariat Sharia? Yeah, no. Definitely not. Why would I wear shoes in my house? I'm Middle Eastern. We don't wear shoes indoors. That's some, like, gross American shit. People who, like, wear shoes on their carpet, like, sit on their bed with shoes on the couch. That shit's weird. Who wears shoes inside? You know what? Hold on. I'm actually curious. Vote. Do you wear shoes inside your house or not? I want democracy in Arab lands, but not fake democracy sponsored by America. Well, same. Sorry, didn't mean to make you feel bad about it. That's just like a cultural thing. I just find it like kind of gross because you walk around outside with the shoes on and then you like step in shit outdoors and then you come into your house and I would think you'd want to take your shoes off. I mean, in the winter I have slippers. I have indoor shoes. I get that, Lord Fluffy Art. No, I don't wear shoes indoors unless there's something on the ground and my body can't handle the senses. Yeah, if there's like... If socks won't cut it, like, I don't like random crap touching the bottom of my foot when I'm walking around the house. That is also my autism. And that I don't like, but I just vacuum regularly. Socks or no socks indoors is the real question. That depends on the weather. Socks if it's cold, no socks if it's not. I don't know, I just think shoes inside is weird. I just obsessively wipe my shoes like they're my feet. If you do that, then that's a whole different thing, you know? I do not, because bending down is painful for me, so I don't wipe my shoes very often. I don't clean them unless they get dirty. America is like, democracy is government by the people for the people, but when the people are retarded. Yeah, kinda. Well, not for long either. America, democracy is for the rich. So, socks regardless of -50 or 100? No, I'm saying if it's hot, you wear no socks. If it's cold, you wear socks. You just need slippers you only wear inside. That's the way. This is true. I have slippers I only wear inside. I just not wearing them right now because it's hot and I don't want slippers on my feet. It's like having socks on right now. Assad's milkshake brought all the boys to the yard and they were like, it's better than yours. True. If you're going to be going out, in and out, I think keeping the socks on is needed. That's too much to do. Keep taking shoes and socks off all day. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if you're going to go in and out, keep your socks on. But, like, I still wouldn't keep my shoes on when I walked into my house. Just not my thing. Okay. Assad? Why do you always, like, simp for the worst people? Screw direct democracy, all power to the Soviets. Yeah, no. I want, not that. I can imagine how many people would genuinely hate my ideology, but only because they don't actually know what I believe. Alright. Let's talk about Georgia. Oh, right, Romania, not Georgia. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's talk about Romania, guys. Watch this. All right, well, have a look. Can I watch it? What is it? Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the video playing. I'm going to disagree with this just off the bat. So, you know, I don't agree.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
True, based. I need to chill at that level too. Yeah, that was so slow for me. It was kind of painful. Like, benzos couldn't slow me down that much. I like workers' councils. I like, again, I'm a libertarian socialist. It's just so many people cannot get over private property. No one wants to give up private property. Anyway, let's look at Russia trying to steal Romania. I tuned in either the right time or the wrong time. It's always the right time, Anthony. Welcome.
Is now heading into a period of uncertainty following the annulment of last week's presidential elections.
Did I call this Georgia again? It's Romania.
The country's constitutional court voided the result of the first round over concerns of foreign interference. The incumbent will remain in his post while the courts and the government find a way to prevent further meddling when the election is held again. DW's Jack Perrick has been speaking to people about the fallout of the ongoing political turmoil.
I know that that's what that means, Lennon, but that's not how it's processed by people seeing it these days. That's what it meant historically. Is libertarian socialism different from anarchist? Yes, although like there's a lot in common. As a libertarian socialist, like a lot of anarchist theory and beliefs, I either like, sympathize with, would like to take bits and pieces of. I'm not an anarchist, but there's definitely a lot of anarchist influence in libertarian socialism.
Mirella Onofray sells flowers on her stand here in downtown Bucharest and is one of millions of people in Romania who voted for the far-right, anti-EU, pro-Russia candidate in the first round of Romania's now cancelled presidential elections.
We have no money for bills. They've sold everything they could from Romania. They don't want to leave power.
Says the Marxist-Leninist, Lenin. Do you believe in government? I mean, it's an interesting question to ask, as in like, do I believe it exists? Yes. Do I believe it should exist? No. Do I believe that there is a point until like do I think it needs to exist up until a point where it can be done away with? Yes. Right now, government is necessary. It's easier to explain things through YouTube and Twitch drama. This is true.
Invented some lies that Russia is behind him. In fact, they are lies because the people know he's a fair man.
Propaganda.
It was this man, Calin Georgescu, who she hoped would turn the political tides in Romania. He arrived here at a polling station at the weekend in protest. After the second round he'd hoped to contest was cancelled by the Constitutional Court. It cited evidence of meddling on social media channels like TikTok to promote his videos. Georgescu denies Russia was supporting his campaigns. He often says he's fighting for what he calls peasant farmers, people like Petri Tocu, who comes into the city market from the rural countryside north of Bucharest to sell his
That is correct, Anthony.
Organic farm produce. But Petri didn't vote for him.
Why? Because he has some very strange things that the ordinary citizen cannot grasp.
Petri says the economic situation in Romania for small businesses is increasingly challenging.
Okay, so that's how they're covering it just in Germany, which has seemingly been a bit more pro-Russia these days, but 66,000 fake accounts, 10 million fake followers removed that affected this election on TikTok alone, just for this. Multiplied across all countries and elections Russia is actively trying to manipulate. That's the scale that we're seeing on these platforms. They had 66,000 fake accounts with 10 million fake followers across them just for Romania. Imagine what they're doing everywhere else. People shouldn't be controlled by a state. They should cooperate with each other and live as they please. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. Correct, Jojo. And that's what that's what libertarian socialism basically means. It's libertarianism for social policy, as in like the government has no right to interfere with how you live your life as long as you are not impeding the liberty of another person and their freedom and ability to live their life. But the state should also not allow private property and should be very harsh on businesses. Do you believe in direct democracy? If so, what's your definition of a government? I mean, I believe that these systems can exist. That's not my ideal. My ideal is the way that Anthony described. But like, you guys just want to talk about this now? Fine. Okay. We'll put Romania being stolen by Russia to the side. And let's talk about political ideology. Now, we can start all the way up here with anarchism, but I suppose since we're talking about what I believe, we'll start with libertarian socialism. And then we'll move from anarchism down. So, as was described, actually, it looks like you just kind of copy-pasted that. No, actually, no, you didn't. So, it's contrasted with other forms of socialism by its rejection of state ownership and other forms of libertarianism by its rejection of private property. Broadly defined, it schools both anarchism and Marxism, as well as other tendencies that oppose the state and capitalism. Political principles. So, free and equal society aiming to transform work and everyday life. Broadly defined, libertarian socialism encapsulates any political ideology that favors worker control of the means of production and the replacement of capitalism with a system of cooperative economics and cooperative ownership. Libertarian socialists tend to see the working class as agents of social revolution, reject representative democracy and electoralism, and advocate for self-organization. Now, here's where I tend to disagree. I don't reject representative democracy or electoralism now. In the process of achieving this, I am fully pro-democracy, pro-electoralism. Once this type of society has been achieved, there is no need for one. There is no state because the state, like, is a method of oppression. All of the enforcement is done through the people. There is a small state that's meant to, like, it's specifically, its purpose is to oppress businesses. As in, you're not allowed to have private property and we need someone in control of making sure that you're not, you know, taking over the means of production. But that will also be mainly just, in my hypothetical, off the top of my head, it would probably be a council of other council members in worker cooperatives. Like within the system of worker control of the means of production, there would be cooperative councils that essentially run and manage these industries. And we can just have people from those councils sit on the councils of making sure that no one's stealing the means of production. The term may seem contradictory to some because so here's the thing, is this is the original form of libertarianism. Libertarianism came about as a left-wing socialist adjacent ideology. It was then taken by the right in the United States. It was co-opted into what we know libertarianism to be now. So again, though, I'm not against electoralism or representative democracy until we achieve a free, equal, classless, moneyless, stateless society. And in that case, the closest thing to a state, a enforcer, would be the worker councils. So, libertarian socialists believe in grassroots and direct democracy approach to socialism, which approach to implementing this, totally on board. Rejecting parliamentarianism and bureaucracy respectively, I think that there is a degree of bureaucracy which is necessary to run any form of modern government. Like, we can't do this without bureaucracy. This is required. I disagree with the definitional rejection of bureaucracy. What about a person who has left libertarian true liberty outlooks? What do you mean by that, Kafir, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer? Because I feel like that's me, and I also love your name. It takes a little more than nihilism for me to push for anti-electoralism. Yeah. Historically, particularly in the EU and Latin America, libertarian was first used by anarchist and socialist movements. Exactly, yes. There is, like, I mean, we'll look at the Spanish Revolution later and the Russian Revolution as we go through this. But yeah, I mean, this has been attempted and could have been a real thing. It was never implemented because they lost. They lost to the Bolsheviks. So, libertarian socialists advocate for the empowerment of individuals to control their own lives and encourage them to voluntarily cooperate with each other rather than allow themselves to be controlled by a state. Libertarian socialists therefore uphold civil liberties such as freedom of choice, freedom of expression, freedom of thought. Thanks, I want to show off my liking for old gaming, 1970 to 2000. I did not catch that reference. I just liked the name because it was fun to say. In contrast to authoritarian forms of socialism, libertarian socialists reject state ownership and centralization. Again, no private property. Instead, adherents of libertarian socialism uphold a decentralized model of self-governance, envisioning free association based on cooperative and participatory economics. Now, a lot of people will say this is unrealistic. People will never, like, cooperate. People are greedy by nature, and I don't believe any of that. I don't think people are innately bad. I don't think people are innately greedy. I don't think people are innately anything. I think all of this is based on the material conditions in which you live and how you engage with those material conditions and how you grew up in said said material conditions. Your education growing up and your culture, what you're exposed to, all of that influences this, and this kind of cooperation is easily possible as long as it's incentivized. If it's good for you to cooperate and bad for you to not cooperate, then you'll probably... Wait, am I frozen? L? Oh my god. YouTube is not maintaining enough... What the fuck? What's happening with my YouTube? No, I'm good on Twitch, but YouTube froze. And I don't know why. Interesting. Sorry. Well, we're gonna keep going. Sorry, YouTube chat. Hey, thanks, Seabed Sailor. So, some libertarian socialists see such systems as complementary to statism, while others hold to this. You just need to incentivize people. The right want to pee on words with anti-authoritarian roots to make the use of these words inherently feel cringe to the left. Yes. And they've been successful in doing that, by the way. There's a reason why it's difficult to talk about Russia, because they did exactly that with Russia. Russia. You guys all talk about Russia. Fascist, Nazi. They've poisoned the well on these terms. Communist, socialist. That's why I'm in favor of just like adopting some of their terminology to try and make, like, the thing is, this would appeal to a lot of right-wingers. They'll just never see it. And if they did, they probably wouldn't understand it. But if you can get the message across in a way that passes the brain woke filter that they have installed, then they'll listen to you. Libertarian socialists tend to reject the view that political institutions such as the state represent an inherently good or even neutral power. Some libertarian socialists, such as Peter Kropotkin, consider the state to be an inherent instrument of landlordism and capitalism, therefore opposing the state with equal intensity as they oppose capitalism. I think that the state is an inherent instrument of oppression and landlordism, and I think it leads to capitalism. So I do agree with this. I just, I have like an order of priorities of things that need to change. And I mean, this is well at the end, you know, there's a lot that needs to be done before you can even get to this point. I think there's the main difference between me and you is I believe in socialism, and I believe the best way to implement it is via democratically elected state. Well, this would be democratically like done. This would not be done through revolution. This would be done either through opportunism or through electoralism. A libertarian socialist economy, workers collectively own and run their workplace through democratic decision-making rather than having either private companies or government control. Exactly. It's worker cooperatives. There's, like, this is written in that it says it's against, it rejects representative democracy and electoralism. But if this was ever going to be implemented in the United States, it would either be through representative democracy and electoralism, or through opportunism, when the right has their own like physical revolution that I still expect to see at some point. I don't really think that the right will be happy with the next 4 years, and I think that they will have a revolution. And if we have people in places of power which have authority, which grant trust, who talk about these things, who explain these ideals, who, like people like AOC and Bernie, who are doing exactly that, then there's a higher chance of being able to implement this electorally, or by force, in the manner of the right wing do a revolution and we stop them. Yeah, sorry guys on YouTube. I don't know why YouTube froze. Twitch was still fine though. I think understanding Buddhism will help people understand libertarian socialism better. I was looking at the systems adopted by Buddhism as their national religion. I don't know anything about Buddhism, but I don't really think you need to understand religion to understand this. Agreed, the focus is on meeting people's needs through cooperation and shared resources instead of maximizing profits in terms of power and greed. True, exactly. The thing is, like, a lot of this is really easy if you just convince people that it's good for them. And it is good for them. That's the thing. It's like, it shouldn't be this difficult to get people on board, because this would benefit everybody. Libertarian socialists tend to view corporate power as an institutional problem rather than a result of the influence of certain immoral individuals. Theorists thus oppose capitalism per se, which they perceive as an economic system that upholds greed and exploitation of labor and coercion. Thus, libertarian socialists call for the overthrow of capitalism as part of a social revolution. I also agree with this. This is, by the way, one of the fundamental reasons why I think the Soviet Union failed, is because instead of fully transferring to socialism, they did their, like, they attempted state socialism, a market socialism, middle ground, in order to change to that framework. And it didn't happen because the existence of capital will create a capital class, whether you want one or not. How would we fundamentally change the frameworks of society while being a small minority? I don't like the feeling of this. By becoming less of a minority, by continuously spreading messaging, by learning how to message better and get the message across better, get people to understand better. We need to learn how to propagandize like the right does, just with truth instead of lies. Right now, we're a minority, and to be fair, libertarian socialists historically have been the minority and have lost. This is just what I think is, like, currently my idea of the best possible organization of society. Whether this is possible to get here right now, I mean, in my lifetime, I don't think this is possible. I don't think it's likely. I would love to try. I have hope. I will work for it. I'll fight for it. But we need people to agree, and we don't have that. We are the minority, and that's the problem. Look, you can sip from the ML, and if you start the revolution and you succeed, good. But I don't think that instituting socialism through violent revolution will result in a form of socialism that is lasting, good, or even really socialism. I mean, look at what happened with Lenin. I just mean that I think that the best way to prevent capitalism from rising again is to have a state enforce the laws that are enforced by a state. I just don't see how society can properly function without the kind of authority. You don't need the authority from the state. You have the authority. It's your community has the authority. The state will only lead to the reemergence of capitalism. It's the exact opposite. I know that it's hard to conceptualize people policing themselves and crime, but also there would be less crime. The only real criminals would be like people who just want to hurt people for no reason. Not like theft would go down because you would have everything you need. You wouldn't have crimes like that. It would be violent crime. Violent crime would also go down because addiction rates would go down, because people would also, you know, be less depressy and upsetty spaghetti. There's methods that are like historically used and would be used in this case to police within the society without having a state. I'm on board with all of this, but what I've learned from anarchism, all of this applies there also. Is there a clear way to explain the fault line? Well, I mean, we're still reading through the, we're at the beginning still of the Wikipedia page, and we're going to go into anarchism next. The thing with anarchism is all of these are different kinds of anarchism. All of these are different kinds of anarchism. So it's a very broad ideology. I feel like there has to be an evolution here in terms of slowly working people into this. And that's the way that I feel like would be the best way to go about it, Anthony, is slowly getting people towards this idea. And like, hey, look, killing Brian Thompson got people much more on board with nationalized healthcare. I mean, realistically, even in a Trump presidency, even with the state media, the general public perception of rich people is going to get worse over the next 4 years as they, steal all of the wealth. And then it'll be likely, if we at least learn to propagandize well, easier to do messaging to the right on this subject. Decent wages, vacation, healthcare, reasonable working hours, conditions, yeah. Gotta eliminate the Bezos class, can't do it any other way. True, yeah, we gotta get rid of the Bezos class. Revolution sounds scary, yes, but the thing is, revolution is can come from the left or the right. Libertarianism is highly marketable among right-wing circles, disenfranchised. Well, exactly, but their libertarianism is the exact opposite of my libertarianism, Greg17 Prime. I think that their libertarianism is a disgrace and disgusting, and I think it, like, I would defenestrate it if I could, if it was a physical thing. My boyfriend is a total anarchist, based. Okay, as an anarchist, I cannot promise the addiction rates will go down. I can't promise that, but I can say that if you have less financial stress on you, then you're less likely to drink and do drugs. We know that because we know that from studies done in Australia on violence against women. And violence against women goes down when poverty rates go down because people who have more money get less drunk and beat their wives less often. Real example, American author wrote For Whom the Bell Tolls. Hemingway observed an event in the Spanish Civil War. A town drunk who did violent crimes to other villagers for years was summarily on spot. Yeah, the villagers decided to delete him in a people's court almost a century ago. I feel like classifying humans as X politically could hurt anyone in a way because anyone wants to classify something as X so they can judge you as X versus Y, or westernized society is extremely judgmental today. This is true, which is why I try not to like lean too much into labels. I think a large part of this is that there's a just base misunderstanding with the meaning of these words. And also a branding issue. He was described as abusive alcoholic, socialists, and others had taken control of the town. Townsfolk said, get rid of this guy. I don't believe that without a state that certain people can get the help that they need. Like, how would everyone who is unable to get work gets... No, that the community does that for you. Art. What you're not understanding here is, first off, yes, a government's not a state. There is difference. You can have people in charge. We need bureaucracy. I said this earlier, in fact. I said I disagree with one of the base definitions here, which was right here, rejecting parliamentarianism and bureaucracy respectively. I disagree with this. I think these are required in our modern society. I just wouldn't want them to be implemented the way they are now. I don't think you could have a state engage in the modern world without some kind of bureaucracy. So, like, I think what you're having is a misunderstanding here, in that everyone would be able to get what they need because their needs would be met by A, the community, and 2, bureaucracy still exists for more complex things. I think throwing the labels out entirely isn't as sophisticated as some people try and make it sound. It's not, which is why you have to change the labels and contextually use them in certain situations. For example, if you are talking to somebody, like I'm talking to you guys are generally on the left. There's a few anarchists in my chat. I'm much more willing to use rhetoric and terminology that fits in with anarchism, with socialism. If I'm talking to a MAGA head, a maggot, and I'm trying to convince them over to my side, I will not like refer to things the same way. When there are disasters, we see communities come together, create welfare. We could have society like that 24/7. How does bureaucracy exist without a state to enforce it? You don't need enforcement by the state. The community enforces it. The bureaucracy exists because the community has needs that need to be met, and there are people in the community who like are able to lead, community lead. This happens naturally. Again, as Lost Zote said, look at what happened in even just Florida after what was it, the second hurricane, not Helene, the one that wasn't as bad, that could have been much worse. There was right-wingers and left-wingers working together to sandbag houses, to put up they were organizing themselves based off of a community need. And there were obviously people who are just louder, more outspoken, more active, maybe just smarter, that just naturally float to the top and people listen to them. And then the bureaucracy forms if this is necessary to continue, for, let's say, for example, the maintenance of a hospital. This would require a bureaucracy. And this could be done by people who want to work in healthcare, forming the bureaucracy themselves in their not only worker cooperative community, but within the community as a whole. It would just be small. Think about the federal government and shrink that down to a state, and then shrink that down to more of a big city size of government. How does the community, there's no need to enforce. I don't think you're actually capable of understanding this, because this would require this is a vastly different worldview than anything any of us have lived in that there is no requirement to enforce anything, because incentive works instead of enforcement. Incentive to help others. Incentive that if you do good, good will come to you from others. Built in a society, a ideology that's built from the ground up. Children that are raised like this. You don't need to enforce good behavior. You don't need to unify behind a leader. You just need to do what's good for you and the people around you and your society. There can be a larger bureaucracy of people who just want to make sure that all of the different smaller bureaucracies are communicating. You don't need a figurehead leader to organize. Exactly. You need organizers, not leaders. You need autistics that are type A and like to make spreadsheets. That's who makes the bureaucracy, is autistics who like spreadsheets. Everyone has a role in society, and that role is whatever they want to do. To each according to their ability, to each according to whatever they want, not even to their need. The same people in charge, they're all friends. You just join the Skull and Bones fraternity. Yeah, I absolutely. Anyway. Rejection of private property, as they consider capitalist property relations to be incompatible with freedom. I agree. Instead, libertarian socialists uphold individual self-ownership as well as collective ownership of the means of production. In the place of capitalism, libertarian socialists favor an economic system based on workers' control of the means of production. Advocating for a system of cooperative economics and common ownership, they also advocate for worker self-management, as they consider workers able to cooperate productively without supervisors, whether appointed by employers or by the state. I agree. You don't need to be enforced. What's the difference between organizers and leaders? A leader is someone people follow because they think this leader is right. An organizer is someone people follow because this organizer is attempting to convince people to follow them in something. The leader is much more of a permanent authoritarian based term. Organizers are part of the community and dissipate when their job is done. That's the thing. But understand, you don't need supervision to be productive, to be able to function as humans. We will do this ourselves. Which system of government is best against alien spacecraft hovering of New Jersey? That would be a nuclear missile. At the spacecraft, to be clear, not at New Jersey. Represent New Jersey pride. They also tend to see free trade as inevitably resulting in the redistribution of income and wealth from workers to their corporate employers. They advocate for the elimination of social and economic inequality through the coercive expropriation of property from the wealthy. I agree with that as well. Look, yeah, we've covered the drones. They're nothing. Fox News is saying that they come from a fucking Iranian mothership parked off the coast of the East Coast. They're nothing. How would we secure a presidency, though? Well, this wouldn't be done through a presidency. That's the thing. You can't. You can't secure the presidency. We can't do this unless, A, there is significantly larger support across the board, or the right wing does a coup. This is like, again, the only thing that I think could institute this in my lifetime is if there is a revolution. I just don't like the idea of having a revolution start from the left. If they start the revolution on the right, take advantage of it. Why do you think I think all of you should get a gun and learn how to use it? If the Nazis start a fucking fascist revolution, I would like for us to be able to win. And if we win, then we can do this. Otherwise, we gotta wait. Otherwise, we'd have to work towards this slowly. We still need to do democratic socialism before we can get here. I just don't think doing a market socialism would work. That will fail. You have to get rid of the market entirely or all of this fails. It's a sacrifice you're willing to make. Well, then make it. That's the thing. Like, until that happens, there's nothing we can actually do to work towards this. The push for leftism right now in America is basically dead. We need to wait for Trump to fuck up the country a bit and piss off the right so we can bring them over. Won't there be organizers who are always needed since certain things like, well, yes, they would. And they would become de facto leaders of their community, but they would have no, like, actual power. It would just be social leadership. As in, the community trusts you, so you are, like, given responsibility and, no, just the responsibility to do this job. And if you suck at doing it, if you start doing badly, if you start working against the community, then they get you out. Good leader representative should be delegated by the people, not the other way around. Yep. Iranian mothership does sound exciting. Too bad it's fake. I would personally like to start a new structured, evolved political ideology, but something that benefits humanity. I mean, good luck with that. I don't think techno-progressivism sounds horrifying. I've seen, like, solar punk. I think that's like, isn't that like everything's green and has solar panels? I like that. Look, we just need to start moving to the left is the largest point here. Why is it legal to own a gun without taking an accuracy test if you fail your job? Because America. Sadly, the means of fucking up the market only seem available to the ones who control it, which obviously they will not do. Yes, unfortunately. I mean, no, I can't say shit. I can't say things because I'll get in trouble, but, you know, there's hope. There's things that can happen. What is a kulak? I have no idea what that means. Ah, former presidents in the Russian Empire became landowners. Well, yeah. I like that. That's fine. Cool with that. Alright. Now, back to this. You've thought of The Way? Yeah. Look, if any of you have thought of, yes, I know, but Lenin... So, look, my issue with Lenin is that he had some good ideas and then became a class traitor when he gained power. But I also blame Trotsky for Lenin becoming the class traitor. Stalin is a fascist. But Stalin was also just like... like Stalin was Stalin. Trotsky was like a manipulative snake, and Lenin became the class traitor after gaining power. He was corrupted by the power. If you do exactly what they did, but skip the market socialism bit, go full on into socialism, get rid of capital, that might actually work. Lenin did kill a lot of people, but also you should blame Trotsky for that because he killed mostly anarchists at the time, you know. Trotsky is responsible for Lenin killing all of the anarchist allies that they had. Trotsky was a Nazi collaborator who deserved his deportation. True. Trotsky was a fucking snake. And I blame Trotsky for a lot of Lenin's like bad shit, and also the like rewriting of history under Stalin. I also blame Trotsky for that. In North America, communal societies existed under the guise of religious organizations. Mormon, Amish, unfortunately, they're patriarchal religious societies. This is also true. Yeah, we see that. Like, the Amish don't go to fucking court. A wise man once said, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Exactly. So, it literally was just the power in addition to having capital. I think if Lenin did exactly what he did, and there was no Trotsky, and they actually got rid of capital, that might have succeeded. I can't say for sure. I can't say like that would have been a different timeline. That would have been a different like Lenin. But other leftists, no, I disagree. The Bolsheviks lost, like the Bolsheviks were the problem. Yeah, the other leftists were the Bolsheviks' biggest problem during 1970. Sorry, I misread that. If not for the Bolsheviks, the Russian Revolution would have ended with libertarian socialism. Trotsky did not eliminate anarchists in Russia. Trotsky helped convince like Lenin to do so, and then wrote a lot of anti-anarchist propaganda for him and for Stalin afterward. Trotsky is a snake. Don't like genuinely don't like trust him. He is a liar and a snake, and not. He was a class traitor. You guys wanted to continue the war, nobody liked it. Well, let's read. Russian libertarian socialists, including anarchists and populists and left socialist revolutionaries, led the opposition to the Tsarist autocracy through the late 19th century. They created a network of both clandestine and legal organizations throughout Russia with the aim of overthrowing the Russian nobility and bringing land under the common ownership of the Mir, which I believe was just the proletariat. Their agitation for land reform in the Russian countryside culminated with the establishment of rural Soviets during the 1905 revolution. Anarchists also organized among the urban proletariat, forming clandestine factory committees that proved to be more attractive to revolution-minded workers than the more reformist trade unions favored by Bolsheviks. During the 1917 revolution, in which libertarian socialists played a leading role, the Bolsheviks changed tack and adopted elements of the libertarian socialist program to appeal to their workers. But by 1919, the new Bolshevik government had come to the view that libertarian socialists as a threat to their power and moved to eliminate their influence. Libertarian socialist organizations were banned, and many of their members were arrested, deported to Siberia, or executed by the Cheka. The revolution of 1917 to 23 ended in the defeat of libertarian socialists, with either the Social Democrats, the Bolsheviks, or the Nationalists rising to power. Libertarian socialists responded by reevaluating their positions, emphasizing mass organization over intellectual vanguardism, revolutionary spontaneity over substitutionism. They came to conceive the dictatorship of the proletariat as a form of class power rather than as a dictatorship of a political party. Many Marxists of the period were attracted to the position, including Rosa Luxemburg in Germany, Antoine Pennecock in the Netherlands, and Sylvia Pankhurst in Britain. Georgi Lukács in Hungary, and Antonio Gramsci in Italy. So, like, I disagree that the war continued because, like, we wanted to keep fighting and nobody liked it. Like, I don't know enough about that. If you say that that's true, I'll even just let that sit for a minute. I don't actually care. But, like, this could have been the outcome. I do want to discuss the idea of what your interim... I don't think there should be an interim government. I think you need to just do it. I think interim government is where you fuck up. They were rad libs and socidems, not people ID from a revolutionary government with. I mean, some of them were. Not all of them. There was anarchists, populists. Rosa Luxemburg, yeah, shout out to Rosa. But I like this would have been the better timeline. And even without this, again, Lenin, without Trotsky and without capital, would have also been better than what we got. But, yeah. What if we achieve libertarian socialism in one country? What would the government look like? Like, if you just did it in one country rather than... Well, I suppose it would depend on the country. If we did this in America, it would result in a bunch of other countries flipping socialist pretty quickly afterward, because, you know, they would do so if it wasn't for us. But it would look much less centralized. Much more, like... Weirdly, again, this is something that should appeal to Republicans. This is small government. It's government that's based in, like, not even at a state level, but smaller than that, in a city level, in a community level. It's just an overarching bureaucracy that links the different smaller governments so they can communicate and get messaging across, so they can work together to implement, like, let's say roads need to be built. So like the government of, I don't know, northern New Jersey could work with the government of southern New Jersey to build that road. And I say northern southern New Jersey, realistically it'd probably be even smaller than that. I'm just kind of simplifying for the sake of getting through it quicker, but it's almost primitive, but it's not. That's the thing. It sounds kind of primitive. It's just removing all of the nativist primitivism from the ideology and installing just incentive to create, to work together. Wasn't Trotsky a Nazi collaborator? Why would a government No. I said Trotsky is bad. Fuck Trotsky. He was a Nazi collaborator. He was a snake, and he was the reason Lenin started killing socialists. I said, did I say it wrong? I said Lenin without Trotsky and without capital would have been better than what we got. This will set me on a reading research on Trotsky in the War of 1910 to 30 and see what well, so hold on. Oh, okay, cool. If you go to actually on my Discord as well, in the resources section, there is a link to the Anarchists Library, and I mean, you can have a look at this from there, an anarchist response to Trotsky's attack. That could be a good place to start your research. I heard Russian streets were the cleanest because everyone had a job, and that was someone. Well, that's a different thing. That's giving people jobs for the sake of, like, no jobs, and I think that system doesn't need to happen. I think there are jobs that people will do that are useful. The sovereign citizen movement in Canada isn't making any headway detaching itself from the current governmental systems. I agree that a social libertarian system could only really arise under very unique circumstances. This is like probably the best outcome that we can hope for, but yeah, it's not realistic in implementation, not in our current social climate, not in our social political climate, but it is my ideology. I mean, like, if we just overthrew the government, would there be a central government? Would it be, well, ideally, no. There would be no government. Ideally, there would be no military. There would be, like, your military would be your community. We don't need militaries. I don't think we should be waging war with other countries. I think if you need to defend yourself from, like, I mean, first of all, if we did this in America, again, a bunch of other countries will flip after us, but who's invading us? Mexico? We all have guns. Your community protects you. I'd officially throw my new political ideology. I'm calling it Terra Novo, or Terra Novanism. It implies innovation while respecting our planetary home. I'm with you on that. Are you a part of the Anarchs Discord? No, I actually suck at participating in Discord and social media, so I don't actually tend to spend a lot of time on it, but if you send me an invite on the Discord, I'll join it. We have hardly any citizen participation in our liberal democracies, just one vote for every 4 years. Well, like, this is why you can see that in every liberal democracy around the world this year, the liberal government, there's a word for government that was also the government last time around, come on. What do you call, like, the president who's running? Incumbent. Thank you. Thank you. The incumbent, I lost where I was. Jesus Christ. Oh, yes. The incumbent lost in every single race around the world in liberal democracies, except for one particular place. If Trotsky rode a horse, I'm sure the jokes would just ride themselves. I think it's idealistic and very flawed. I believe it would do capital. You think my ideology would end in capitalism part 2? Man, we really need to do this debate, Lennon. I want to hear more about not only your ideology, but, like, I'm willing to argue whether or not, like, this can be done differently. I don't necessarily think, like, I'm not set in stone militant on my ideology. I'm willing to change if you give me a good idea. Japan has a self-defense force under its constitution. I think Costa Rica is the same. They can't have a standing army. Yep. Costa Rica or somewhere there has no military standing. We don't need them. We have that too. It's called workers' councils. I mean, yeah. I like workers' councils. All incumbents losing seems pretty odd and makes... Well, they're all losing to populists, to economic populism. All of the incumbent liberal democracies are running like a Kamala Harris campaign of everything is fine, let's keep the status quo, while the right is running economic populism. It's a fake economic populism, but it's still economic populism, and people do that. Maoism and Leninism became capitalism part 2. This is true. The Spanish Revolution is a interesting one, actually. I think this is pretty cool. So libertarian socialism reached its apex in popularity with the Spanish Revolution of 1936, and during which libertarian socialists led the largest and most successful revolution against capitalism to ever take place in any industrial economy. In Spain, traditional forms of self-management and common ownership dated back to the 15th century. The Levant, where collective self-management of irrigation was commonplace, became the hotbed of anarchist collectivism. Collectivization, rather. Building on this traditional collectivism from 1876, the Spanish libertarian socialist movement grew through sustained agitation and establishment of alternative institutions that culminated in the Spanish Revolution. During this period, a series of workers' congresses, first convoked by the Spanish Regional Federation of the IWA, debated and refined proposals for the construction of libertarian socialist society. Over several decades, resolutions from these Congress formed the basis of a specific program on a range of issues, with the structure of communes and the post-revolutionary economy to libertarian and cultural artistic initiatives. Damn, that was a mouthful. These proposals were published in the pages of a widely distributed libertarian socialist periodicals, such as the Solidaridad, I don't know. Tierra y Libertad, which each circulated tens of thousands of copies. By the outbreak of the revolution, the anarcho-syndicalist Confederación Nacional del Trabajo enjoyed widespread popularity, counting 1.5 million members in its ranks. It got popular. What if us pulling out led to Russia invading most of Europe since no military... Well, obviously, I'm not saying that this would... Like, Art, I just said you couldn't do this in our current political climate. That's like, that question is irrelevant because I've already said you can't do this right now. Does that mean cooperation have taken over the world governments? Corporations have taken over the world governments. Yes, we live in oligarchy now. Stalin shouldn't have stopped. He should have gone past the Rhine. Ban all but one ism. True. And Western governments are, well, they're all oligarchies, man. We live in oligarchy. It's not even fascism anymore. We thought it was going to be fascism. No, it's just fucking oligarchy. During the revolution, the means of production were brought under the workers' control, and workers' cooperatives formed on the basis of a new economy. According to Gaston Levant, the CNT established an agrarian federation in the Levant, and that encompassed 78% of Spain's most arable land. The regional federation was populated by 1.6 million people, 40% of whom lived in the region's 900 agrarian collectives, which were self-organized by peasant unions. Although industrial and agricultural production was at its highest in the anarchist-controlled areas of the Spanish Republic, the anarchist militias displayed the strongest military discipline. Liberals, communists alike blamed the sectarian libertarian socialists for the defeat of the Republic in the Spanish Civil War. These charges have been disputed by contemporary libertarian socialists such as Robin Hanel and Noam Chomsky, who have accused such claims of lacking substantial evidence. Speaking of Chomsky, look, I'll say this before and I'll say it again. Noam Chomsky occasionally has some dumb takes. Occasionally has some base takes.
Should I go ahead and ask you a question?
Sure, anything.
Okay. We're led to think that anarchism is bomb-throwing mayhem. What is it that attracts you to anarchism?
Anarchism has nothing to do with bomb-throwing mayhem. It's
true.
Anarchism is a point of view which, first of all, it covers a lot of things. You know, political rhetoric is not the
Chomsky has defended Pol Pot, right? This is why I mean by saying, like, Sometimes he'll say some dumb shit, but oftentimes he's pretty good. Like, I like Chomsky. You just have to realize that occasionally the neurons might not all be firing on the right chambers. That's all.
Covers a lot of things.
I agree
Political
with
rhetoric
Chomsky
is not the
on this.
clearest, it's not a model of clarity. And anarchism has covered quite a lot of ground, but the mainstream of it has just been the basic principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment, that any form of authority and domination has a
He
burden
doesn't
of proof to
support
bear.
Pol Pot.
It
He
has to
just said some
demonstrate
dumb
it's
shit
legitimate.
that sounded like he,
Doesn't matter
you know,
what it is,
he
whether it's
engaged in genocide denial. But that doesn't mean he likes Pol Pot. He was wrong at some point. He probably was just genuinely wrong. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt of, all right, you know what? He was just wrong there. Let's move on. Because he's gone out afterward and said that he doesn't support Pol Pot. So, you know, I'm trying to explain this idea. Would we not take over and... No. I'm saying that right now in our political system, it is impossible to establish the system. We can't do it right now. We need support from the population to be able to do something like this. And right now, people don't support this. Do you think this, or do you think that, or is this more you're just adopting a perceived perception on the guy? No, like, I don't think he's... I like his ideology. I generally do not disagree with Chomsky. I've seen that before, and like, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's changed his position on it. And I saw a documentary late COVID that states the CIA funneled emphatically small arms and artillery bases to the Khmer. We did. We absolutely did. We funded the Khmer Rouge because they were fighting against Vietnam.
Inside a family or you know, the global economy. If it is a form of authority and domination and coercion, it has to show that it's legitimate. If it can demonstrate it's legit, and it's a heavy burden.
That right there, by the way, that's my basic definition of anarchy and anarchism.
A global economy. If it is a form of authority and domination and coercion, it has to show that it's legitimate.
If you can't show that you're legitimate as a form of authority, domination, or coercion, you don't you should not exist. And who gets to decide what is legitimate? Who is in charge of whether or not this has proved itself? It's you, all of us. They have to prove themselves to us, and we don't have to give them lines to play within. It's just, yeah, it's not mob rule. That's not what it is.
If it can demonstrate it's legit, and it's a heavy burden.
You have to demonstrate your
legitimacy.
legitimacy.
If it shows that it's legitimate, okay. If not, it ought to be dismantled. That's anarchy.
I think that right now, in our current moment, the only way to implement this ideology is through social revolution, whether it happens in a country or whether it's globally. I think within my lifetime that could change. I think the next decade or so under oligarchy will push people further to the left. This kind of ideology grows quite well under fascism and oligarchy. People are going to be mad, and we just need to be there when they get mad so we can point to who they should be mad about, instead of let the right point to anyone else. Like they point to trans people, you should be pointing to the rich. Now, right now, no one's asking us, but if they ask us and we point to the rich, that's how we get there. Right now, bide your time. You can't do this right now unless there is a revolution. Doesn't mean that it's not still correct, or rather a good ideology. I wouldn't say correct. There's no... I'm not narcissistic enough to claim that I have the one true correct political ideology. I just... Right now, it's not viable. Global religious trends, nuclear proliferation, corporate wealth grabs contribute to climate that doesn't allow communal societies to exist on a large scale. Except all of those will lead to a larger, like an increase in sentiment of people wanting to do this. You wait until like the climate refugee problem starts, you know, really ramping up. Well, that's okay, Art. You don't have to be able to explain this concept right now. Like, it's a complicated concept. And again, we didn't even finish the Wikipedia article on it. And it's not currently possible to implement. Just learn about anarchism for a second, and I think that might help you understand libertarian socialism, because these two do intertwine quite heavily. And I have another clip from Chomsky. It's part 2 of this.
What is considered legitimate authority?
It's the task of those who have the authority to demonstrate that. So, for example, if I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter, and suppose I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter and she runs out into the street, okay, and I grab her and pull her back. Well, that's authority, and it's my task to demonstrate that it's legitimate. And I think
so. Take this and apply that to government systems under what I've explained to you. There can be people in positions of authority. They just have to demonstrate that their authority is legitimate. They also have to, like, define what is legitimate by demonstrating it. Whether it's legitimate or not is defined by whether they can legitimize their authority to the people of the community. They need to be able to explain why they should have this authority.
I think in this case, if anybody challenged me, I could make an argument saying that's legitimate authority. But the burden of proof is always on those who exercise it. That's true if it's men and women, parents and children, owners and people they rent, the state and people who serve it, the IMF and people who follow its orders, wherever it is. So there's no general definition of what legitimate authority is. It's the task of those who exercise authority to demonstrate their legitimacy. They're the ones who have the burden of proof. And if they can't meet that burden by explaining why what they do is legitimate, then they have no right to exercise the authority. And whatever institution, any institution within which they exercise it is illegitimate unless they show otherwise. And the anarchists are just people who believe that and try to do something about it.
So the members of that institution, is it their responsibility to make a judgment call about the authority of the person who is trying to prove their legitimate authority?
Well, I don't mean that every minute of the day everybody has to be saying, look, this is my legitimate authority, but they have to.
Which, by the way, like, that's such a stupid question. Like, this is what people do when they just try and simplify anarchism down to mob rule and inconvenience constantly in order to just stop any conversation on the subject. Everything that he's saying makes perfect sense. That question was fucking retarded.
Be prepared to meet the challenge.
Sure.
So if it's like suppose it's a formally democratic state, well, in principle, that challenge is met by interchange among the population,
exactly true,
which recognizes the authority of actions in the public arena through constant interaction, debate, struggle, and so on.
You decide if it's legitimate based off whether you're convinced. You like the person in authority has to demonstrate why they think their authority is legitimate. And then the community who is under the authority of said person has to say, yeah, I agree. And if they don't, then that authority is not legitimate. It's just that simple. The burden of proof is on the status quo, on the system and functionaries, down to the last peon to justify themselves as legitimate and fair and authentic. Yes, this hospital bill is not legitimate. I'm not going to pay for it. Well, to be fair, you shouldn't have to pay for healthcare anyway. I wonder what happened to all the students from the 80s who quizzed him, but they're all rental property overlords now? Probably. Couldn't that lead to fascism? I mean, if done poorly, yes, but so could everything else. That revolves, like, it could lead to fascism based off if the entire community believes this person, but then you would also have to get to every other community and they're decentralized. So you could have, I don't know, a leader who is illegitimate, a fascist leader in northern New Jersey, let's say, in New Jersey town, just as an example, in that community, develop fascism. But that fascism can't spread to the neighboring communities because they're decentralized. And all of these communities have a bureaucracy system of communication. So then they can declare this as an issue and remove the person from power who has a legitimate power. The decentralization of everything makes it much more difficult to propagandize and brainwash people. I agree with the problems of where power lies as an obstacle, and I'm going to the tech angle, is that it can override the clunky problems of direct democracy. Like, we can easily hold a conference of thousands of people and vote without it being crowding a town hall. Well, so the thing is, I don't really like the idea of digitally voting, first of all, but I do agree that it has increased our ability to organize, to mobilize, to socialize. Exclamation point PV, go join Progressive Victory, for example. This is something you can do that could help in your direct democracy. But on top of that, I don't necessarily think that I don't think technology is the answer to the problems. I know a lot on the subject. The medical and computer database and a handful of software suites across the US and Canada are very astute to cross-referencing actual ID, thus skipping the bill is almost impossible. Yeah, they will hunt you down forever. Couldn't they invade their neighbors? This would require them to have an army. And all of these different neighbors would also have their own little like militias that are meant to protect each other, like themselves, from whether or not it's an invading force from, I don't know, a different community or from, I don't know, Canada or Mexico. There's still people with guns. They could do that. They would fail. That's the thing. It's decentralized. It's not a big government. So taking that doesn't like North New Jersey taking South New Jersey will just lead to New York and Pennsylvania removing that person from power. One town can take over a smaller town. Hell, if the people of that town want to like join together, they can do that. They're allowed to. They're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. That's the thing. The issue is, I don't want a state telling me what's right. What's right is decided by society. And the existence of the state leads to the disillusionment of society with itself. We don't have trust in other people because we rely on the state. If you rely on your neighbors all the time, they're your government, you are the government, you're much less likely to act in bad faith. I want the paper vote to be counted by a person and a computer, and then I want to check my vote to see that it was correctly counted to who I voted for. Well, yeah, and by the way, you can check, that your vote was counted, but I wouldn't want, I would prefer person and computer double check. Sure. Yeah. Like, I don't care if it takes longer. I'd rather have redundancies in case of mistakes. It's the only way we advance to the next level. We are not a forever species. Technology to an extent will help us, but I think that we have more pressing problems. We're not like advancing to the next level, Anthony, is so far ahead that it's not even worth thinking about. We're like, right now we're like this close to jumping off the fucking the cliff into the bed of spikes on the ground. So we have to maybe like walk back away from the cliff a little bit first, turn around, and then maybe we can start walking up the stairs towards the next level. You're just setting a clock backwards to more democratic city-states. Eventually leaders will gobble up other towns, forming empires until it falls apart and does capitalism again. Unless there's systems implemented to prevent exactly that from happening. You do realize, like, I'm speaking broadly. If this was to be implemented, there would be a lot of bureaucracy involved. How would a person like me, whose ideal life is just writing and making stories with other people who doesn't want to deal with government, function in your proposed society? You write, make stories, make art. You're an artist. That would be your job. You get paid for your art. Get paid, just, universal living wage, generally. Like, you should just be paid to exist. And then you can create whatever you want to create. There is a job everyone will do. You don't need financial incentive to get someone to go to work. We can still even produce commodities if the rest of the world is capitalist and sell them to the rest of the world. Profit everybody in the state. Like, and not in the state, but like everybody in the community, in the greater community. You can set up a bureaucratic branch of some of the worker cooperatives that specifically function to, I don't know, if there's a capitalist country, like let's say Korea, and we're selling shit to Korea. We can sell shit that we make in excess to Korea for profit, and then that profit just goes into the government. We don't sell things for profit to our citizens because, you know, we don't believe in profit. We don't believe in capital. But there's still money. I would rather no money, but to get to no money, you need to get the whole world on board. So in the interim, you can still engage with capitalist countries without having capital. It would just be a direct transfer to the entirety of the collectives. It would be a distribution of said wealth. You would make a trade deal, you would sell some shit, that money comes in, that money is equally distributed to the communities. There's no one holding on to it. If you wanted to hold on to the money, if you wanted a bank, for example, then no, you don't get a bank, because banks lead to straight up capital. Bureaucracy is just required. It's not going to prevent them. It just needs to be done right. Lenin, come on. You're being contrarian here. We're acting as if like everything that I'm saying is exactly how it's going to be, but there's no nuance in how these societies like conduct themselves internally, externally, with each other. Like there is a lot of nuance here that you can't just answer. What if the rest of the world is capitalist and we need to defend ourselves? We don't need to defend ourselves from the rest of the world. First of all, do you know how hard it would be to invade America? Genuinely, like, do you know how difficult it would be to invade America? We have the most OP starting point on the map. If America flipped socialist, there would be other countries that flip socialist like this. Brazil, for one. And again, this isn't going to happen right now. There is not, like, the things required to make this happen don't exist right now. Are we all in agreement on authority at the very least? Like, did I manage to explain how you demonstrate, that's not the word. God damn it, where's the words in my mouth today? How you show that you have legitimate authority. Art, this is such a stupid thing to say. Mexico would go socialist. Justify, thank you.
In terms of totalitarianism, there's no question of legitimacy because they have none.
If we went socialist, Mexico would also go socialist. Look at Claudia Sheinbaum.
Other people in that institution, whatever that institution might be, to question and to challenge.
No, it's not their responsibility. It's their responsibility to meet the challenge. It's the responsibility of people to make the challenge. So it's the responsibility of, say, women to challenge a framework in which they are supposed to wash the dishes and put the children to sleep and that sort of thing. And it's the responsibility of men in a traditional patriarchic family to answer that challenge. I mean, it would be nice if you could...
Everyone doesn't have the same views as America, but like the president of Mexico is left-leaning. She is basically a democratic socialist. You do realize that, right?
If the challenge could be raised by those in positions of authority, but that's pretty rare. I mean, usually when you're in a position of authority, you kind of internalize the values that say it's right and just. And the reason is because...
And honestly, really, now that I'm thinking about it, and especially what Greg said, in like my ideal society, let's say Mexico invades. Right? Let's say Mexico invades my new America. How do I respond to this? I make a deal with them. I tell them, hey, like, you know, clearly you like it here. You guys wanna live here? You can do this too. We can work together. You work with them. The thing is, Mexico invading us and seeing you know, America the way it would be, there's not much worth invading for. There's not much worth plundering aside from resources, in which case they have to essentially kill all of the Americans, which they'll never be able to do. Is decentralized, so it wouldn't work without international revolution? I think it could. I think it could if it starts in America. This idea, like if it started in Romania, no, dead. But if it starts in America, it would work. There's like, there's no enemy close to America that would have any desire, intention, and benefit from invading that wouldn't also have to, like, essentially genocide America to, like, take advantage of the natural resources. Which, good luck with that. Yeah, invading a decentralized country of happy citizens that have a lot of guns? Bad idea. Lost Zote has the right idea. Tons of vast empty space in southwestern USA can be terraformed and built up without crowding anybody. Also true, but, like, you know, that's going to get worse, right? Like Nevada, New Mexico, Southern California, that's all becoming the Australian outback.
I think, because most people are sort of decent human beings, and it's very hard to look in the mirror and say, I'm a bastard. So usually what you do is look in the mirror and say, I'm a nice guy, and I do these things.
Not really.
because
Donald
it's
Trump
right
already
and
wants to
just
get rid of the
and legitimate.
Constitution.
And that's pretty standard, you know. I mean, everybody knows that from
I mean, we pretend that we're bound to it, but Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution.
an experience. We don't have to go into it. That's what people are like. And therefore the responsibility of raising the challenge is typically in the hands of those who recognize
This is still true
that
right
they
now, by
have
the
a
way.
subordinate status. It's very hard.
As the subordinate status, even outside of anarchy, it is still on us to challenge the status quo, to challenge those in power. These are genuinely hypotheticals. If it's so decentralized, how would it defend itself from competent outside invaders? I don't necessarily think it needs to. That's the thing. I think defending yourself from outside invaders can be done just by incentivizing good behavior. It's not like we'd be any less rich of a country. We still are rich as a country. We wouldn't have capital, but that doesn't mean you can't negotiate peace with other countries. But also, who on earth, what country has the capability to invade the United States in a form of it being decentralized with a happy population that has a lot of guns successfully? What country is capable of this? We would be an amalgamation of autonomous democratic city-states. Kinda, yeah. Not quite, but that's a closer definition. I don't like, I'm not an anarchist either. I don't like think that this is what we should do. I just think that there are parts of anarchism that I like and would want to add in to my ideology of libertarian socialism. Anarchism is a nice ideal but impossible reality. We can't even work through reform for help. Well, so I don't think it's impossible in reality. I think it revolves around the social and political context that we live in, the material conditions that we engage with and that we live in. Those change, it becomes more possible. Cuba is incredibly isolated and protects itself from outside invaders. It's too decentralized. But negotiating peace doesn't always work. That's fine. Again, like, no one could do it. I'd love to see how it went down if China would be the only person, like the only country that has a shot. And I still don't think they could do it. Anarcho-syndicalism is the goal, but people are stupid, so rad socialism it is. Look, I like anarcho-syndicalism as well. Like, there's various... Like I said, I'm not set in stone on this ideology. This is just where I'm currently leaning. And this seems like the best possible outcome to me, even more so than anarcho-syndicalism. However, whether it's likely or not, that's a different story. We're not talking about whether it's likely. We're talking about whether, like, what my personal ideal ideology is. It's not possible unless every human simultaneously stop existing. Any decentralization will be taken advantage of by a foreign centralized government. Well, it's a change that needs to be made from the ground up, the bottom up, from younger generations up. Like I said, this is not something that you can implement today. I've said this multiple times today. We could not implement this ideology in the United States at this current point in time. It's impossible. However, I do think that this would be the best ideology. Without our Navy, China could easily land and occupy East Coast. Sure, they can occupy the East Coast for, I don't know, a day. Again, Americans with guns decentralized and happy. Good luck invading that. Also, again, to take advantage of the natural resources, you have to clear out the population because all of us have guns and don't believe in authority in this hypothetical. This would result in a lot of dead Chinese people on the East Coast. Or sorry, on the West Coast. Maybe they could make it to maybe Colorado. Remember, America also has sorry, I meant Pacific. You gotta remember, they could probably make it to Colorado and then stall there. We have natural boundaries as well. America is OP when it's the starting map in a civilization game. China's not that aggressive. I'm not worried about it either. Exactly. It's not like there is no state that could and would invade the United States like in a ground invasion if we went decentralized. They wouldn't be able to. Why? What benefit would there be for them to just start drone striking us? Aside from like genocide, what would be the purpose of this?
Hard to recognize that. I mean, people live, for millennia, without recognizing.
You should be
that
more
they are
worried
being
about Canada right
subordinated
now,
in
Greg.
Systems of power. I mean, that's true of women, for example. It's.
I'm not saying no, they wouldn't. I'm just saying they couldn't. People can work together against each other and in what's to work in what's not in their best interest. Why did the Polish not put their nationalism aside and work together in solidarity with Lenin's invasion force? Well, again, this is all like all influenced by capital. Agreed, America is the biggest doorstop to world peace, hands down. I agree. I think if we install a government like this in America, the rest of the world will follow. I really genuinely do. We have been preventing this from happening. We wouldn't be their rival anymore if we did this. We would not be their rival anymore. That's the thing. We would remove ourselves as their rival by doing this. They would have no benefit from doing so. We wouldn't pose a challenge to them because we wouldn't have a military, we wouldn't be a global hegemon, and we are not capitalist. Yeah, we're more likely to kill each other than someone else is to kill us, Anthony. You're right. Which is why we can't do this, because we'll kill each other.
A young age as an anarchist, and during that time,
Lenin, the Polish were like brainwashed as shit, just like we are now. That's the issue, is social and political climate, information, general stupidity levels of the population. All of these are factors.
The popularity of anarchism has fallen and risen.
Because they're taught to be. Incentive, Lenin. They're taught to be. Racism is not innate, it's taught. That's trained. That's the fucking conditioned behavior. So unconditioned said behavior. Like, you know how weird the brain is, right? Handwriting leads to widespread brain connectivity. Typing does not. Like, literally just writing something with your hand is different than typing it out in your brain. That's how different brains are. This is how, like... So, no, they saying they just put their differences aside is false. I never said they would put their differences aside. I never said that at all. Poland got hammered from both sides territorially and ideologically and sickeningly brutally. I feel sorry for World War II era Poland. Nationalism is a poison. That's why we were talking about devolving the states as much as possible. Lenin wasn't in their best interest. True, I agree. Lenin without capital and without Trotsky, maybe. But Lenin, no. There needs to be some global incentives for humans to deny their greed impulses. Religion doesn't work. You know what should be the global incentive to deny greed? Is joy. We don't have a innate impulse for greed, by the way, Greg. That's also like a built system. That is something you learn. It's trained in you. They don't know that we're not going to rise again. That's pushing it to like a degree of hypothetical that's not even worth like engaging with. Art. China's not even aggressive now. But like, look at how easy it is to change the way someone thinks. Just, we can map handwriting being significantly more useful in brain pattern like connectivity in learning than typing. Just that. We're just sacks of meat with electricity running through us, and a lot of us are dumb as shit. But thankfully, even though a lot of us are dumb as shit, it's not impossible to change our minds. It's actually relatively easy to change our minds. I mean, we have examples of essentially brainwashing everywhere. You guys want to see an example of video games brainwashing you? A video game convincing you of a reality that isn't true while you're playing it? Watched this video the other day. It was interesting. Imagine if Trotsky was on a horse with the agitated legs and Chomsky was on a horse with the insatiable appetite. I love that. I also feel like the need to mention that if the US abolishes its military, then people like Bibi and Putin are... At this point, I don't care. If we're doing socialism, I would like the rest of the world to join, but we're not the world's police. All right, look. This is how easy it is to brainwash somebody. 19-minute video, but...
Video games are an amazing piece of media. They can tell a story that you can not only...
Is there merit to mass re-education programs? In theory, yes. In practice, probably not. The forced mass re-education is more likely to create a rebellious sentiment among the people that you would be trying to re-educate, and then they would not do that. They would deny it. They would block it out. It could be still useful in some instances, but doing so forcibly is more likely to just create an idea of, I don't want to deal with this and I will block it out. So you don't care about... No, I think if we are going to do socialism, then PB and genociding the Middle East will stop on its own. First of all, where do you think he gets the money for it? Art? Where do you think they get the money for it? Where do you think they get their guns? Their planes, their bombs? Where do you think they get the coordinates for where their bombs strike? Us! Bibi couldn't do shit if we abolished the military. He'd have nothing. The IDF are weak. They're terrible fighters. All they have is drones from America and Turkey and Australia. They have guns from America and Australia. They have tanks from America and Australia and Germany. If we stop funding our military, Israel's done. Like, the state would collapse at this point if we just backed out entirely. China would invade Taiwan. Yeah, it would. It would. If we went socialist today, China would invade Taiwan. If we got rid of our, government, if we went socialist and got rid of our military, sure. Good thing we're not doing it today. I'd still like to wait a couple years for the chip manufacturing plants to be finished building in America. All right, we're gonna move off topic for a minute. This is some interesting shit. I just want to talk about how easily our perceptions can change, how our thoughts can be manipulated, and how even something innocuous like a game you're playing can make you think something is going on when it's not. And like, if you've played this game before, you'll know, and if you watch a lot of movies, you'll probably figure out the twist, but people have played this and not realized what was happening until it happened. I have to misspell it for various reasons. To their accurate credit, the PLYOPFLP publishes pamphlets that said U.S. muscle and weapons back to Israel war machines crucially. I mean, we do. Name any Civ game a pristine example of this. I mean, true.
Experience, but also interact with. But what happens when instead of you interacting with the game interacts with you? Only you.
Get out of my head! They used free speech in that strict example, so I'm okay typing it. Well, so like, you shouldn't be worried about talking about Israel being funded by America. I mean, I'm saying it out loud, unless you're in Israel, to which point I would say, sorry. Well, I would like it to not... What do you mean it's heartless? Art, it would stop the genocide. It would stop the genocide instantly. I like the idea of standing up for disadvantaged and oppressed people, but I don't want capitalism. And if I need to have capitalism to do that, and it makes me the world police, I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of isolationism either. I just, A, cannot abide by the existence of capital, and removing that existence of capital, removing the military of the United States, stops the genocide. Letting China invade Taiwan, they're gonna do it anyway. And actually, they're not gonna do it anyway, rather. They're not going to do that. North Korea is going to invade South Korea anyway. We should have couped Israel a year ago. We should have sent the CIA in. That doesn't mean that in my ideal society, I need to change my ideology based on what's going on in the world right now. There's genocide happening all over the world, and there has been for a long time. We're not helping now. How is that? We're making it worse. How is this worse? I don't want to collapse another of my YouTube accounts. Ah, you're Hans, are you? God damn. How'd they get in you? Why don't you just jump on Twitch? I said it, Lennon. I was like, let me necromancy Kissinger back for like one day. One singular day. Let me have full control over this man's actions. But no, unfortunately not.
Far Cry 5 is a game about a silly police officer who gets trapped in a basin with a cult. Alright, maybe we need a little more context. A group of police officers are sent to Hope County, Montana, with the goal of arresting a man named Joseph Seed for kidnapping with the intent to harm. He surprisingly gives up very easily, which seems to—
Capper, Zapper, Flapper, Lapper, where do you live that they're, like, hacking you like this? Like, what's going on with you? What are you, like, an op? Are you in, like, security agencies? China can't invade Taiwan anyway, but China won't invade Taiwan if the US stops backing Taiwan. They'll just absorb them. And would that suck? Yes, it would. Is that my problem? No, it's not. The US antagonized the situation in the Korean Peninsula. Many South Koreans want the US bases out to normalize relations. To be fair, South Korea just tried to do like a coup where they tried to false flag an attack from North Korea so they can start a war with North Korea. So that's actually the South's government doing that. You should have written a book on the art of the coup. Fair. Like, the thing is, bad stuff happening around the world, I would love to stop it, but socialism being implemented is a way to do this long term. And if it means I can't help the people that are on the other side of the world being killed right now, but I can install a social system and a political system that will spread across the world that will prevent this kind of issue from happening again, then maybe. Are you aware that Yale, the school built on opium money, helped Mao Zedong into power? I did not know that, but that doesn't surprise me. Also, fuck Mao. Like, the CCP, I don't even consider as communist. I am private enterprise security worker, non-government person. So, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it.
Too good to be true.
We got CIA in here, guys!
The cult cuts all communication to the outside world, and because of existing global conflict, nobody seems to care about the small town in Montana.
What they don't realize is you're
playing as
actually
the
just my
deputy,
handler, and we're just pretending to not know each other.
are meant to take down the entire cult, starting with Joseph Seed's heralds, Faith, John, and the star of today's show, Jacob. Up until this point in the game, the cult has proved to be a massive power, being able to manipulate people's minds.
Alright, fuck it. Fuck this. Clearly you guys don't care about that. Let's stick to the topic. Mao had some good ideas, not all of them can be implemented. Mao had good ideas that he got from Lenin, and then a bunch of bad ideas, but also, yeah, implemented them very poorly and was horrible. That's selfishness. It sounds like conservative arguments, so why we can't have social programs? No, that's literally not what I'm saying, Art. You're genuinely, like, take a second and take a step back. Our money funds a lot of the world wars in the world. Stop that, then less war in the world. B, somewhere, like, either we need to start a war with these countries and kill them all, or we can focus on fixing what we can fix instead of being locked in a forever Cold War, which we are now. We can either stay like this in our oligarchy forever Cold War, or we could, I don't know, enact socialism. And yes, this would give other countries an opportunity to do something bad, and that would be bad, but we would still be fixing a problem that we can fix. I don't want isolationism. I just don't think that we need to be the policeman, and I think that being the policeman for the world based on our money and capital is not only harmful to the world, society at large, but to us. It's just that. You can't fix everyone's problems. What you can fix in your country, you should. And if you're fixing something that's wrong in your country, if you're fixing something that's hurting people in your country, has a side effect that like isn't objectively like you're not doing something bad to another country. It's just you fixing this has stopped you spending money over there. And so this country invades that. That's not your fault. It's not like, for example, for Brian Thompson, the health insurance CEO, he's a social murderer. He made the decision to kill millions of people, or at least tens of thousands of people. This is not the same in that you are making the decision to better the lives of your people without enacting any kind of effect on anyone else. You're not putting in place systems that affect other countries. You are just fixing your country. And if you fixing your country means another country takes this opportunity and does something bad with it, look at Syria. Are the rebels responsible for Israel invading? They fixed their country. They overthrew Assad, and now Israel's invading. Are the rebels? Is HTS responsible for Israel invading Syria? I refrain from hardly any comments on a place with a blue and a white flag. Must mean Argentina. What about the spare? Yes, again, Lennon, I don't want isolationism. I want cooperation, like world cooperation. The game is Far Cry 5. We'll watch the video, I think, if we can get past this topic, because I do really think it's interesting. The same thing brought down Rome is bringing America down, led hubris and nepotism. Don't forget to add plastic in there now. Got plastic in our brains. No one puts me up to anything. I mean, America, so comparing Rome to America is such a conservative thing to do. First of all, Rome did not last 1,000 years in the way that like conservatives think that it did. That's not how Rome worked. But secondly, America is the global power it is not because of conservatism. It's because of immigration. It's because of left-leaning policy. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is the reason we're a superpower. The left made America great. There's still hunger you can fix. There's still war you can end. There's still genocides you can prevent. Isolation. Well, again, I'm not saying isolation is good. I don't want isolationism. I want to work towards those goals. I just don't want to do it militarily. And if we can't fix some of them because we're not doing so militarily, I'm okay with that. Because I think the harm of having an American military, the harm of capitalism, are worse than problems that we can try and fix and fail because we don't have a military. We should still try and fix them. We should try and fix every problem. Fuck Lex Friedman. I don't care what he has to say. That's just right-wing brain rot. I again, don't think that, like, anarchism is the way to go. My ideology isn't anarchism, Lenin. It's libertarian socialism. And on top of, yeah, but it was on Lex Friedman, and so I just don't respect it. It's not the same. You would need some form of centralization, position, power to be able to enact these goals. I'd be willing to have that, like, that conversation. If that's required and we can figure out a way to do that within the systems of libertarian socialism, then I'm fine with that. We can have a centralized position of power if it's required, if we can just do it right. I like I said, I'm not set in stone on the subject. Plainly, not one human has to go hungry in 24. That has been established by all parties. Well, I mean, that's also true. We have more than enough wealth that every single person on this world could live for free in a minimum middle-class lifestyle for, like, decades with nobody working. If everyone just, if we gained the ability to never work again and not lose our minds, we have enough wealth on this planet for decades of everyone on Earth to live like that in a middle-class lifestyle. Not to say that we should, and not to say that that's possible, because people like to work and people will always work. But I like the philosophy of the owl. It's a real hoot and focuses on wisdom and the tough questions in life. I like that. Hey, Batgaz, doing all right? I think you misunderstand. I believe that since America has the power, America should intervene and protect nations that can't otherwise protect themselves. Well, okay. While we have that power, yes, I agree. I believe in the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. But I'm advocating for the removal of that power. So if we have that power gone, we don't have it anymore, then we no longer have that responsibility. And I think that removing that responsibility, albeit a difficult decision to make, weighed up against the possible harm reduction of A, socialism, and B, a demilitarization, I lean the other way. It's more relatable to extremism, but it's more relatable extremism to libertarian socialism, so it's easy to refer to as anarchism, I suppose. Yeah, it is easier, and it does come from a lot of anarchist ideology, but it's not anarchism. Look, that's how, as far as I got in it for now. We're still reading Marx. Like, we got time to keep discussing this. By the way, tomorrow's Friday, so might spend tomorrow reading Marx. We'll see. I still have news that we haven't covered from like this week. So we talking, should more powerful nations protect the weaker nations? Absolutely yes. Yeah, but that's not the conversation we were having, Batgaz. That was more just, I was advocating for the establishment of libertarian socialism in America and explaining that the demilitarization of the United States that would come along with that and the possible outcomes that could come out of it. To hell with the isms. People as individuals should be defining these things and adopting them to new realities, not by being defined by them. I agree. What would prevent this anarchism from devolving into segregationist communities of white people invading and killing black people? Talking, communication, proper incentivization, critical thinking, introspection, emotional regulation, like teaching kids. We covered Syria like pretty heavily earlier in the stream. If you are on YouTube, you can just like go back to the beginning. I think it was one of the first things that I covered. By the way, guys, please go hop onto YouTube and drop me a like and a sub. That would be cool. That'd be great. Actually helps a lot. Yeah, Friday night activities like reading Marx. Technically that's supposed to be Mondays, but it hasn't worked out on Mondays for a while. So I think Fridays is a decent place to put it for the time being. We need an economic system with certain principles. To heck with fundamentalist dogma. I agree. Piss poor praxis. The demilitarization of the U.S. make the world a very dangerous place. Yeah, but you're missing the context that we had earlier, Batgaz. Again, it's not just like now demilitarized. There's a whole context in it. And yeah, most Caucasians aren't that hateful. People from Caucasia are generally fine. Honestly, it's Bajistan that's pretty fucking racist. You ever meet an Indian? You know how racist the average Indian is to the other average Indian? The Balkans? Fucking racist to each... It's like, Americans are so much less racist than we think because there's so much more racism in other parts. Asians are incredibly fucking racist as well. Muslims, super fucking racist. Also super anti-Semitic. White Americans just are the ones that we see the most and are the most loudest. The loudest and most annoying. Piss poor praxis is based. Well, I mean, yes, but those are a minority, Lenin. They exist and they're a minority. And in libertarian socialism, they get shot by, like, the community. Under my political system, if you are a Nazi, like the local town will take you out behind the shed. Lenin is make MAGA great again on Discord. Anyway, can we are we up for watching this video? This how video games brainwash you, or when a game brainwashes the player, rather. Because I do really want to watch it, and it's really cool. And I'm kind of tired of like news. He's made from earthquake-proof material, and I'm sure he's the most wealthiest, coolest dude to ever have lived. I'm sure of it. I mean, I hope he's not that wealthy, because then he wouldn't be engaging in praxis. I don't think they are bad, only different than most nations. Not free, certainly not free. I don't think the I don't know shit about Turkmenistan. You want to debate me on Discord, Art? Why not on stream? I mean, if you'd rather debate on Discord, sure, but like, not today. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, man. I have to end stream, eat food, go to bed. Well, not that soon, but like, I gotta end stream, I gotta eat food, I gotta go out and do like grocery shopping, I gotta get cat shit. Like, can't do it today, but I'm happy to debate you on Discord. And Lennon, we gotta organize like our proper debate as well. At some point. Alright, look, I'm putting this video on. Don't care.
With a drug called Bliss. The cult has also been known to utilize torture.
I am going to play KS I News song.
Hope County has 3 main regions, each now taken over by one of the heralds. The important one today is Jacob's region in the Whitetail Mountains. Upon wreaking a lot of havoc in the Whitetail Mountains, old brother Jacob will get a little upsetty spaghetti, and he'll radio to you with a nice, friendly, reassuring message.
There's someone out there pretending to be a soldier. They're killing.
I don't like to use them interchangeably. They, like the rest of chat, seems to. But we'll go deeper into anarchism and libertarian socialism at some point, because you know, we still have a lot of ideology to go through, but we'll get there. I can go on stream and debate, but I also think I'd get too emotional and would end up raising my voice. I mean, that's fine. Like, sure, you can debate me on Discord. I don't care. That's the thing. If you disagree with me on a subject, I'm happy to debate you, but like, it's up to you to be able to do it.
And putting this project in jeopardy. I want this coward to know that they have my attention. My hunters are coming for you. There's nowhere you can run.
And you'll be notified that you are being hunted. Which totally isn't terrifying.
I've never
anything.
played this game.
When I first played the game, I browned my little pantaloonies when I saw that. But that isn't so bad. You've taken on the cult's finest before, so this should be no Oh.
I mean, you know, debates is just like a gladiator fight, right? It's not about
wake
who's
up to see
right.
our old friend Pratt tying us to a chair. A slideshow is projected on the wall showing different prey that has been torn apart, and predators eating the prey. And the main man then decides to make an appearance.
We have forgotten what it is to be strong. You know, our heroes used to be gods. And now our heroes are godless.
I don't like to fight either, but that's what a debate is. It is a blood sport. Who wins the debate isn't who's correct. It's who has the best points, who has the best zingers, who has the funniest lines. Hello, comrade. Welcome. And yeah, like 17, you're gonna have a lot of emotion. Perfectly okay with emotion, just like, you know, you gotta be able to manage it, regulate it, but you're fine. Like, you seem to have decent emotional regulation for a 17-year-old.
Weak.
We'll find out
feeble,
if you debate me.
Diseased. We let the weak dictate to the powerful, and then we are shocked to find ourselves adrift.
He gives a little speech about how it's important to cull the herd. Culling the herd meaning to reduce or control the size of something.
This is straight up like MAGA ideology.
Something such as a herd by removal, as by hunting or slaughter of especially weak or sick individuals. This seems to be Jacob's explanation for all of the atrocious things.
That's because you can't change someone's mind through debate. You can't persuade someone to change their position. All you can do is bring them towards that position and hope that, you know, they change it. And yeah, we do need to watch more Chomsky on this channel. Kind of mad that we didn't get through those 2 videos without like constant bickering, but that's okay. I have more Chomsky to show you.
Cult has done. It was in
the game that is being shown is Far Cry 5.
Interest of sacrificing the few for the many. Jacob then opens a small wooden box which begins playing the song Only You by the Platters, which seems to have a weird effect on you and the others in the room. We wake up to see a room similar to the one we were just in, except this time there's a gun on the table and we aren't tied down. So,
what don't you like about
start
Chomsky?
killing. Because that is what we do. This is a new area, and we're still getting used to it. Depictions of dead animals are sprawled on the walls, and the word train is written at the end of this hallway. But you don't have time to read that. You've got people to kill.
I'm sure a lot of you can already see where this is going, right?
Until finally, you go down a fun little slide and the dream ends. We then wake up to see a nice friendly group of people who came in to recover bodies.
Why am I stuck on corpse duty? Holy shit!
They then take us back to their bunker, where stupid idiot Tammy is a big meanie head.
No better. What was I supposed to do?
She explains that it's unsafe.
Yeah, I mean, well, the game, like, the cult in the game is based on MAGA, so.
Back here, and that she's.
What he does to people. You haven't.
But based Eli says screw the 19th Amendment, he's staying here. Then Eli decides to see if you're the real deal and sends you on a rescue mission to find 4 hostages that the cult took.
I'm counting on you.
But we gotta be real stealthy. Because if the cult sees us, they'll shoot the hostages. After murking the cultists, we rescue the hostages and discover that the cult has taken more hostages to a place called Devil's Drop, where they plan to drop.
Yeah, like, Chomsky speaks slowly, but that's what you can up the speed of the video for. What video games are getting blamed for? So this is just like me showing an example of how a video, like a game can brainwash you, although this is part of the game. Like, this is the game using cult tactics on you in teaching you how cult tactics work, A, but B, as part of, like, gameplay.
Hostages. Because, of course, they do. Once again, we go ham style on the silly little cult people, and now we have gained Eli's trust. Yay! We do some driving around and clearing the streets.
One of them does.
We see Pratt having a conniption, which isn't too abnormal, so whatever, and then Jacob shows up. But this time, it seems he brought a little guest. Mr. Joseph Seed decides to tell us a little story.
We're in pain. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh, huh? You're not the only one to be tested.
He tells us about his dead wife, who he was getting ready to have a child with, and actually, I'll let him tell the story.
And one day he was going to go visit a friend. There was an accident. The Lord take it. They rushed me to a hospital and put me in a room.
There is an actual point to
stuffed
this,
with
so.
tubes. And they said that I had to be strong because my little girl was going to live. God was looking out for our daughter. And they left me alone in the room with her.
Yeah, those glasses.
I knew that God was testing me. He was laying out a path before me, and all I had to do was choose. So I put my hand.
By the way, like, there are people that are this insane. Like, God chose me, so I have to kill my child to gain power. Whether or not they actually believe this, they'll convince themselves that it's true over time.
I heard God's plan for me. I took my fingers and I put them on that little plastic tube that was taped.
This is like a mix of, like, Waco and the MAGA cult.
And after a little while, my legs began to kick.
Maybe like a little bit of some other cults thrown in there.
And nothing. Stillness. Release. The Lord giveth and the Lord. Take. Pain. Sacrifice. These are all part of his test. And we have to prove that we can serve God, no matter what he asks.
What documentary?
You know what time it is. This time, we know what we're doing. Killing fellers even faster, with Jacob in the background giving us very kind motivation.
Good. Call the herd.
He's such a nice fellow. We see the word hunt written on the end of the hallway
True
this time,
piss poor
and the deer runs
praxis.
across, guiding us to new targets that we may not have seen on our first time through. No longer are we merely trying to survive. Now, we're trying to become more acquainted with this area, and trying to find out exactly what's going on here. This time, after going down the super mega fun slide, the mission doesn't just end. We get more of the level to explore. Right at the very end, we turn the corner to one final faceless enemy. We wake up in the average New York
Anyone
living
figure out where this is going yet?
conditions
Put the fries in the bag. I'm gonna kick your butt!
and get back to our regular routine of killing scumbags.
Oh, I looked it up, Greg. I'll watch that.
We
Looks
head on back to
interesting.
the Whitetail Militia hideout, the Wolf's Den, and Eli tells us about a fellow member of the militia who's being brainwashed by Jacob. And it's our job to sneak into the place he's located and play some rock music to reverse the brainwashing. Right? Because that's how that works. Because the platters are like doo-wop, so rock is like, I don't know. I just do what I'm told. After finding this four What?
Oh, well then you'll be surprised.
After finding this poor fellow strapped to the chair, it's time to have some classic Far Cry gameplay.
Wait, no, stop. That's fucking copyright music, god damn it. Oh, whatever, I'll have to trim that part out of the video.
I wonder if Cammy has something for me to do. Let's go check up on her. Cammy, what the hell? She wants us to go destroy some thingy-mabobs on radio towers.
Mate, you've played Grand Theft Auto and never stolen a car? How the fuck do you play games? I play Grand Theft Auto and I'm a terrorist.
I don't know. We do that, beat the piss out of this random cultist, and then give this truck a nice little love tap before... Not again! We wake up awfully hungry, and Jacob gives us some mystery meat.
Oh, you must be hungry.
I didn't want to get copyrighted hard, alright?
Did you know it takes 10 days for civilization to collapse?
We can see Pratt shaving Jacob's neck with a very sharp knife. It's clear that at any moment, Pratt could kill Jacob and no one could stop him. However, he doesn't, which is an amazing display of not only the control Jacob has over people, but also the confidence he has in this control. He then goes on to tell us a cute little story about how he and his buddy got stranded in the desert during the Gulf War, and how eventually he had to eat his friend to survive.
Well, it'll still throw me a copyright strike on the YouTube video. I'll just have to trim it out. Like, even like 0.2 seconds of a copyright song playing throws a copyright on the video every time. It's so annoying.
Which doesn't make me feel any better.
Only
about the
YouTube does
he
this.
Just gave us. But you know the drill. It's time to go through this fun little obstacle course. This time, we're even more acquainted with the setting, finding even more areas with enemies, killing the enemies even faster, and progressing through the level much more smoothly. Then, we finally get to the end, and wake back up. Except this time, we're back in the cage from before. It's dark outside, and Pratt tells us about how he's going to get us out of here.
We're gonna get out of here, okay? Only you. Only you. Hey, what about me? What about me? You aren't strong enough.
I can't believe a bunch of you haven't already caught what's gonna happen
Pratt
here.
starts to explain how Jacob seems to have some big plan or method here, but because Pratt is so unbelievably hysteric, he's not making any sense. The people discover that we're missing, and Pratt starts to freak out once again. Like, Brody, calm down. It's not like you've been put through mental anguish by a maniac cultist who has killed and tortured countless people. It's okay, though, because he's actually the GOAT, and he ended up pushing us onto a truck, which helped us escape. Okay, now it's time to deal with the worst mission in the game, the Barren Lumber Mill. Liberating the lumber mill itself isn't so bad. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's designed better than most other cult outposts. It's the mission that takes place after that sucks.
Uploading a YouTube video is also different than live streaming on YouTube. They're like different in what you can show and copyright.
Unbelievable degree of butthole. We find a girl named Jess who... Hold on. Shut up, woman! She
Shut
wants
up
us
with
to
your
go with...
fucking incel shit. Get on
to
with
get
it.
done talking about him. On top of this, she runs at the pace of the average. Then we kill the cook.
Dutch was right. Cook's dead and...
Oh no,
I
it
don't feel
doesn't.
anything.
Yeah, video
Well, I
games
sure
do
do.
not
The
influence
end.
how people behave in real life. Although video games are actually really good for your hand-eye coordination. They're good for preventing Alzheimer's and Parkinson's from developing as well. Blah blah blah.
I'm done talking about this stupid mission. Alright, it's finally time. Let's see what Ed Sheeran has in store for us now.
Don't worry, you'll be out of here soon enough. Did you think you were free? Well, your little buddy went to a whole lot of trouble for nothing. That's okay. He knows better now. I told you, you're not a hero. You are a tool. You know your purpose.
This is how cults work. I mean, not literally this, although can be. You know, they can drug you.
One final time we go through the course, killing everything that moves. Now, we are completely comfortable with the setting. We know where everything is. We know all the guns, we know all the enemies. We hurry through the course, turning every person we see into gray dust, but suddenly, there's no more gray dust. Suddenly, the bodies start to really fall to the ground. We make one final push and turn the corner to shoot Eli.
Only you could make this world seem right. Only you.
As in, every instance of you going through that cutscene was training you to comfortably and quickly go through this mission so that when you go through the mission, you don't hesitate and you shoot your ally in the head. That's the game brainwashing the player. Are you going to buy a model train and talk about how people, about how you're super into model trains now? No, I'm not into model trains. If I was, though, I would. Trains are cool. I'm not into model trains. I'm not good with my hands.
Hey, only you could have gotten this close. Only you could have earned his trust. It was always only ever you. Good work. You did it.
Yeah, drug soldier conditioning, basically. But playing through this game, a lot of people didn't catch it. Now, I caught it watching this video about here, but it's really easy to not. They were conditioning you to be able to go through the room quickly every time. It's just like Winter Soldier style, basically, yes. And the point is that even in a game situation, you can be convinced of this. You can be convinced to do that. Hell, we watched that documentary on QAnon that what was his name? Jim Stewartson made. And in it, he was talking about how he used to make virtual interactive reality games, like IR games that were VR headset, and you were in like a pretend. He used to make games for this, and they literally stole the structure of his game making to use to create the psyop that is QAnon. You can learn a lot from this shit. Of course, your fucking man crush is Bucky Barnes. That's not surprising at all. This is like how they conditioned child soldiers in Africa in the 80s and 90s. Probably also today. I mean, in some parts. Gotta be careful, you know? That's the thing is everything is trying to influence you all the time, innately, because that's the burden of being alive. You have input coming into your brain at all times, and you have to decide how much of this input is A, worth keeping, B, useful, C, harmful. And all of this requires critical thinking. Just don't shoot him. Well, the thing is, you went through the levels so many times that you're just kind of, you're like turning the corner and shooting him is more reflex than thought by the time you get to this mission. After you do this that many times. That's if you live in a master-slave dynamic. True, you know. But, I mean, they do this shit all the time. This is how, it's the same dynamics that are used in different contexts to brainwash you. This is how social media does it too. It's constant repetition. They don't have drugs, but, you know, social media scrolling is built to simulate drug input in your brain. When you scroll and you find something you like, you get a rush of dopamine. This makes you want to keep scrolling. So it's repetitive stimulus. Exactly, Greg. Perfect wording there. And thanks, Anthony. I hope you have a good night. Now, I think that's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow with Mark's Day. Mark's Day. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call it now. It's just Mark's Day. Please don't forget to join the Discord, to like and subscribe, and to drop me a follow on Twitter. Fallout Damascus DLC gonna be lit. I would love to play that, actually. That's how I feel with my parents, but just not a very good slave. Good, never be a good slave. Fight the power. Fuck the ownership. The owner class. The capital class. Well, hopefully tomorrow is less brief. Anyway, thank you guys, and